IBIT all on watch as well. IBIT's been pretty good this morning as well. All right, 10 seconds left. Here we go.
Yeah, we got the countdown on. It's the last one of the week. It is triple witching. Expect more volume this open, and you'll get more of it at the close. The bell brought to you by Orogenics, OGEN. Check them out. Let's ring it, Adara.
All right.
Party started. Oh, by the way, Palantir broke 144 as well. That was another big runner right when the market opened up. NVIDIA right off the jump is okay. No, it did retested the highs. NVIDIA. Now it's sort of diddling in the middle, trying to chill a bit. Circle, someone was just asking about CCL. Circle immediately trying to retest 225. So pre-market low sits at 215. Let's look to see if this one's going to give any kind of a dip buy. I like Robinhood as well. Let me just running through the list of the names. Robinhood already trying to retest that 77 level from Wednesday. Just broke 78, but no big dip to get you down in there. And there goes Tesla. Yeah, we're breaking out tops apparently. Bye-bye, Tesla.
Trading, bro. Right here, 141. Sharif, what's up? 141 break. There it is on Palantir. See you later. It's only 70 cents, so let's see if it gets a little bit higher here on Palantir. So there it goes. We took the 141 break. You know, we were looking at that one. I don't know. We like the 140. Wow. Neil? It's a day maker already. There it is, man. 142 and change is a good thing. Well, we don't have to be here this afternoon because, like I said, we're taking the fam jam out. We'll go see some Cirque du Soleil. We should have a lot of fun with that one. But there it is right now, man. We can close the account right there. It's 9:31. Bye-bye. See you later to Palantir. And by the way, new position alert right here as well. Bang. Let's go. It is now Coinbase coming into the building. Let's see what winds up happening here with Coinbase. It just breaks 310. Like I said, a very, very small trade happening right there on Coin because this is a very, very risky spot trying to break through 310 and going up basically $8 right there immediately. But a pullback, this is that break and fake and break trade that we've sort of coined here. We're going to wait to see if it can go back upside right now for Coinbase off of a little bit of a dip there. But we'll buy some of this. Like I said, if we can break, like if we don't hold VWAP, remember we were going to take a $2 hit if it was wrong on there. But I just can't believe how high we just flew right there on Coinbase right off the jump. Was not even expecting to get that. So
you should see this Circle's level 2. You have to give it a minute. Circle's level 2 right now is absolutely insane. Tesla broke $330 here, headed higher. 330. Boy. It's going to quickly zoom out for you guys. 333 is a huge resistance for the last week. I think that's the next step to the upside on this. Circle, I'm going to let that one calm down. It is absolutely wild to tape on this. I'm going to see if we can't get 332.5 on the initial push up in Tesla.
Comes the market.
Yeah, the market absolutely churning to the upside. There's only one place I was actually thinking short, and I'm not even sure I want that anymore. That was PayPal. PayPal is actually going too. So, I think it's bad news for them, but it doesn't matter. These guys are absolutely breaking out. I was going to look at this one for under 69, and I'm glad we didn't because this one's already at 69 and a half. So Tesla, let's see if we can get that 332.5 as it's starting to come in pretty, well, not come in, go up pretty heavily.
Yeah, 332.5. Yeah, we were looking for a 333 breakout on that one. All right, so 140, 141, not necessarily holding. We are now long on, so I have 3 positions here. So I got to definitely watch my P's and Q's right now. We are long NVIDIA 145. So I don't know, like that's, been a level for sure. So let's wait to see if it wants to hold out right now, NVIDIA 145. If we're wrong, where are we going to be wrong? I mean, I got to fix that candle there for NVDA. We're also long Palantir. We talked about that. And we're long Coinbase. And Coinbase is having a problem. All right, what about just there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA is working nicely off of that level. Coinbase not. Coinbase just dropping around right now. I mean, I was going to use VWAP, and we're not that heavy in it yet. But okay, Coinbase is just freaking wild, man.
Honestly, I'm looking at Circle right now. The algos are... like anytime someone hits the bid, they're just pulling the bid. It's crazy. So it's falling like an absolute rock in there. Okay, very quickly, Tesla just caught a seller that was pretty large there at 332. Wow, you get distracted for like 2 seconds as I was showing you guys that Circle. Tesla just caught a seller at 332. This is coming right back into that 330 level here in VWAP. If we can't find a bid there, I think you're going to run right back into those pre-market lows. So just be careful. Like I might sit out Circle until we get to like, the 5-10 minute mark, or the bid stabilizes or something. It's just not looking. It doesn't look like a stock that you want to day trade right now. That's the only way I can say it.
That's okay. All right, so 301. I mean, if this breaks 302, I guess. Oh, sorry. NVIDIA, by the way, that's a banger right now. The one that's not working is the breakout, and we had talked about breakouts not really being the greatest of trading styles these days. So we're gonna wait, and if we do have to lose out on this trade, we're gonna lose out on it if it breaks 302. So right now, Coinbase downside for sure. NVIDIA is the big one, man. I mean, again, you got to have. Probably over trading this many 3 positions right now, right off the open, especially when they're all the same way. But they've all been fine. It's NVIDIA's the big winner right now because Palantir's pulled back. But there's our 145. I mean, even Obi and myself, I was talking about. As soon as he saw me this morning, he's like, we got to watch out for this NVIDIA 145 level. And I was just like, yeah. I mean, we saw millions of shares on that level a couple days ago. But there it goes right now, trying to break through. So here it is right there. There's $1. So we took already a couple dollars. We took $1 on Palantir. We've got $1 in right now here on NVIDIA. And again, it's just sticky note levels, man. We went out there on Wednesday with some of the campus traders, and they're asking me everything, of course. And I'm just like, man, just trade your book, trade your levels, and just keep on going, right? And so that's what I'm doing here. It doesn't look like it's going to work out for us here on Coinbase, but we're long at 308 right now. So this is going to be. We just took this one for a shot, man. It doesn't. It's definitely coming back in pretty decently right here. Here comes Coinbase. If it breaks, here it goes. So there it goes, man. We get a push down there on Coinbase. We get stopped out of that position. We still have a little bit left, but here comes Coinbase, really bleeding down now.
It's all the payment.
Yeah, into 300 right now. So watch out. 300 break on Coinbase is not good. I still have 10% of this position just to see, but right now Coinbase no working out for me now. So. There it comes right back into 3 bills, breaking now $300 on Coinbase. Actually, we just took a little bit more at 300. That was one of the levels that we had written down. Didn't think it would come. Didn't think we'd get 300 and 310 in the same day, but Coinbase breaking downside right now pretty nicely.
Yeah, and in a similar vein, I just got in that long on Robinhood at 77, and that just broke down under that 77. But it might be a wick bottom. You know what? Let's try to get back into this one. It just wicked the low, broke to 77, and then a huge bottoming tail candle to 76, 3/4. So let's get the reversal right back into it. Still have to feel like I got to give it to the prior low. So we'll put a stop underneath. A lot of times, what happens, it's a witching day, so you get a lot of volume in the morning, and sometimes it's going to do that to you. So just going back over, you already mentioned NVIDIA. NVIDIA is trying to get right back up. It failed a 146 break. It dipped to 145, but can't get back above that 146. I'm taking a second shot at Robinhood, and I'm thinking the second shot in Tesla if it can get back above that 330 level. Otherwise, like, it's crazy. I'm going to show you guys. Look at the NASDAQ right now. Look at all the stocks that we were just looking at. Like Robinhood, Circle is doing the same thing as Coin is doing. Tesla, which was breaking out, is now coming back under VWAP while the market's screaming higher. So clearly, you've got to find the names that are strong. And if it's not going up right now as the market breaks the highs, you got to be patient. So not holding 330s all the way back into 327. I want to see if we can get 325 on Tesla, maybe tag this 327 open as well, because the stocks I'm looking at right now are all pulling back despite the fact the market's going higher.
Yeah, for sure. So we're just going to have to, right now, Palantir, we did average some back into there at 140. It comes back up to 140.60. I mean, it's funny because this is a tale of different stories here because all the names I'm looking at are pretty weak right here. So
look at Apple 200.
Yeah, Apple 200. Okay, so that's probably what's starting some of this party right now to the upside. So we just got out some NVIDIA again there at 146. NVIDIA just went for a little bit of a run for some reason in the last 5 minutes and now is pulling back. So we'll take some more outs here at 145 and change now on that play. So we're going to wait to see where it goes. Okay, this could be hilarious if we somehow get back to positive here on Coinbase. But there's the move up. I'm sitting at 304 now, I thought. Yeah, we're at 304 even right now. So just a little bit more of a push up to get some more out here. here of Coinbase. Maybe I won't even wait for that 304. Like, you got to be sitting around on levels, or else you're not, you know, you're never going to get the fills. So that just kind of stops there at 70 and then pulls right back in. So we almost got to that 304 where we were waiting. We do know that there's VWAP right there as well. But a decent take there, getting some money back into the old account here on Coinbase. There it is. We'll take a 303 there. And now I'm waiting at 303.70 where we stopped last time. There it is. I guess we got it because we're not there anymore. So there we go. Now we'll let Coinbase go. See if we can get back up, man. 306. We'll see if we can. I'm not even going to get anything out at VWAP right now on coin. So let's wait to see if we can get back upside right now and really make a decent trade right now. I'm going to put an offer at 305 flat. And then we're going to put an offer at oh no, we didn't get it, sorry. And then I'm going to go back into this area right here. That's 306. That's my 305 out. So if that happens, fine. 307 and change, maybe. But we just had a nice move up and then another fail one more time just ahead of VWAP. So we're taking out some profit, making a little bit back here on Coinbase, but still red on that name. You know, really, really well. Obviously, NVIDIA's never gone against us. So that one's working out for us, but we just stopped again at 146. So
it's holding a higher low, though. So NVIDIA...
Yeah, I like NVIDIA.
NVIDIA is looking way better. Like, it's holding a higher low. I'm trying to get more at 145, but juxtapose that to Tesla. Like, Tesla right back to that low at 327. If it breaks, I'm waiting for that 325. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Keep an eye here on LUCY. This one here trading higher for the company announced a partnership with Smart Tech Retail Group to showcase the Reebok powered by Lucy collection and some other brands here. This LUCY or Innovative Eyewear, this has a 70% short float. We also have ZETA on watch. This one has a short float here of about 10%. We don't have any other economic data on watch today coming through. I guess 10 a.m. we have the leading index change month over month. We'll cover that for you guys. But pretty light day, nothing at 9:45 a.m. and nothing massive. Back to you.
Say attention everybody, man. What's up to Tyler Verse and everybody? AMD has been my #1 stock all week. It's been the #1 stock on the show. It's not even close. AMD, should have looked at it today. That is a 1,000% fail on my part. I got obsessed. Look, I mean, I'm happy we're making money on NVIDIA, but not making this kind of money right there. Like the scratch we could have made right there, breaking that high instead of worrying about an NVIDIA pullback is silly. But that's okay. Like I said, man, AMD's been paying some bills for me all week and should have been paying again today. Nice move up there for Advanced Micro Devices. Just continues to work, man. We got that upgrade on Monday or Tuesday, and since then we just I can show you the lists on here. We had a 120 break, which was monstrous. We had a 127 trade, and then I believe sometime on Wednesday we had faded or played this as well. But there goes AMD. Yeah, there's a key level we're at right now, though, guys. 132 change right now for AMD. I've got a smile on this face for sure because right now, man, it is Coinbase, and we'll see if we can get this back to the upside. We just touched out at VWAP again, basically 305 fail. So I'm at 305 flat, so let's put something there again. Let's go to 304 like 70 again. Maybe we can get that. It just touched up to there and then faded again. So if we can get this one, man, it'll be $3. We're not going to celebrate. I'll tell you when we're back to flat. We need this. I just told you this can break through 306. Then we'll be basically flat on this. We did. You know, unfortunately, we left this trade a little too long. Like, we could have got out when it broke VWAP right there, which would have made more sense, 305 and change. But the way it was moving dollars and everything like that, we really wanted to be patient or try to be patient with Coinbase. Unfortunately, it does break our back. And I tell you guys, bang, let's go, man. I tell you all the time that I'm not going to sit here and lose a certain amount of my day on one trade. So unfortunately, when that happened, I had to get out because if it breaks through 300, which it does eventually do, then I'm going to get stopped out there. So save myself $2, reload the trade. That's sort of we wanted in the first place. Now let's wait to see how high we can fly with this behemoth Coinbase. It's been on a run, obviously, as of late. Let's see if we can get back to 310, okay? So my next offer right now is at 310, but that might be a little silly. Let's go to 308 and then go to 310. Right now it's $4 in the money off of, again, the dip buy at 300. Pretty simple stuff when you're thinking about it, but hard. You know, trading is easy until you're sitting in this spot, right?
Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah, exactly. And we get punched all the time, but at the end of the day, you know, we know that we're the ones doing the knocking out. So.
Which simply means the reason behind that is anything can happen in theory. You can have all the game plan in the world, but when you step in there and all of a sudden someone goes southpaw on you, you have to be able to adjust. New position alert for me is going to be Palantir, which just regained 140. I had on my note, I had over under 140 written. So that basically meant I was going to take every shot at the 140 level I could. The first one is a bottoming tail candle on Palantir on the 3-minute, and then it regained the 140. So I pretty much punched 140 on the way back through. I have the the closing end of the range here as an out on a 140 break. That's like 139.65. So if we get down underneath that, then I give up the ghost on PLTR. I just want to show you guys Circle for a second because, whoops, the RCL. There we go. It's finally starting to bottom out here. It pulls back in right into the prior high, and now you're starting to get at least a little bit of a reversion here on Circle. I want to have a stop first before I get into position on Circle. That's almost a guarantee. Do not want to be in position without a stop on this stock. The way I saw the bid falling on Circle was completely insane off of the open. It was the tape was just abnormal. That's the only way I can put it to you, meaning nobody wanted to be on the bid. So if you're going to have any kind of a long, then I want my stop in place before I get into it. If this bar can close holding 210, then I want to go long into that 210 level with a stop at the low of the day. And Robinhood retesting the lows as well. That breaks. I got half out the first time. Let's try to get the rest. There goes Robinhood. It just broke down. But I'm now looking for this Circle at 210 to hold. It looks like it wants to do so.
Yeah, it definitely looks like, you know, pretty tough trading here today. But we finally get our Tesla as well. Just drops right now. Andre, to answer your question, no. Tesla right now coming back in 324.50. There it is, man. We have this trade. It's finally starting to blast up to a little bit to the upside. Let's take something out here at 325 and change. Let's see. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. A little bit of a trade here for Tesla traders. If you guys are on it with me, man, there's 324 again. Another sticky note name. There's the buy. There's the sell. There's the sell. Let's go. We're doing it one more time. It's a chicken dinner winner. Let's see if we can get some more of these going on. That would be nice. We did average into our Palantir. I mean, I know you got slipped in and out of that one, but we're going to wait for Palantir here to see if we can get going a little bit more than where we are right now. Good quick out on Tesla, man. So we actually, you know, we just took out there 2/3 of our Tesla position quickly because I'm stuck long everything, man. I got 4 huge longs right now. And, you know, one will be a winner with NVIDIA, obviously. And then we'll have to wait to see. Palantir is still a winner. We just got a position pending here where we go from here on this one because we were able to take some profit. I'm talking about P&L-wise right now. Then Tesla, obviously, will be so far so good, but if we break through 324, then I think we can exit stage left potentially on that one as well. So yeah, so Tesla right now working, and the reason why we want to get out of this one if it does go back down in, there's 324 right there. We don't really have much coverage until 321 or 322. So I'm going to put a stop in right now. Again, we're already out of 2/3 of this trade, as we said, so this will not be a loser no matter what happens here. But we're going to go 323 break. Let's go 320. You know what? If it breaks it, it breaks it. Let's just go 99. Let's go 97s. Like, I'm not going to get too fancy on that. If it breaks, it breaks. We're going to get out of everything. Let's see what winds up happening here today. But yeah, it seems like it's been a little tough because the market's been going up and now fading out, and I'm caught long. So. It's
all mags. It's all the other Mag 7 names that are going strong right here. You almost have to see the buyers leave them a little bit and go somewhere else. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at PropXP. Level up your trading game with PropXP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TRADERTV. Link in the description. Be the trader, get funded, join PropXP today. PropXP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Back to you.
141 break. There it is on Palantir. See you later. 141 break. Let's go. Let's go 97s. Like, I'm not going to get too fancy on that. If it breaks it, it breaks it. Let's go 324. Again, 324 right there. 2/3 of this trade. It's finally starting to bottom out here. We just took out there 2/3 of our Tesla position quickly because we were able to take some profit. I'm talking about P&L-wise right now. So we have this trade. We just took out there 2/3 of our Tesla position quickly because we were able to take some profit. All right.
I was just going to quickly point out that you're getting you got your first red candle of the day on Apple, which was an absolute, it is a rocket ship relative to itself. 1.7% is a lot for Apple, especially this early on. VWAP sits at 199, and it's already broken underneath 200. The way that it's going for like most of the names that I'm looking at, you saw these dip buys. If Apple were to lose VWAP and we don't actually catch some bids here, this could bode not that well for this early rally. So just to go back over to Circle, it still did not close green above 200, made another fresh low. It's still right within the pocket of where I wanted to see it catch a bid, and as long as it can close green, I'm looking for that long in here, but I didn't want to catch it on the way to the downside, not the way everything has been going in. So now all of a sudden your low is 206. If it can still close above 210, I think you can give Circle that much room because it's already moved $30-something here today, and it moved $1 bajillion on Wednesday. So this one looks like it's trying to catch a bid. Finally, looks like we're going to close above that 210 to be able to engage. NVIDIA is doing absolutely fine. AMD is doing fine. Most of your Mag 7 are doing fine as well. But the NASDAQ's starting to come back into the volume-weighted average price here.
All right, man. Like, I think we've traded like 7 or 8 names on here, and I don't know what the winning percentage is because for me, man, I'm basically flat on Tesla right now. You know, that broke 324, so we got out. We're up on Tesla, but you know, nothing like I was hoping to be if we actually caught that bottom. Okay, our biggest reload and our biggest position by far right now is Palantir. So let's wait to see what winds up happening right now. We've got 70s here. If this can, let's take a little bit more out because we just caught a bottom. And what we're doing right now is just trying to remember, like, I do make many trades, obviously, throughout the day, right? And so the fact that we can maybe even get some out here, it doesn't have to be necessarily a completely profitable trade. It just has to be a little bit of a work back from where we had come from, right? Because like Palantir already missed the short. We had that huge trade early up to 142, and then it just boom with the market back down in. So there's 139.50s. Like good out again right there for us. And then we bought some more Coinbase down there once it broke through 300. We're still waiting for that 298 break, and that almost came through. The fact that it didn't, I marketed myself in on a 300 break, but we actually did pretty good because it bounced around. We got $300.02. So that out right there on the way back up is 301.50. So that's why we have the sort of the prices that we have right now on this name is because we were able to get, you know, a good price on that punch through. So there we go. I just take some more there at 40s, 301.40. So now we'll wait to see if it's going upside. Oh boy, Neil, here we go, man. Just as I said, it wasn't a great day for us. There goes Palantir right now. Here it comes to save the day. Palantir, we're back green. We're green on, what am I talking about bad day? We're 3 for 4 over here. The problem is that we need Coinbase to go and we need Palantir to continue its upside push. But there it is right now. Brendan's the GOAT, but we've got the face slappers on right now again. There it is, Neil. We're about to go green on the day. And I was just talking about how rough of a day it kind of was. There goes Palantir. Let's go, Palantir. All right, man. We put on a monster position right there and give you another one. Let's see if this can go higher now. NVIDIA, dollar. These are all posted levels, by the way. NVIDIA, dollar. Coinbase posted at $3. Let's see if that works. There goes Coinbase up in there, $3 now on our last reload. So, boom, there it goes, man. Neil and everybody else, it doesn't matter if you're green or not, but as long as your trades are in, you know, the pocket for yourself, because you can trade thousands of shares, millions of shares, whatever, but have your plan of action, just like you were talking about there on Circle, right? Like make sure that, you know, it hits the key levels and things are happening so that you don't, like this Coinbase, if we don't see that 398 area there, you know, we're stopped out. So sometimes these trades can just become like just so lucky on some of these levels. But we're trading the big names, Coinbase, NVIDIA, Palantir, and Tesla. I mean, we didn't look.
NVIDIA is at VWAP, by the way.
Yeah, NVIDIA. That's my lightest position. Go ahead, yeah.
Just one quick update. I didn't get, I'll show you guys Circle in a second. It didn't give this clean a look like, I almost said Palantir, like Tesla did, where you get a bottoming tail candle right into the prior low, and then it just regains that bottom really quickly all the way up through. So mean reversion play did set up well on Tesla, but it did not on Circle because it's chasing that trend. At my entry point, it basically gapped up like $3. So punching, if you cross another, you know, you're gonna end up getting a ridiculous price. I didn't want to punch long 215 with a 206 stop. That was just a little bit too far when I was looking for 210s. So Circle, it did do the mean reversion, but not remotely what I saw on Tesla. NVIDIA is pulling right back into the volume weighted average price. If we can hold, I'm sitting bid 145 right now on NVIDIA, but it looks like it might hold on to that volume weighted average price. I'm eyeballing that futures as well. If we can hold this, I think you reload on NVIDIA, but Tesla, the new one, is, you know, sometimes like Circle wasn't anticipating the way the tape looked here today, so no entries for me. Probably for the best. I'd like to see Tesla get up to 327. That's where the shelf kind of fell apart right at the open. There's your bottom 2 times, couple of green candles, basing out there at the 327. That's where I'd like to revert back into on TSL. I know there's a lot of names that we haven't gotten to, but like it's witching day, so there's a lot of extra volume and volatility at the open that you got to pay attention, and you can't really just be jumping all over the place. No names that weren't on the plan of action. So one of those that was, I want to come back to, because Robinhood, I did get bottom-tailed again on Robinhood. It hasn't broken its trend down. You're still getting lower highs. So I'm not inclined to be all over this one unless it's right off the bottom with a really clean entry, or we can close breaking this trend that has been heading down on what has been mostly sell action for the strong payment names, like the strong crypto type names. You know, they've been pretty weak this morning. If they can catch a bid, we know what they can do. We just got to maybe wait this one out while the sellers take some profits.
Yeah, I mean, we were, thanks for you guys mentioning Tesla. I mean, I see Neil has it, but this is like, that's the level that we written down, 324. I just got, looking at Palantir and some of those other names and Coinbase and all that, but we already were in and out of Tesla there. And I know, man, I mean, we used to trade different names. Neil and I now, we're looking at sort of the same names because they're in play, right? And so you guys can just, ask us if there's anything else you want to look at. But I've got on enough here that I'm my sort of basket is full. Okay, here comes Coinbase. Right now, there we go. We'll take something out. We got to take something out in the 30s right now on coin. So let's see if this can get going back to the upside right now. Coinbase. Let's see how much that one wants to cook. Right now, we have to take that, man. It just comes to VWAP. So I had to take we just got a 304.32 fill right there. I'm gonna take out another piece right here too at 60s. All right, there it is. Take out another piece right now as we continue to move one way or the other here. Thank you, Rob, for that. I actually missed that note in the chat. I actually got to get into that chat, actually. Thank you so much for that, as Randy's taking his day off. I will be gone here. I had to come in this morning just so we didn't give Obi all day. Sharif is gone. I'm gone here this afternoon. So this is what's going on for me. So another hour of me, and then you don't have to put up with me anymore. And then you'll have Obi and Neil giving you the good stuff into the close. All right, so Coinbase 305 and change, just trying to break there. So, all right, AMD. AMD's bought a lot of people some new houses, and it's like I said, helping to pay for mine. But right now, not today, as I'm not in AMD, but it is a huge move right now, up to 132 and change. Goes AMD, the name that I had most recently bought. Oh, when we were talking about Katina Capital, we forgot about Marvell here, long at $64, $64.80, I think it was. But there goes Marvell again. Huge move early, now fading back out Marvell. Big Bear AI also going to the downside as well. There it comes back in 75.
SoFi also did. I mean,
SoFi, yeah.
It shouldn't be a surprise because all of the other fintech names dipped as well, but.
Yeah, SoFi, that was a good one. We're looking to get some out if that ever gets into 17 again. Tesla coming back in just one bit. Oh, we did just take a little bit more. Remember, here comes Palantir. So that's funny because look what prints, right? That 3, we're gonna get stopped out right here on an 09 break. But there it is anyways. I might get some out there because we didn't get stopped out right there. All right, so what I was going to say is, that came right into the 200 period moving average. So we were really emptying it out there at 140. Did not really expect the NASDAQ. We're going to get stopped out at 139 break, but did not taking consideration like sort of this movement down, right? And so there it goes. So we now stopped out on that. So there that flies down into the downside right there again. So we've got the winner with NVIDIA, winner with Tesla, loser on Coinbase, and right now loser on Palantir as that's making more moves to the downside. So we're gonna go 2 for 4, but be red on the day and wait to see what winds up happening with Palantir now, with Coinbase and that 300 level. Hopefully it can wind up holding a little bit there. But all right, so that's Palantir, man. We had it. It was a great trade, and then we wound up losing it. So we will go red on PLTR, but we should have got them all out up there. It was a monster trade, actually, at one point, and we just kind of left half of it on, thinking we could get back to the upside, but that was a fail there. So Palantir downside right now, down 0.8, into a market that's green. So that's strange.
You know what though? It's starting to feel like we might not hold green on the markets. Like it's such a strong press. Okay, we got some numbers coming, so let's go to Adara first. But this is a strong press back into the downside, into the number.
Not a huge number here. We're going to get the leading index change month over month coming through here, negative 0.1%. That is in line with estimates of negative 0.1%, and it's also less significant than the negative 1% move last month. We'll take a look at the market here to see how it's reacting to this. Here is the market getting a little bit of a bounce, but generally giving up pretty much all of this move here off the open as traders continue to digest the possibility of escalating tensions between Iran and Israel. We know this conflict is still on watch. Here is TSLA, one of these Mag 7 stocks on watch. This one actually pushed into highs of weeks here above 330, giving it back. They have that not stable, that's stable coins are going to be Circle and Coinbase. Tesla is that robo-taxi launch potentially here for June 22nd, but we have some Texas lawmakers trying to see if they can push it back to September 1st due to some changes in laws for the space. Then we have AAPL on watch, a hardware executive for the company saying that the company is planning to use AI to speed up their custom chip design. Keep an eye on some earnings plays as well, like DRI, KMX, and ACN. Back to you.
So speaking about Tesla, it just did another reload. It did another bit of test underneath 24, like 324. Another bottoming tail candle. We'll see if it can hold. If it can hold that prior low again, we'll try to play that same move back into 327 that we had before. But we'll take our fourth swing at Tesla. This one loses, we'll probably be just slightly red on it. NVIDIA's holding up, but remember I was saying that candle. This is what I was trying to get to. Oh goodness. I got a bad wick on the Qs, so I'll just we'll look at the NASDAQ here. We're losing the volume weighted average price on the NASDAQ. So whether you're looking at the Qs or you're looking at the futures, like this pullback seems like it wants the overnight highs.
Let's go.
And that's where you almost want to regroup to if we continue to head a little bit lower. I'll get rid of that wick at some point so we can look at the Qs a little bit better. It's not looking overly strong unless you're looking at some of the chip names, but we are getting it's a huge rally now. Like Circle is now at 226. Like that really flew. That's going to be the biggest miss for me. It's not even close. In one mean reversion, you swing and you miss on that one. It's already back at $230. So maybe this is the thing that gets everything going again. But I'm not going to. Tesla could go to 327, but Circle was like $15 on Circle if you could catch it.
Oh, man, I love my guy Joe over there. Yeah, man, we're cheering on Coinbase. So there it goes. We're $6 in the money now, and we're going to be green on Coinbase. We just need to get out, and I'm not getting out. So let's wait to see what happens now with Coinbase. Unfortunately, it was that happened. Like when we came in from 303 and broke 310, I was kind of like, what? And then we didn't average, it didn't even go up through there. We didn't average back in until there, the 50 period moving average. And then unfortunately, we should have got out at VWAP. We didn't. We got out at the 200 period, which wound up breaking our back at 302 right there. But then, it came into 300, into 300 again, bang there, bang there. Look, we could still be red on Coinbase. It's just waiting for this to go back to the upside. And my next offer is at 307.75. I just thought like into here could be an area that we'd like to get something out. I don't know. That high right there is 308.50. So it just came up to 307. You know what? I mean, whatever, man. There's not that much difference here. I'm going to Let's take 306.75 and then cancel our 307.75. It did just bounce off of that, so let's be careful with it. We didn't average in. We got more of Tesla there at our 324 post. We got some out at 325, but now the drip is for real. The reason why we're able to be successful here on Tesla the first time is because we got 2/3 out when it went up. This time we did not. We only got out of 10%, not 65%. So not going to be a good trade there as we're waiting for 322 to eventually break. It gets it. Well, you're out of, so you've already gotten that. But we're going to wait now to see what happens with Tesla breaking through 322. But oh boy, there it goes, man. We finally get that on Coinbase. There's the move right there. So the Diamond Hand Man is hopefully going to work out for us. Oh, another trade alert coming very, very
145
soon.
back in.
145, you're back in. Okay, good.
No, I'm still in it, but it's coming back into 145 also.
Okay, nice. Yeah, and again, that's NVIDIA. We have that up right there. All right, so I'm going to take this 139.50 break. It almost just happened right there on Palantir. I just want to make sure. Yeah, so if that does break 139.50, I'm going to go back in on this. I just wanted to see this level, see if it holds or breaks it. And then we're going to get out at 139. Like, I'm just going to use this for 50 cents. So hopefully we can break this a little bit higher on Palantir. We did get stopped out right there, but again, like, I want to be in this name. The market's at VWAP. I'm even thinking right now about buying the market, but I'm going to try to buy some PLTR, because if the market goes and Palantir's part of it, let's wait to see what winds up happening. So there we go, man. It's a brand new position for your boy. It's Palantir, $8 on Coinbase, and we're going to see what Palantir can do right now for a little bit of a high side play.
Yeah, that's exactly what you got to try to be able to do. We're about to hold the volume weighted average price. Right. Told you I wasn't holding to the low of the day. Prior bar close is where we got out of Tesla. It's already breaking down. The next stop, if we don't hold here, then 320 was supposed to be the next stop. So it either holds this low, gives another mean reversion play to play it back into VWAP.
It's just silly.
Or we wait for that $320 level. Circle is now, just for everyone that's looking at it, I know Rocket Lab's moving as well. Circle just tagged 229 and is starting to pull back. The other way to try to go about this was to look to see if we can get some consolidation longs to join the trend as well. So VWAP sits at $220. As it pulls back in, that's the first place I'm going to look, would be the volume weighted average price in that 220, see if Circle can catch a bid there. Tesla just made another fresh low, so that means we're not going back in at the same price because it's making another low. Guess we're waiting for that $320 level after all. What an unbelievable reversal that was. It was breaking 330, got to 332. Next thing you know, you're long in down around that 324, 325 area. And develop. I know we're not looking at a lot of those bigger mega cap names. Good call out. Not sure what's going on with Amazon right now, but it is falling rather heavily, and it is all red candles and rather large ones here on Amazon as it just broke 211. Not really sure why it's so relatively weak here, but it doesn't seem like there's any news. I just heard Adara yell that one out.
I'm buying more Amazon on any dip. So, okay, here we go, man. Here comes Palantir, man. Big trade alert again for everybody, man. We'll hit the big trade alert sign right there because we were, I told you, man, for 50 cents worth of risk, that means big shares. So we have that. Now let's just start to get it out at this level right here. Put Palantir back into our pocket right now. So again, I told you we had 50 cents worth of risk on this. So whenever that happens, we're going to put on some risk right now. We're out of half already of this trade, and it's not like went to 80s, it went to 90s. Our best fill out there, we were just waiting. Our bet, like the most significant fill, we have 89, but the most significant one was at 79s. So if it does drip down, remember, this trade could easily, the market's just kind of like, little bit back and forward here. So I'm not going to be holding on to Palantir for very much longer on that trade if it breaks through 139. Yeah, there's the 323 break there, as we mentioned, for the low of the day on Tesla. So we'll get some out there. We're red on it, but pretty small. Like, we're red on it like nothing. Like, it's basically nothing, on the red. So I don't know. Like I said, man, someone else is nothing. Like, that's not the idea. The idea is that it was not a great trade there on Tesla, and I just didn't put that much risk into it. Like, just for an example, I put 10 times the risk on this Palantir trade. So, you know, and I know you guys want to talk like that. We actually talked about that with some of the traders from campus. They like to know, like, you know, which trades, where we grade them on which levels, and, you know, like, do we have this many shares versus that? Like, how many shares? Because we don't talk about share size, but we can tell you, like, you know, like I just said, I'm 10 times in this Palantir that I was in Tesla. You know, for example, and I think that can kind of help you guys try to figure out, you know, the mentality of a trader like myself anyways, and on those kind of plays and what we're looking for and the confidence that we have in certain plays and then the strategies that are aligned with them, right? So, all right, so Palantir 139.50, we sort of talked about this. There was the fake and break. I mean, I am going to try to get a little bit longer here in the teens and then see if we hold 139, but honestly, man, I don't know if that's what's going to be winding up happening here or not. So, all right, I see you finally got into Circle, so let's go see what's going on with that.
Yeah, it finally broke. Look, it didn't get to the volume-weighted average price. It did break out. Oops. I meant to put a trailing stop in there on Circle. Back through the 230, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Oh, it's at the more. You know what? It's already at the high.
Nice, nice.
You cannot enter an order on this stupid. So what's
It's so violent?
No, we were talking about this with the campus guys. So let me just explain the trade because it all happened a little bit fast. So there's your top until I wanted it at the volume weighted average price. The only other play available was a quick breakout into the opening range top. Not making this up, but Sean was talking. It broke this, went right to the opening range high, and was instantly back at my price. So I moved. By that point, I'd already moved my stop under 227, basically just underneath, like $1 underneath. So we're risking about $1 plus slippage. And then we're right back at the high. I threw an offer and you saw it run away $1 from the offer, and then it just comes right back in. So it's a simple breakout play into the prior high because we couldn't get the dip buy. I keep saying we, you know I mean me. I couldn't get the dip buy into the volume weighted average price. And chasing when the market's breaking down, I just wanted to take our shot, get in and out, but I don't want to be chasing moves upside. If this reverses, I think you could drop $10 like that. And I've seen the bid drop out of this very, very quickly. So I want to be scalp trading only on Circle until things calm down a bit here. But on to the next. Tesla's going to get 320.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like almost certainly. So that was the next level I'm looking for. There were good bottoming tail candles there on Wednesday, just a couple of days ago. One of them was after the Fed, and it was a very clean move. That's what I need to see. I don't want to be in on the red candle. I want to be in on the bottoming tail candle like this, even if it means you see the bottoming tail and you don't get in until after the bounce, because this is falling like an absolute rock. So yeah, we'll see if we can get back into Circle again, but I think you do need this when it calms down. Whoa. Okay, there's another spike down in Tesla. Circle will calm down a little bit. You'll still move a lot. It's just the tape is a little bit nuts. All right, so right down into the 320 level, here comes Tesla. Let's see if we can put in a bottoming tail and we can get something resembling our entry back through 324
It's probably
earlier.
a break.
It could break 320. I'm not taking a break short on
This market is.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a break. This NASDAQ is losing it in here, though. We're down under 22,000. We're down under VWAP, so we're starting to lose the bid a bit. It's got to be this bottoming tail. It cannot just be sitting on the bid. It looks like we got a good out in Circle. Like, if we didn't take that out in front of 232, it's already back at 227. Like, you get, like, as quickly as you get $2-3, it's down 7 on Circle. It's crazy. Adara?
Yeah, there's some context here as well. This kind of was announced earlier, but I'm seeing it circulate again on social media now. Apparently, Coinbase has now also obtained regulatory licensing here to offer crypto services across Europe. So again, this is not necessarily a new announcement, but circulating right now on X. I thought I'd let you guys know. Coinbase obtaining regulatory licensing apparently to offer crypto services across Europe. Lots of Coinbase from the catalysts. Keep an eye on Coinbase and CRCL, of course. And back to you.
Yeah, Coinbase and Circle. Yeah, okay, so we're going to watch all of those trades for sure. Thanks, Adara, for bringing up some of those notes to us. Of course, as we continue to watch the market. All right, well, I don't know, I don't know what that means for Coinbase here or anything like that.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure.
we're already long Coinbase, so let's wait to see. It's not really moving any different on that news. So, you know, if there happens to be something there, then there's something there. All right, we are in our first position right now with the futures. So let's just give give that a little bit of a try now to see if there's something to do here with that. So that's the, well, I choose the TQQs. We talk about that all the time. So here we go. See if we can get something out there. It rips into the 90s, 95s. We're going to take something out there. We try to buy a little bit of that dip. It comes back up into the 200 period. We're long right now at 85s on this. So it's just trying to go back, bouncing right here. It comes back into the 50 period moving average right there. So we're going to take a little bit of that and then use some of these bottom wicks as our outs. So, you know, we came back into basically the low of the day where we were in the pre-market right there. So that's always, to me, at least going to try it. You know, the market does bounce sometimes, and it looks like it's trying to do it right now. We lost on our Palantir trade. That breaks through 38. Looks like we have the very bottom of the day on Palantir, so yay for me on that one. We'll wait to see if that can come back up through some of those levels, and maybe we'll try another long there on PLTR, but that's too bad because it did wick down there into 138.50, which was a level that I liked, and we weren't able to do too much damage down there because we punched out. So right now we'll wait to see if the futures can get back going. Palantir is a level 320 there on Tesla. Good call out for those of you guys in the chat. Thank you so much, Sebastian. And then everybody else that's in there. We're just gonna be watching out for our Coinbase Marvell right now. I wanted to look at AMD too, right? I mean, AMD's been up. Okay, Marvell's not doing anything. AMD was having an issue at 132. Yeah, okay, well, it still is, obviously, as we fall back in right there, 132.50, sorry. Looks like the high. That Firefly had an interesting story today. They were up pretty good there in the pre-market, up to $4, and now Firefly coming back in. I'm not really hearing anything about Iran or anything like that.
Yeah,
in my
we've got
ear
no
right
headlines,
now,
which is
that's,
maybe good. I don't know.
That's pretty good. We can check out, let's just check out the oil market real quick here. We'll go to the August contract maybe, doing 164,000, August contract flat. Let me just see what the other contract is saying, if the July is probably the better fill. Right there, 164 versus, no, that was right. It was the right one there by looking at August. So yeah, oil relatively flat there today. Let's go to Adara.
You guys were asking about Amazon earlier. I still could not find any catalyst on this stock to explain the move, but I do have some positive catalysts. This one announcing alongside SK Group, that's of course part of SK Hynix, announcing they're going to be investing roughly $5 billion to build South Korea's largest data center. Also, I just saw this pop up on my feed, which is why I brought this up now. Oppenheimer actually raising its price target for Amazon from 215 to 250, 250, with an outperform rating maintained. Nothing to explain this drop, though. Back to you.
Yeah, down. Look, you know what? Sometimes you might get somewhat irrational or just weird price action on witching. It does happen. So I'm not going to say that's what's going on in Amazon, but it wouldn't surprise me if, you know, it's whatever. It's Friday. It's options expiration. Somebody might have just had to unwind something and got tripped up a little bit, and it got a little bit out of hand. Who knows? Or they entered their sell program a little too aggressively, or whatever. Tesla is bouncing off that 320. It gave you it wasn't a super clean, like break the bottom kind of move, but it was more of a hold the bottom and then go back through. So I ended up not with a fantastic price because I was trying to get filled at and under 321 and ended up, like, actually took some above 321 at 35. I didn't even get my fill down here altogether. But I do want to play this back into the prior low. Like, you're stair-stepping it to the downside. This is not even broken the trend, like this downtrend that we're sitting in. Like, here you'd be breaking the trend line if we can close above, and that'd be the first time that we'd be doing so. This market is losing the bid, and love to trade 2009. It's not an auto reload on NVIDIA. Like, it's trending down into that bottom. It needs, like everything else, I would like to see it, what is that wick? I'd like to see it break the downward trend before I want to either bottoming tail candle where you get a big wick and then we can play off of the low, or you get a break of the trend line there. Tesla, we got a similar thing going on. You got to go back over to show you guys Circle, which doesn't really seem to want to do much of anything but consolidate. It's holding 225, held bid at 225 on Circle. I tried the breakout 28 into 32. You can see it's still holding underneath that 32. If we lose 225, I think you get your VWAP test. But if you're actively trading it up here, despite the market going down, really your play is off that 225 level. Circle up 15% and with a decent chance to break it back out. If this can make another all-time high today, The shorts are they're doubly screwed. If it's sold off like this at the open and it breaks out the highs, shorts are in a world of hurt because somebody was in control, and now the tables have turned.
Yeah, okay, good trade. Okay, whoa. The futures almost fell up there a little bit, spit up all over themselves, and we came back into those lows, and we're just trying to buy off those lows. So that was actually an absolutely, fantastic reload over there on the futures, but. Yeah, could be temporary. Nice move higher for sure right now on the NQs. So there it is, nice bounce. Taking advantage of that, right? I mean, when the market's been fading like this, the best thing, there we go, get some more out right now. Good position on. We're making back like about 25% of our day just on this trade alone, but we're still going to be red here so far today. Nice move up there on the TQs. Good fill there. Breaking through. I wanted to... Reason why I say that is, we need to get a couple more fills over here above the 200 period moving average. Now we'll look to see if we can get something in and around there. That's 15s on the NASDAQ. And then, again, using the TQQ here as a vehicle to trade this. So get a little bit more out. All right, so we just missed basically 307. I was at 307 flat. And I'm still going to sit there, but, it should probably be on a different gateway, or not even a different gateway, but maybe 306.80s just to get that fill, just in case. Intel apparently makes that move down. I mean, no surprise there. Like I said, man, I really hate this stock. What a waste of money being sitting in this stock for a couple months, and that's only a couple months, man. But we'll have to get it out if it does come back up, $22, $23 for Intel, not horrible. SoFi today was trying to break out, right, and stopped. So SoFi right there, I mean, I keep on saying, I mean, I think it's going to 17.50. We talked about that earlier. So I'm going to be putting some offers up there once it gets there. I'm not offering anything right now, but these would be some great outs for me on SoFi, and then probably finish that position, get out of it, and then retake the long, maybe if we break through 18.50. But if SoFi can get back up into 16.50 or so, I like that as a possibility for a trade for me there on SoFi, if that ever wind up happening. Yeah, so we're back into Palantir. We've got the futures, we've got Coinbase, and we've got NVIDIA. So right now, all the trades that sort of we talked about wanting to be in, we're in right now. It's too bad about Coinbase. It's too bad that we're flat on the stock today. It's just we had that first take right there at 310 that we had written down, told you we're taking it. It just didn't. Never a good take. I should have canceled it. Never a good take when it goes $8 straight up, and then this happens. We talk about the break and then fake. Well, this one wasn't really a fake, man. It broke and then faked me out for the long, and then stopped me out down there before we finally found some 300 love, and then a break back through 300. This was a market order that I pushed in to buy this break through. So this has really been, the difference maker for me on this particular trade today with Coinbase, was the retake of 3 bills. Just should have waited for that earlier. All right, let's go back over, figure out what Adair's up to.
What we're up to is the small cap recap, and the IWM looking distinctly different here than what the rest of the market's doing. We saw the rest of the market in a lot of these stocks pushing up at the open, then dropping. IWM made its pre-market high here during this 8:45 candle, but it actually dropped off the open, and it was dropping a little bit earlier than the rest of the market. So pretty interesting. Trying to base out right now these last two 15-minute candles, including the one we're currently in, having a little bit of a base here around $210.30. Let's see if we can hold on to that. Our low of day is just above 210. GNS here, this is a frequent flyer in the small cap department, increasing its Bitcoin treasury by 52% to 100 Bitcoin, announced earlier this week. Not a ton of Bitcoin, but we know crypto's on watch here. GNS also, in addition to being a bit of a retail favorite from time to time, they've about a 3% short float. Here's BASE Couchbase, set to be acquired here by Haveli Investments for $24.50 per share in cash. Nice move for this one, currently trading around $24.70. Then we have SRM, this one earlier this week announcing they've entered into a securities purchase agreement with a private investor for a $100 million equity investment. They're going to use that to initiate a Tron token treasury strategy. Keep an eye on SRM Entertainment. Nice look for this one. Again, this is not the first day it's running. So a couple, repeat offenders here on the small cap list, for lack of a better term. Back to you.
Speaking about repeat offenders, now 1 for 3 on NVIDIA, and now that'll turn me red on NVIDIA. Had gotten back to green when it pushed back in, but we're losing a bit at 145 on NVIDIA. The irony being, like, the stock that I'm upset most about is the only one I'm up on. I'm not happy with myself on Circle, but somehow, yeah, whatever. This thing is trying to hold while the market breaks down. It's a testament to the strength in Circle at the moment that it's able to hold up here as the market's pulling back in. At some point, if we get really, really nasty to the downside, I could see this losing that bid. And I don't know how much I'd like VWAP if we're making fresh lows. Even Tesla just now. Tesla, which was holding so well at that 320 level, it got up, gave you $1.20, and then right back into the low. So every dip buy, I've taken my shots on Tesla. Each time, scalp some out, reload, lose, scalp some out, reload, lose. This time, I decided to skip the whole reload, lose part and just get out what we still had in there. But I want to give a big shout out to Trade the Pool. Why? Because we got a behind the scenes look at said Trade the Pool. The dashboard here tracks your progress in real time. Stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out on the chart. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in total payments. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Then visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen.
All right, thanks, Neil, for that one. Yeah, so by the way, bang, 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 bang. It sucks again. Neil was doing that read, but we went short, man. We just flipped it up. The minute those TQs lost that bid and we had tried it over and over again, there's a big monster trade right there for the futures to the downside. As we broke that level, we finally break the pre-market and we just went, we took some profit, got stopped out right there, so on the pre-market lows, and then it's not, the pre-market lows are right here, but just right into there from 7, that's 7 o'clock, but right into there from 8 o'clock, basically. These lows, once those have broken, we got out, we stopped ourselves out, and then flipped over into the short. Panicked a little bit, got some more out of Coinbase as soon as I saw that break. So right there, that was a good out for us, obviously, at 306. We were waiting for 307. That didn't come in, so I just said, forget about it, and punched out there at 306. We can still try Coinbase if it does come back down in here, but it's going to have to get to again, somewhere down here, like 300 basically flat again. If we can get into that level, then we'll try a long for Coinbase. I'm only a half hour more of trading, and then I'm out of here. There it goes, man. TQQ, nice move to the downside right now. So, oh boy, let's cover something here for a big one, as we just broke through 73, and now we're breaking even lower right now on the futures. So there goes the NASDAQ to the downside again. No real big numbers or anything today. It's just you're starting to lose it, right? You lost a bit on NVIDIA. You lost a bit on Palantir. You lost a bit on
Apple,
Tesla. Everything's starting to go to the downside right now. So what a rough day it's been on the desk today, but at least we're covering the names. We're going through some things for you. There it is, straight downside today. The only downside play that I had was Google at 175. And of course, that came in and I didn't do anything about it. So right there, the only short that we have is 175 on Google, and I don't take it. But that's okay. We do have the futures right now. We should have had, that's good enough as 174.50, man. If it should have gone over there, but I was only thinking long. So that's part of it, right? We say that you got to sort of think about what trades you want and then execute against that. And we did not do that against Google because I was looking long, not short. So that's okay. And then the other play, I saw you guys talking about Oscar there in the chat.
it was breaking the hot.
Yeah, I like Oscar today. It does come back into $20 there. That would have been a good dip buy opportunity. But OSCR up 17%. This new form healthcare product should be an interesting one moving forward. It's not like a Clover or anything like that. I got out of Clover. Yeah, I can't remember the price. I feel like Clover I got out somewhere around here because it did have a huge move up, and I missed that. It was close to a penny stock at one point, and then it made its way back up. So I think that's why 330 or something is ringing a bell or something for Clover for me. I think it must have been into here where that makes sense, where we had this huge move up and then we got some out 330, 320. And then and then when it was doing this, I was like, oh man. And now you're right back in on Clover. So this could be another one of those names as well. But yeah, right now market moving around, not a hugely successful day, obviously. Palantir is the one that owes me lunch. You know, we tried, and then eventually just broke lower, and we weren't sitting at 137. I don't know. I still want to go short the futures. I'm going to be short here until we break the TQs back above like 74. Go back above this area where we couldn't get going. If it guns back to that, fine. But for right now on the TQQs, I'm going to try to short this all the way up into 74 again. So buckle up if you're with me on this one.
Yeah, the only thing I was actually looking short on was the one short we had on Wednesday, a couple of days ago, was that PayPal. And, like I said, it only went upside. It finally, when the market broke down, it broke this bull flag. So I just entered into the short on the bull flag. This is a 15-minute chart. All the closes are 70 on the 15. So I feel like if it runs that 70 level again, or a little bit above that, I can just jump out of it. So PayPal, I mean, you guys can see the wick. This was 1 o'clock. You can pull up Coinbase's chart and circle when they went out. When Coinbase went ham, these guys went to the downside. So it's the only new entry for me. Tesla is, look, if this ends up being a low, I won't have made the bottom wick on Tesla, but it's still on a 15-minute, which is the time frame I want to look at now a little bit more heavily. On the 15-minute, if we're able to close above 320 here, that would still be a pretty decent hold of the level, even if, when you're actively day trading, like that's an easy out on that long. But on the 15-minute, I'd like to see it try to close this, which is going to be in like a couple of seconds here, above that 320, and then maybe take one more shot at Tesla. Let's go to Adara. It's time for our crypto segment. I don't even know what Bitcoin is doing.
In crypto right now, a lot of people are thinking stable coins, so we are going to talk a bit about Bitcoin here, Neil. And unfortunately, BTC not looking the best on the daily chart still. We did have this decisive lower high from the 112 new all-time high to that 110 high, I guess a couple weeks ago now, that June 8th to June 10th period. Then we got a decisively lower high here coming in this Monday now, crazy how time flies, June 16th. Today, we tried to get up into that 107 area. We couldn't even crack 106.5 decisively based on, this trading view data. And right now, we're poised for a topping tail candle despite a nice base here heading into the week, heading into this pop. So let's see if this breakout is sustained. Right now, does not look too promising for BTC. BTC, like I said, though, still up on the day. Ethereum basically flat here, holding on to 2,500. BNB up about 0.75%. Solana up less than 1%. Dogecoin and Cardano down less than 1%. So these names are not necessarily trading in the same direction, but they're all really tightly trading today. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Shout out to Chris L. Appreciate the super chat there, Chris. Support my Mickey D longs. Get some nuggets for lunch, fam. Well, I don't know. You know what? Well, it's only 10:30. We don't do the what's for lunch. There's a decent chance it's chicken, but there's a 0% chance that it's going to be chicken nuggets because that's not really how we roll around here. But thank you, and appreciate you. McDonald's has generally been a good company, but it's not looking like they're loving the bid currently. It's about to take out a pretty big level. Like the April lows are sitting right at 288. It's at 288 literally right now. So this is a huge monster level that's threatening to be taken out. I would venture to say 280 is a bigger level. You know what? I haven't looked at McDonald's in a while. This feels like you're starting to get into a zone where it's worth taking a shot. Let me pull up a much higher time frame chart, because I think you got to look at a monthly when it comes to McDonald's, and you'll feel a heck of a lot better about buying the dips. Here's what I look at for quality companies and buying dips. On a monthly chart, look at the 50 period on the monthly. So that 280 level is great, but you've got 270 to 272 down here. If I was a buyer of McDonald's, that's where I'd be picking it up. I don't think I've ever owned this stock, which is weird because I have owned, whatever, we like Tim Hortons here, so I've been in restaurant brands before. But I like this 50 period. It looks really good here on the monthly chart for McDonald's. I think you've got another leg to maybe step down into that. And of course, it being a monthly chart, you still have like a week and a half to go to the end of said month.
Yeah, good look there on McDonald's. Yeah, I was.
It
in
might
that,
be
so I actually just.
Oh, you've owned it before?
Oh yeah, Yeah, I've been owning that stock
from the beginning.
Yeah, like 30, 25 years, pretty much, more than that. I've been self-investing since I was like 17 or 18. It's been quite a wild ride. So like I'm long Microsoft, like it was like $30 or $40 when I was starting to look at that, and same with Apple and Nvidia and all these stocks. So it's been a good run on those names for sure. But I was just playing with, like as I was growing up, I had smaller capital to play with, of course, right? So some of those lower prices, just wish we had some. If it was like a trust fund baby or something, I'd be freaking.
Oh my goodness!
On some sort of a yacht right now. Because I've just been investing since day one. Okay, but all right, so let's just talk about another position here. I'm going to try the futures. We've been going downside today. We do have some imbalances coming here at the end of the day. I have to be out of all of my positions basically by 11. I'm going to be getting out of here. I'm going to have probably go swimming, come back, have some lunch, and then we got to go to Cirque du Soleil. I think it's 3:30 or something like that. So no, there's no point in having a yacht living around here.
Just one piece of advice. At the end, like when everyone starts filing out, if you kind of stick around and go down to stage level, like some of the performers came back out there. I wish.
Okay.
I was going to the bathroom. By the time I came back, we were leaving, but it looks like you could have been snapping some pictures. I don't know if they always do it, but we missed an opportunity to do that. So anyways,
we'll try that. Yeah, good tip on that one. Yeah, my son doesn't really want to go too much, but he's liking the fact that he's getting pulled out of school for it, so that's fine. My daughter's doing stand-up comedy right now this morning.
Get it, Baron.
But again, I couldn't go. I had to sacrifice for Sharif. Right there. I hope Sharif has a good time there in Calgary. But hey, man, we've taken one for the team every single day here. And I want to shout out everybody that's watching us every single day. Shout out to Brandon. He's in, not feeling a whole 100%. I know you took a couple of days off. And I'm like, I have a lot of days off coming up. So, if you don't see me here, just baseball, there's hockey, there's a bunch of stuff there as well. So shout out to Sharif going over there to Calgary, I think, to visit some family. So big move there. I think my wife sent me some videos already. Nice. So I hope that's what those are. But yeah, so that's fun. Really good. So far, so good on that one. Yeah, so I'm going to watch some of those later. But okay, so starting the short on that one. Look, if Coinbase does come back into 3 bills again, then we're going to go long in and around $300. But it has to come in for that to happen, and it's getting pretty close to doing that. We're out of like pretty much 70% or so of our trade here on Coinbase. We will be. If I get out right now, we'll be slightly down on Coinbase. But we were up on Coinbase when it was up here. I told you if we had held this position to 306, 307, it was a green day for us on Coinbase. The only mistake really was there. Averaging in, it was just the whole trade. That very first trade on Coinbase put us red. But again, by 9:35, we're not going to have like 1,000 shares of it or anything like that, because when this kind of moves, then you get dealt with, right? But, in the hundreds is fine, but thousands too early. And then on this break back up, then that's when you can take a little bit more shares with confidence, because then you're not just dumb retail sitting there getting run over. You're actually joining some of the party there back to the upside. So that was a great $6 to $7 winner there, $8 at its high. So not too bad there for Coinbase. We'll see where that winds up going. Looking to reload it. And then the futures really didn't do too much, man. We've been shorting it here, coming back up into 50s. I'm waiting to get more short at 74. This is where I'm wrong. So if we're wrong there, that's where it's going to be. Palantir, people say making its way back up. Yeah, this is basically where we dropped it off at. The futures are still having a little bit of an issue. I don't necessarily want to go long Palantir. It's down 1%. We tried to take enough shots at this already, and they failed. But make sure you do join OB with Joe and then OB with Neil after this. And I think Joe's doing the recap show for me tonight. So good look on that
We'll be on together, right? Adair's taken off. So Adair's got an appointment of Joey Options. I think we're going to have Steve. Steve Talman should be coming on as well, so we'll have a heck of a lot of fun, but we'll get there when we get there. I just Sebastian just said, get Joseph some cake. Just pie.
Get his damn self. This guy.
Cake. It's the pie. It's apple pie that Joe needs to get. Let's get that straight. It's apple pie. For sure, or maybe some cookies. Tesla, just very quickly, Tesla is still battling at that 320 level, all the way down to 318. I'll never understood how anybody have never had apple pie. It's so good, it's delicious. or any pie for that matter. All pie is good. So Tesla, we try to finish the thought here. I'm still waiting for this thing to close above 320. It's just not doing it, but there's a nice battle being waged. If this is going to be the bottom, the other thing that's happening is since it broke VWAP, you're breaking this little bit of trend. Someone just sat there at the 50. If they break them, just trying to say that out loud. If they break the 50, let's try to get in on Tesla. There. So it just broke out this prior bar high as it was a seller at 44 and a seller at 52. So I'm going to go long Tesla. As all trend break trades, I'm looking for a VWAP retracement here. That sits at 325. If this is the bottom, I'm not completely convinced that we're going V-shaped recovery. One thing to consider here, it's a Friday as well. So that 325 big options level, no questions asked. We had resistance there. Also, the top of the Fed move was 325. So I think if you get into that 325, I'll be happy that we're able to catch that mean revert on Tesla. Someone just said Apple is lame. Well, I don't know. Apple had a monster move off the open, and it's trying to hold and maybe break the trend as well. So if this gets a nice little consolidation for Apple, I think you lose the consolidation, you're probably headed back to the low. But if the market can bounce here, I think you get a shot into VWAP. That's about $1 away for you. So only new position for me is Tesla. I haven't touched Circle again. I said I wanted it to calm down a little bit. CRCL. That's one of those I type wrong like the first time every single time. Look at the wick that this does at VWAP. Like it bounces off the volume weighted average price and it's instantly $4 higher. It just snaps right back up and trying to break out the highs. I think the rule has been with Circle, if it breaks out midday or in the afternoon, you just take the breakout because the shorts are getting destroyed. But with the market not that strong, the shorts were in control, and I got to imagine if this thing makes a new fresh high, it's going to get absolutely even nastier for said shorts. And Boris saying CoreWeave's going higher. I haven't looked at CoreWeave today. The plan was to be in Circle, and I've only traded it once. Probably should have been at least 2 or 3 longs on Circle, not just the one.
Okay, so just we are making a little bit of a comeback here on Coinbase. So we're going to take some more outs, man. We take some out at 305. We take some out at 306. So good move higher there, and then that's it. Now we're just going to wait, man. We get all of those fills. So that is good. Okay.
Whoa.
Here we go. So we are now short. We shorted the market again.
That's negative
so here goes a nice move. There is news right here. They're going to take away some Samsung status here. So there it goes, man. Again, you know, we're trying to be short the market, and we got a good reload right there as well. So nice downside pressures here for the NASDAQ. So yeah, man. I mean, let's go. Right there. Hopefully we can have okay. Yes, sir, Neil. There it goes. Nice move downside on the futures right there for us, man. Wow, we just made back a decent chunk of change right here because we were able to get Coinbase upside and then tap it out right there, getting lighter and lighter on that position. And all of a sudden, right here, and we'll get Adair with the news, but there is SK Hynix, TSM, Taiwan Semi. There is news right now on Taiwan Semi. Wall Street Journal, okay. Halting export waivers. Right now, the Commerce Department is seeking to do that with TSMC and China. So there we go to the downside. What's up, Adara?
I'm not immediately saying anything on that. I'm going to look into it in a minute. But for now, we're just going to talk here about the sectors really quickly. Health technology, Eli Lilly leading this one to the downside, down about 3%. I couldn't find any news on this for now, but still looking for Lilly. They actually got a price target maintained and a buy rating here today. Consumer services, green. Energy minerals, green. Transportation, green. Utilities, green. Finance. It's worth noting here, in a lot of these sectors, we actually have the Mag 7 names dragging it down. So retail trade, generally pretty strong, but Amazon leading this group to the downside. Same with Tesla and consumer durables. Then if you look at electronic technology, I mean, Apple, AMD, GE strong, but Broadcom and NVIDIA weak. And then Google and Meta weaker here as well in tech services. ACN as well, down about 6% here on earnings. We're looking at this TSM story. Back to you.
All right, there we go. So yeah, so this waiver here for Taiwan Semi, bye-bye right there. There we go, man. It's a monster move right now. We're cooking it up right now on them futures. So there goes the NASDAQ. Nice downside play there. So we are getting this story. Adair's going to have it in a second. It's all over the place right now. So
yeah, I can.
We'll just go ahead.
One of the headlines is reportedly preparing action targeting allies' chip plants in China, according to the Wall Street Journal. That's the U.S. The move is part of a broader export control crackdown on tech in China. U.S. seeks to revoke waivers for Samsung, SK Hynix, and TSMC that allow them to use U.S. tech in Chinese factories without case-by-case licenses. So that's... Look, if you're seeing, I typed in the chat the obligatory Intel short was happening, but I just want to show you TSM is the one that took it on the chin the most with a $3 move to the downside there, following SK Hynix. I don't know if that one, I don't know if there's an ADR for that. But yeah, so down TSM, taking the market lower. Let's go to Adair and get another update.
Sometimes for these stories, it's worth noting where the source is actually coming from. I checked, this is basically, from what it sounds here, Wall Street Journal just reporting that one U.S. official told these global semiconductor makers that he personally wanted to revoke waivers that they've used to access American technology in China. So that is one man going to these heads and saying that that is something he wants to do. At least that's how it's worded in the Wall Street Journal article itself. So again, maybe this is a larger effort, but at least the way that it's worded in the actual official report, it seems like this is basically being spearheaded by one unnamed individual. Unclear who this person is within the Trump administration or what kind of power they hold for them to be basically saying this here. Back to you.
There in the Commerce Secretary. It's maybe unnamed. Well, Dare will get it, but obviously the whole market, right now falling back in just a little bit. I mean, the futures aren't really getting crushed. I mean, there's NVIDIA. There's our stop out. We could have reloaded the short at 145. That would have been pretty sweet. But again, without knowing that pending news is coming, hard to do that. So we just continue to trade our book, right? We were talking about the short. What's up to Jay Lee and everybody there in the chat? We were talking this talk before all this even happened. So we were, here's short. Then all of a sudden, we're just in the short. Like, I wish we would have had. I mean, look, we got a good position now. We're up on the Qs, but there it comes in right into the low of the day again. Wish we would have loaded that up. But again, just why we're short, breaks that pre-market low. We were long flip. And, have the ability to do that because, if you have done that on Tesla, right now you're cruising. We didn't. There's the breakdown lower. Should have tried that again. Same thing on basically everything. Palantir is actually kind of holding up. Palantir was fine. That was big right there. And then big right there. This was the biggest. Oh, man. Like the fact that we were up on Palantir handsomely right there. Then we lost, and now it came right back in again. So Palantir really, actually, I think it's actually holding up okay, considering right now what this market is trying to do. There goes another low push on this one. Oh, boy,
I think you got to think China risk, chips and China risk, which is probably why Palantir is going to hold up. Yeah. Maybe. Look, man, if it goes down to that, you just hold up better than the overall market. I just went over to the only thing that was was a chip name that was already setting up for me with a bear flag, so that's what I took to the downside, and I want it down into 21 because 21's where it broke out on Wednesday. So hang on to your butts. That's what happens in the market. You can have any kind of a shift. You really want to be able to flip it up if you can. TX Trader said AMD could easily go red. I 100% agree. Look, if I had been looking at AMD instead of NVIDIA, it was actually Intel that I'm looking at. If I was looking at AMD instead, maybe this would have been a breakdown. But at least back into prior lows, you got to feel like we're headed into. The other thing, as I'm looking at AMD, look at this shelf on a 15-minute chart of AMD at 120, just underneath 126. If AMD loses that after these breakouts, that's pretty bearish. So watch out for this level on AMD. It's been an absolute rocket ship, but if it can't hold 126 on the way back in, I think you're in a little bit of trouble for that bad boy. We got Amazon. I see in the chat there, Navit mentioning Amazon. Oddly enough, what was one of the weakest stocks as the market goes lower is suddenly catching a bid on Amazon. So maybe some of the selling that's happening in the chip names and the I guess, what's the word I want to think about here? Exposure to China names? I don't know. Whatever you want to call it. Maybe someone's going over and selling those, and Amazon, they're done. and whoever's selling it at the open. This is worth watching if we can break back above 211.40 or so, because that's a good reversion back into VWAP if the selling has now gone elsewhere. I'm going to have my eyes on Amazon during lunchtime. It didn't seem like there was anything going on early except for maybe a sell program on Amazon that kind of went haywire. If they're done and the market goes lower and it holds a low, I think you're going to like that for a long. So my next bid is going to be 21s on Intel, because 21's been a big level for this stock, at least recently anyways. I mean, the real level is 19 if you want to be a buyer.
Okay, we slapped the dollar there on the TQQs because we'll wait to see. What's up to Eduardo in the chat over here talking about options. So here we go. Let me go over here quickly. Lots and lots of put spot on NVIDIA on the daily double top. So if the trend breaks, it can get ugly. Well, I mean, we're kind of doing that right now. So good look there, Eduardo. I put that in the chat. Thanks for sharing the put discussion there, because sometimes those can be obviously, you know, keys. We talk about put walls and call walls and things like that, and Paul walls. But, you know, again, breaking down right now are the futures. And if you want to look at NVIDIA, I mean, we've got, this is a good one today on the NASDAQ for me. So yeah, I mean, right there, there's their 145. So yeah, it looks like there's a lot of ways to go back to the downside. Unfortunately, I have to fix that chart to be able to see, you know, the trend breaks. I don't know what's going on there with some of those. But I did want to say one more thing. Coinbase, I'm going to get some more out on the futures. I have been getting it out on dips and everything like that because, again, I don't know, like 21.8, if you're going to look at the NASDAQ right now, you're into some key levels already that we've talked about. I was talking about this level this morning, like coming back into here. So if that winds up holding, that's going to be like the week right here, right? So we're going to turn red on the week if we can break back below. This is Monday. So if we can break back below here, then that's going to be a little bit of a problem. So Monday we were up, we came back in right there, 526, holding on the NASDAQ. So you're at 527 right now. You're moments away from whoops, there we go. And then we'll see how low can we go there on the NASDAQ. And like I said, man, we're going to be gone in 10 minutes. I'll leave some low bids, see if we can catch anything. But on that note, nice bounce off 301 right there, back up to 303.50 for Coinbase. So that's working out. All right, now we're at lows now, baby. Now we're at lows. There it is. Let's go, man. We're not at lows. I'd rather go to Home Depot or something like that. But right now, the market. You like that one, Obi? That was a good one, right? Here's the market right now going, and that's what Studio 8's going to bring, man. We're going to bring so much conversation to this show. You guys have no idea. Here goes 72.30 right now, breaking a little bit lower right now on the TQs. So there it goes, man. There's not going to be too many positive stories coming today, I don't think. So let's hold on to this short. It's a doozy right there. What's up, Jay Lee, and everybody that's trading any kind of stocks today? Oxy, the oil's probably heading lower a little bit. Robinhood. And the rest. But we're flipped up to short. Look at that. Like, I'm happy that we had done that, man. That's now $1.50 ago is when we flipped on the NASDAQ. So, oh boy, we're getting lower, Adara.
It's not getting lower as the U.S. dollar, though. This one actually gapped down, but trading higher here today. It's worth noting here, we're not at all near yesterday's high. USD is still in that lower highs, lower lows pattern, with actually making a slightly lower low here in the daily chart than this base that we made around 98s going back to April 21st. Right now here, most recent low is about 97 halves. Now, nothing super interesting here for the CME Fed Watch tool. We did not get a cut coming through here Wednesday, as expected. Holding rates steady, expressing some, I guess, caution going forward due to some confusions about tariffs and other economic policies. But right now, still have about 60% of participants pricing in a September rate cut. What's interesting, though, too, is Fed's Waller came out this morning and said that some of these Feds are actually saying that we could cut rates as early as July. However, the market's still not pricing that in. About 86% of participants are still seeing the rates being held steady in July. So the Fed actually might be a little bit ahead of the market pricing in that one. We're going to have to wait and see. But, of course, Donald Trump would be definitely pleased as punch if they get that July rate cut. He has not been happy with Jerome Powell, saying that he's cost the U.S. hundreds of billions of dollars with the rates being held where they are. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. And just a quick update. We only have about 7 minutes to go, but as things calm down after that last headline, I said I'd get most out in front of 21 on Intel, but I think this is a hold. Next level down, I'm looking for 2080. Just look at Wednesday's range. Effectively, we broke down from that support, and I think we're playing. That support. I think we're playing back down into this one underneath 21. If we lose it, we're going to hang on to that. I just went over and looked at Circle, and that held up pretty well on Circle just now, managing to clip the bid. It did break down under 230 again, so that breakout of the, you know what? It's all-time high. I don't even have to say high of the day. I can just say all-time high of the day, whatever. That breakout still very much in play for Circle. Despite all of the weakness that the market has right now, Circle has a decent chance to take out the top, which if you've looked at it the last couple of sessions, whenever it breaks out the prior high or like the day's high after the opening range, like look at this pass when it breaks this high at 10 o'clock and when it makes this fresh high at 11, pulls back, consolidates, and then breaks it out at noon. Like all of those have been good for the break and for the dip back into the prior high. That's what I want to look for on Circle. The other thing that you got to think about is if it goes on a squeeze territory when the market's not even strong, that in some ways that makes it even better. Because I feel like the shorts would be emboldened on a day like today. So if they do get squoze, I don't think we should sleep on. I mean, Coinbase is the same thing. Circle, Coinbase, maybe not Robinhood, because I think you got to go for something with a little more squeeze potential. Oh, I mean, Hood's not.
Oh, no, I'm not laughing
Yeah, it's not
that.
this. No, and the only reason I say that is because of, like, Hood had a good day, but if you look at Friday or Wednesday, it was really Circle and Coin that were going the most. So if you're looking for the top take as the market flushes here, I think you got to look for those two. But I'm not doing anything unless we can make that break and retest of the high. I think you're diddling in the middle here, and that could be playing with absolute fire. Yeah, the market doesn't like that headline at all. We just broke down again. I'm going to get that 2080, and then we'll try to hang on for the rest. Wish I had something else short. But in the moment, when you hear the headline, I happen to be on this. This is a chart that I was on, and it was a chip name. So this is the one that I went short in. Sometimes that's just what it is. Like, if I had happened to be on AMD, it would probably be better, but I was on Intel at the moment.
Yeah, good look there. It's fine. Sometimes that's what happens, and you get the news in your
AMD
favor,
was
right? I mean,
really
sometimes you get
clean.
the news out of our favor. We were averaging into the Qs anyways, and we just put it out there on Twitter, and it was just like, if the market breaks, you know, we wanted to go short. So it was just like, as soon as we lost the pre-market low here in the NASDAQ, I flipped the bias to short, and glad that we did, because there's the push down. You never know what you're going to get. I mean, you know, you don't know of this move, or else I went to covered again more right there at the lows. So, but trying to get some more Coinbase back in there right now, but let's go figure out, because Joe's right here. We got to figure out what's for lunch. All right, so today is June the 20th. It looks okay today, actually. Should be pretty good. We got a little bit of some blackened salmon for lunch. I think that's a good opportunity there. I mean, if it comes on top of the salad, I think that's a good, you know, better than some of that fake pork and meat, turkey.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Blackened salmon with roasted potatoes, oven-charred Brussels sprouts, and chef's choice salad. That's what's for lunch, blackened salmon.
I don't like Brussels sprouts.
Okay, so that's just what's for lunch. We're going to go over to Obi and Joe momentarily for the midday show, and then Obi will be joining Neil again here after 2 p.m. when I will be gone.
And Joey Options joins me for the market recap.
Yeah, it's going to be a big market recap, the best market recap of all time, with Joey Options, Neil, and Steve Tileman. So join these guys there after hours. And again, that whole thing is going to change too when Studio 8 comes through. So everything changing around here. You can see some of the action in the background.
We should get some cup holders in these desks while we're doing all these renovations. We should all have we should all have Trader TV Yetis though.
And I just went to the store and bought it myself. This is a nice little.
I have 3 at home though.
Yeah. So this is mine. I mean, the coffee's not going to be warm still.
Want to bet?
It's warm, but
it's not. That's from home though.
No, this is from like 8 o'clock, but.
Okay, fine. I mean,
it's still a little warm, but I prefer it.
It's 11. Mine is from like 7 something. So I mean, it's 11 o'clock. I guess it's not that warm. But you know what? On a more serious note, everybody, each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., and yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan the QR code in front of you. That's OGEN over there on the NYSE. And of course, maybe if our goalie had not suffered a concussion, maybe we would have won a cup. But it's absolutely serious, and good luck to them. I always say it's one of the things you hear often in the markets or by entrepreneurs. They say if you see a problem in the world, start a company and solve it. Great that you can make money, but also great if you can do so in a positive way. So shout out to them for sure. Just to come back to the market, as much as I was just saying Circle was holding up, maybe we're going to get that hold of VWAP and the break of the high, it just lost the volume weighted average price and might be stair-stepping it down in. I don't think I touch this unless it resumes the upward trend, because my plan of action, I'm just going to slap the fail on it now because most of the plans haven't worked this morning. I just had a spontaneous trades and then one Circle. It dipped into the prior high and gave you one of the best dip into the prior high reversions you're going to get. That's what I was looking for, yet somehow didn't grab it. But the only trade after that was it tried to break the consolidation low. You get a bottoming tail, there's your consolidation, take the break right back up when it shows that rejection, and then it was a scalp trade. I'll look for that type of a setup. Consolidation dips if it can resume the trend up. Otherwise, wait for it to retest the lows because the market's headed down. Like, to me, you're either looking for something to play catch-up short, holding a short, or being patient, waiting for any kind of a long. You don't want to rush into it. This is a headline-driven move.
Oh, man, it's too bad. Like, I have a really big order waiting at 74, but the market's not about to give me that. Coinbase coming back into 300, so we just took some of there at 301. So my average price is right here, right now. All right, ACHR, shout out to Go Bills there in the chat. He wanted to look at this. I mean, this is at $10. So again, a very, very key level here for Archer and ACHR. Is it Archer Aviation? Yeah, I didn't want to. Yeah, Archer Aviation. I was going to say innovation, but aviation. Right there. Okay, so coming back in. I don't know Go Bills and everybody else in the chat yet. I mean, that 990 is good. Let me see if I can just zoom back just a little bit more here. Yeah, actually. I think, buying something in here around $10 seems to make a little bit of sense. But see, like, this is, again, what we were talking about the other night there while at the bar and trying to find someone to play me in pool here. But 970, Joe, me and Joe, Joe and I, their partners, Obi was playing there, Dara playing some billiards. 975. So this is what I was talking about. Like, if you're going to go long, you take as many shares that you're willing to sort of mess around with. And I think down here at 975 would be your stop. So if you're going to go long, just as an example, right here at $10 flat, and you take, and your stop, okay, let's just use this. Your daily goal for a loss on a particular trade is $300 or something like that, right? So for me, if Archer breaks that 975, and your stop is in and around that $300 mark, then you're going to be wanting to get stopped out. That's 975. So I would take about 1,000 shares if that was going to be your stop. That's 25 cents worth of a hit. Give yourself some stop, some slippage and stuff like that. So that would be a call there for Archer. But again, with this market coming down, I actually feel, so we're going to get stopped out here because Coinbase is going to break lower right now through 298, it looks like, and we'll give some back. We were positive on Coinbase, but that was up here. Right now we've averaged in, we have a position on, so we have about the same kind of position that we've always had on this name. So if it breaks back down below, it'll be a $3 hit. We were comfortable holding this thing $3 in the money. So again, just doing that same logic and that same math, that's what we're going to do, is wait around for that. So a break of 2. Just wanted to make sure that I had that order in. Yeah, 298, which is right there. Looks like we're coming in a little bit quicker than I'd hoped for on that trade. But the futures, wow. This continues to make new lows here on the NASDAQ. So this is another name here that's a little bit in trouble, needless to say, as the NASDAQ was up about 0.5. Oh, crap, it's 11:02. I got to go swimming. All right, that's what I'm doing. But anyways, futures doing that dance.
And of course, it is going to be Obi stepping in for Sharif, along with Joey Options. We'll grab some lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock for sure. The market's making another fresh low, everybody. That's why you got to watch those headlines. That's why we're live. You know, you can be upward trending all you want, but one headline, Adair's going to have them all for you. Enjoy the swim, and we'll send you guys on to the Midday Madness because Joey Opie covered.
Yo, what's going on, fellow Trader TV live traders? What's going on? I hope everyone's having a fantastic Friday. Very interesting one. It's your boy Joe. Next to me, you know who it is. It's the only one, Obi, right here. How's everything going, brother?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad.
Just
kind of watching this waterfall happening in this market right now. I definitely didn't bring a poncho, so
Ooh, you didn't bring the poncho.
I did not bring a poncho. I tried to revert a little bit of Amazon because again that one was relatively strong to the downside. Right. I would say much earlier on, and then that didn't really work out. So. Kind of left that one alone. Nice. Chopped around that Nvidia as well this morning. That 145, very interesting action in the pre-market. We like it. Didn't really get too much out of it there. But hopefully you guys are having a solid morning there, and let's get started with some of the midday watches and midday trading here as well.
Absolutely. Okay, right after we get back from Adair, we're going to do a little roll call.
So to mention here quickly, guys, we did get the Fed policy report. A lot of this is basically what we expected and or what we got out of their statement that came through on Wednesday with the FOMC decision. But basically, they're saying the inflation is still, quote, somewhat elevated. Job market is solid, but that tariffs are weighing in on sentiment. They also said liquidity fell early in 2025, but it's since improved. But they still think policy is well positioned amid heightened uncertainty. The heightened uncertainty is interesting because that wording was missed. Basically, on Wednesday, they said that uncertainty is still a little bit higher than expected, but it's toned down a little bit since their March statement. So interesting stuff. Just be aware that came out there, the Fed policy report. And back to you.
All right, guys, let's see who we got here in the chat. It's my boy DJ 2am. What's going on? Robot, my guy Gorb, Dijon Mustard, Northwest Sasquatch. Very interesting. Yannick Nesbitt, Jay Lee. What's going on, my friend? Jack, be nimble. Jack, be quick. All right, Jenny Yulta, Fiddlebeck, Other Zinc. Who do we got? Botrix, Omar, Ashraf, Damian Oliveras, God Emperor, Almighty Forefather, Mr. Donald Trump, Paul Vincent. Please say hi to my son Paul, trading with me. What's up, Paul Jr.? And what's up, Paul Sr.? How's everyone doing today on Friday? Smoky Love. Hey, yo, what's going on? What's good, my guy says. Vernier, Jersey Shore, Jack, what's up, brother? Ronaldo, Tyler Verse. Who else do we got? We got Bluff, Ironside, Affit, Mark Sushi. What's going on? Dane Giras. Okay, what's going on, my friend? And who else do we got in here? A couple more. Protection, Dorothy. What's that, Danger?
What's up, Brobies?
Yo, what's up, Brodies?
No, Brobies with the
Brobies. Oh, okay. What's up, Brobies? I get that one there. How lovely not to have the, Susie Fox, what is that? You're going to go on timeout for that one there, unfortunately, but that is okay. We won't put you out there for too long, but you can't say those types of things in the chat. Tyler Smith, who else do we got? Blue Arrow, and then we got shorts versus longs, and I like long this. That's one of my favorite names because I always, when I catch a long, I'm always like, long this, let's go. Once again, I hope everyone's having a solid Friday. It's a nice day out. There was a couple names most definitely in play. Obi, we were talking about some of your circle thesis there as well too. And I was looking for a continuation in coin strength. That was my major focus.
It did give it to you a little bit.
It gave you a little bit, right? But it's choppy. Triple witching day. So you can see that the market's kind of in a choppy price action before it found a definitive direction there, Obi. Pre-market strong. Soon as the open comes, see you later. We decided to go to the downside, but there's a lot to talk about via options activity, etc. And most definitely a lot going on here in today's market. Let's break down what we got going on with coin this morning here, guys. Just nothing crazy, slight small red on the day, but that's okay. So you can see here, I take this, I get a big time pop. At this point, I'm at a 1.5 to 1, and it comes back against me aggressively. I just get out of the trade immediately because the chances are that now that it failed to construct a new high, that we're going to be able to possibly put in a new low. So that's what we've seen was established right here, guys. And then boom, boom, boom. I wait for it to come back to the volume weighted average price. And then sure enough, I add into the position and then I have to cut that trade. And then I try it one more time here and then I get a nice move, add into it. And I actually went to take some off. I accidentally add, but then I just slowly, I just fully punch out of that trade. So nothing bad. I recovered nicely on that. So that's all I really got going. And then one break-even trade on Bitcoin. But right now, I'm being patient. To be honest with you, Obi, I like this waterfall type price action because that's going to give me the ability to be patient, wait for some indecision prints at the lows, and then that's when we're going to get that that retracement or possible reversion back towards VWAP. But I think we have to be patient on it this moment.
Well, for sure, man. I think that's what I'm looking for. And yeah, shout out to long this. I was trying to long this market here, but yeah, I think that's a great point there. Patience is definitely key. As again, you can see back-to-back candles just straight selling. The reversion on Apple was absolutely beautiful when it kind of came back in through 201 failure to follow through that aggressive strength, and it pivots right at 942. So within the first 15-minute candle close, you start to see kind of sellers kind of stepping right back in, and sellers have not really stopped on Apple since then. We retraced pretty much 100% all the way back down to opening price on Apple, and it's kind of consolidating right there on top of 197. I'm watching it closely. Futures at 21,800 as well, all the way down from an attempt to hold 22,100s as well. So yeah, I was telling Joe this morning, I was like, today was a contract rollover, right? I'm like 20 minutes into the open, I'm like, wait, these futures are not moving. And then I had to switch over the contract there. I'm like, okay, I see what's going on here. But yeah, no, aggressive direction across the board here. But there are certain names that are holding up pretty well, Joe, and holding their own. So let's take a quick look at some of those. We know last week some of these payment stocks here, like PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, they all took a little bit of a tanking with that stablecoin news, right? Exactly. So definitely, so naturally, all on my list for today, and take a look at that little bit of reversion. This is PayPal from yesterday. So what I did was I just had an anchored VWAP
leg there too.
Yeah, it's nice little consolidation right underneath yesterday's consolidation low. Like these undisturbed prices from when that catalyst came out. You can see that large volume candle. That's in and around $70. Let's just say just shy of $70.50. With that prior day low coming in at $70.19, you can see this current consolidation is holding underneath both of those, I guess, references structures. 70.23 current day high, but again, very distinctly different from the rest of the market here is PayPal. And again, a lot of that selling may be coming in prior day. We're taking a look at, let's take a look at Visa as well. Visa not really looking as similar as it's just consolidating within its opening range here. Let's take a look at MasterCard as well. So MasterCard and Visa obviously looking a little bit closer together, but yeah, I didn't even, I was only looking at PayPal. I'm like, wow, PayPal is doing well here. Seems like PayPal's the only one out of that bunch that kind of reverted a decent chunk of it. And again, of course, Coinbase as well. We saw you just taking a look at this one. I was looking for a continuation as well. That was one of my, look, strong day one, stable coin catalyst, look for continuation above 300 if we hold VWAP. And guess what? None of those conditions were really really met. We're holding 300, but we're not really holding VWAP in any sort of distinct way. We're still trading within roughly, you can argue, the opening range here on Coinbase. So haven't really touched that one, haven't really done anything to it. Two earnings names that were on watch for me. Again, one of them I definitely missed out on. One of them was ACN, which is Accenture. Right here, a little bit of a gap down, continuation off of the open, but gets bought right back up and trading just sideways on top of VWAP there. But SWBI is the one that I was talking about. And I really wanted to take a shot at this one, but Smith & Wesson, a little bit of a gap down, and then continuation, VWAP hold, beautiful. Sellers just on board. You can see that nice, even the volume hasn't really dwindled that much as we've had that nice strong direction. And of course, we've had market tailwind alongside that as well. So Smith & Wesson brands to the downside, beautiful continuation off of a gap down off of their earnings. Again, so earnings was a bit of a miss. On that one. I did not pull the trigger on that one, unfortunately. It might have got jammed there.
Yeah, but, you got jammed up. Yeah.
Jamming that hesitation. But, that's what I'm watching as of right now. But yeah. we'll see where the next trade is. Got to have patience, and if you don't have patience, then what are you really doing?
Then what are you really doing? You're being impatient, I think, if you don't have any patience. All right, guys, I think there's some real important stuff to look at here. So I posted this on X the other day, and one thing I want us to note here is look at this size right at 102. All right, so keep that in mind. This is just a screenshot of the options chain, obviously open interest, etc. So one thing I want to note is look at the size 102. If you want to go add your boy at Trader TV, Joseph. But then I want you to take a look at the size today on SPY at that 600 strike price. Drastically cooling off, all right? So a lot being closed at the open. I mentioned that before, but that's a pretty large wall. So leading into today's session, there was a couple underlying assets that I wanted to focus on and then possibly look for the shorts. I did miss out on them, focusing on coin, but I'm happy with what I decided to trade this morning. So you can see 600, there was 64,000 current open contracts. And then on Wednesday, we had 102, so that's just a little bit more, but almost cut in half right there, guys. So keep an eye out on these things. Call and put walls are massive when it comes to trading. It can tell you a lot about where the market's thinking in a possible direction. We've gone over multiple occasions where we had the opportunity to short stocks like NVDA during earnings when we've seen high levels of open interest at certain concentrated strike prices, and that's the exact same thing that we're seeing here displayed on the SPY in the overall market. So that's exactly what I think is really key, and it adds a lot of dynamic to your game, your trading game, that is. So yeah, just make sure you guys keep an eye on that stuff. So 145 on NVDA. Actually, I'm going to pull up the NVDA one as well too here, guys, to see if this one's increased. So no, 150 has cooled off. So again, coming into at Trader TV, Joseph, go check your boys out. I'm posting this stuff. So there you go, 150 on Wednesday, 200,000. That is now cooled off to about 120 to 130,000 current open contracts. So that's why at the open, you see that volatility and that volume spike, right? It's just a lot of exchanging going on. So yeah, really good look. Helps with the trading a lot. When you have the ability to identify large call walls, then you can just base some shorts off of that. Any pop that you're getting, it's like, okay, let's look to fade this. I didn't take advantage of it today, but we have in the past, and we're going to continue to do so because there's going to be plenty of opportunities to come ahead of us, all right? So coin, see, one thing to note, I like that you pointed out coin there, Obi. It is holding 300 relatively well. Let's pull up the chain on coin to see if there's any form of put wall. And it's like, hey, yeah, this is why we have a base here, okay? So we'll take a look at this. If there is anything at 300, then we can use this as a specific level to gauge. And I'm not seeing anything drastic. There's only 1,100 open contracts at 300, but it's still holding up relatively well. Solid look here. Rest of the market tanking, but we're holding up strong here in coin so far, Obi.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. We've printed our first 15-minute candle that's green on both the ES and the NASDAQ. Interestingly enough, I was like, okay, all right, cool. I want to take a shot at this potentially. I like the TQs here, maybe potentially for a reversion back up into VWAP. VWAP's sitting at, where is that at? 73.66 is as of right now. But again, we've seen kind of curls like this a couple times here. And yeah, 1, 2, 3. Shout out to my boy Elliot. We're going to see if this third wave can bring us in a little bit closer to VWAP here on what? Tyler Verse saying that 2.2 million on TQ, right? What do you mean? Was that an order that maybe potentially missed here? I do have my size here on the level 2s, but on the tape I don't really see a large order there. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can hold the 72 halves. See if you can hold 72s. A little bit of a reversion here, but yeah, market is maybe potentially showing the first sign of a bid after we kind of waterfalled there. But again, it's a little too early, right? First green candle might be jumping the gun a little bit. That's why I want to start to dabble. But yeah, when we get that confirmation, if we get that confirmation, I do want to start to piece in and get a little bit more aggressive into this one here, if it holds, right? I'm trying to be as nimble as possible with the trades. Again, if we're going to have aggressive selling in direction from the markets today, again, you have to remember that, again, was it quad witching on the day today. So the close might be interesting as well.
Very interesting.
So you might want to save some risk and some mental capital for some of that as well. So being patient, letting things work out, and when they don't, keeping it light and tight as possible. Apple here, maybe potentially as well. First green candle on the 15-minute. Let's see if we can push through that 198 circle. Got eyes on that as well. The reversion was absolutely beautiful. Short off of the open was great. I didn't really get involved just yet. But this secondary kind of reversion to VWAP, pretty nice. 230s pushing back again. So let's see if we can push through some of these highs. Again, we talked about it being one of the craziest IPOs I've definitely seen, and that continuation and the hype around this ticker has definitely been kind of shown within the chart and the price action. Let's see what Adara's up to.
An eye on Gorilla Technologies here, GRRR. This is another earnings play. Nice bold flag forming for this one. Near day's highs. They had earnings as well on Wednesday evening. Adjusted earnings per share actually down on a year-over-year basis. Sales, though, up significantly on a year-over-year basis. It's got about a 7% short float, about 8 million shares traded on the day, $500 million market cap. So some quick stats here on a small cap runner, an earnings play, GRRR. Back to you.
At Adara. So yeah, this is what I got going on here, Obi. Just basic TA. We sit on the backside of this trend right above the volume weighted average price, and I think there's going to be a potential long right here. So you can see that we're consistently forming these lower highs. Yep. Now you got to wait to sit on this on the backside of this. One thing to note is that the volume is really starting to cool off there, guys. All right, so just be patient. I think this name is really, really strong, right? I don't think we're just going to disregard what we've seen from the other day. Like, this is a monster move, and I get it. Things need to consolidate. We can't just go up all the time, but this is a big time catalyst here in coin. And then now I believe that we're going to get a continuation in the strength, considering how the overall market was selling, and then it held up relatively strong. I mean, it was knocking on the door of 300 multiple times and just didn't have the ability to breach and hold. So now you form this almost double bottom right here. You can see we have multiple touches at that specific 299.26 level. So I think there's going to be an opportunity to get involved in this name. We just have to be extremely patient and wait for that precise opportunity. And I think it's about to come and display itself. So I'm looking forward to see if we can get a hold here, any form of a pullback, then maybe we get a continuation, more of a slow grind. And with grinds, you got to, for me personally, being a momentum style trader, grinds need to go smaller, right? So in the first hour and a half of the market, it's like, okay, boom, 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 you're pushing your size because you're getting those momentum style plays. But then in the latter half of the session, and then when you get to the 11 o'clock hour, lunchtime, things are a little bit cooler, and it's more of a grind. So with that being said, going to be patient, retest of the volume weighted average price. Anything south of VWAP, I'm going to look for a possible entry. If we do front run this and then end up getting on the backside of the trend that I was just explaining about earlier, then we can add into this position and look for that move and that break of the higher day. Or it might just say, you know what, Joe, that game plan sucks, and we're just going to go without you. But yeah, we're going to be patient on this one, Obi. The market looks like it wants to take another leg lower here.
Yeah, I really not like lower, that pull back in. But.
Yeah, it's starting to pull back a little bit here. So we didn't get quite to VWAP, but I'm going to be patient on that thing. One thing that's not overly hot today is Bitcoin, and there is some worries that I have about this name right now because of how we form it. Almost a borderline double top, and then now we're starting to form a shelf, and I'm not a big fan of shelves because that usually tells me that at some point we're going to get a fairly aggressive pullback. So I'm going to be patient on this one. Bitcoin, I did look for a long as soon as it came back to my break even. I just hopped out because I'm like, it's not going today. So yeah, we'll have to avoid that. But we got DTWD with a $2 super chat. Joe, what's your thoughts on MSTR? Love you, bro. Love you too, man. I appreciate that. Let's pull up MSTR and see what we got going on. See, one thing to note is that MicroStrategy is in Bitcoin. And I understand that, okay, if you're looking kind of for a double-edged sword where you're going to get the appreciation in Bitcoin, and then you look for that to kind of add into what MicroStrategy can do from an appreciation standpoint. But for me, if you're looking for a direct exposure to Bitcoin, it's just either best to go to the underlying or one of the ETFs like the Grayscale and IBIT as well too. So keep that in mind. Not looking too good here. As you can see, we're starting to curl over towards some key support levels. So just keep that in mind there, guys. MicroStrategy is not Bitcoin, but if you're looking for that double-edged sword, then this might be your style of play right there.
Yeah, I think that's a great point there, because again, there's one asset, there's one vehicle that has proved itself time and time again in the crypto space.
Yep.
And that is straight up Bitcoin. So if you want to take that trade, I think it's safe to say that you want to kind of look at Bitcoin there as well, and kind of make that your main focus. And then again, I was kind of talking to a couple of buddies as well. I mean, we've been holding XRP, ETH, and some Bitcoin as well for the longest time, and the percent moves on Bitcoin almost always kind of outweigh everything else.
In the long
run,
sure.
even some of the ETH is like kind of just like it's kind of like dwindling. It's lagging behind. Whereas Bitcoin itself is almost double, triple the amount there if you kind of measure back to where we may have participated in each one of these. 230 coming up here on Circle. Let's see if we can get through that day high. 235s. Definitely a very interesting stock here on the day. I like that long for a little bit on that candle close of the 15-minute, but guess what? We couldn't even make it past that last 75. Like, I like to work with the quarters. I'm like, all right, can you print the last quarter, and can we go to the hole there? Couldn't even get past that 73. We start to push back in a little bit into the open of the second 15-minute candle. I'm like, all right, I might get a little bit better prices later. I want to stay as nimble as possible, and if sellers are going to step right back in, then I kind of want to stay nimble and get out of there. So I did kind of add into the hold of that 72.5, pushes into 75s. I kind of pieced out a little bit there, and then when it started to push right back in, I'm like, all right, I don't really like that either. And I think if you guys were listening, I was saying that while I think Joe was talking. I'm like, yeah, don't like that right there. What I see here in the chat, Jay Lee saying, did you see my note about Circle? I did not. I don't think I saw your note about Circle, Jay Lee. Let me try to see if I can scroll back and see anything on that. IONQ is another one that I have on watch. Other than Circle. Circle's definitely on watch. I have it here on my screen, but let's take a quick look at IONQ. If you guys have been following some of the news on this, what's happening?
I punched coin, and then it just got a big pop. Nothing crazy.
Insta push off of your.
Oh boy. Push. Yeah.
Someone's locked into that order flow or what?
Yeah. Maybe. Hopefully. I mean, that was a massive pop. Like, as soon as I punched it, it's like boom, boom. I'm like, oh wow, okay, maybe you punch a little bit more, but no, sorry, continue.
That's funny. I was looking for my chart here, so we can take a look at IONQ. So if you guys have been following up on the news, let's see, Jay Lee chiming in about the Circle. So in my honest opinion, is way overpriced. Normalized EBITDA, yeah, of course, it's overextended, and I think a big trade off of the open today was that short, and a lot of big players in the space definitely talking about Circle and how to potentially trade that one on the day today. And I think part of that trade was options, right? You can if you're kind of looking at some of the chains coming into the day today, and then looking at the something overpriced, like what's the mispricing that's happening there. There's definitely a little bit of mispricing, but again, you want to be a little bit careful and make sure you're on the right side of the move as well. Nice, beautiful flush off of the open. So if you had that idea and you short, so Jay Lee's saying I'm shorting Circle over 230. So yeah, I like that. I think I'm going to be patient as well. I want to really look for some sort of capitulation, some sort of exhaustion that kind of comes in. We may have got that in the pre-market. I have no idea. But again, not really fulfilling any of my kind of thing for capitulation there. So it seems like the TQs might be catching a little bit of a bid. So I do want to participate a little bit, but definitely significantly smaller than I was before. Let's go to IONQ and talk about this one here. So over the weekend, they had a little bit of an interesting news where they kind of broke some records in terms of protein folding calculations here. And interesting stuff. Not really seeing too much crazy action as of yet. But again, you see that nice little buildup. We've been stepping up. We know this is a name that also kind of has run in the past pretty crazily. Again, with the whole quantum kind of sector here. You can see absolutely beautiful run up here at the beginning or going into the end of 2025. Huge flush coming into the beginning of 2025, and we've pretty much reclaimed some of those structures that we kind of built in the past end of last year. So interesting stuff here. IONQ, I do have it on watch on the day today. Market looks like it's finally trying to catch a little bit of a turn. Let's see if we can get that push back up into VWAP. Like I said, I want to stay nimble, and if it's showing me more of what I want to see, I want to stay involved and do that as effectively as possible as well. Seems like the SPY is turning alongside as well. So I got a little bit of confluence. IONQ, as I'm talking about it, making some fresh highs on the day as of right now. Current high is the day high right now. So 40 38s, 40 44s as of right now. Again, getting that push with the market potentially turning around as well. So I'm going to pack my patience. Let me know what you guys are trading in the chat. I want to take a look at some of those as well. A lot of opportunities in this market. How many of you guys had the short? That's what I really want to know.
Yeah.
How many of you guys had the short off of the open?
I'm seeing a lot of
you guys
people.
Had that. That was absolutely beautiful.
I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat asking me questions about puts on Circle. So yeah, I'm curious to see who had that trade, Obi.
Yeah, what are those chains looking like?
Yeah. We'll
Like
pull up the chain on that. And someone, so Jacques asked me about some 120 puts. I'm hoping you meant 220 puts for October, but I mean it is a little ways away. So maybe you did mean 120, but just make sure you understand what you're trying to achieve if you're buying something that's that far out of the money. Okay. So yeah, let's pull up the chain as Obi just requested on Circle, because I think it's going to be a very interesting one. If we see anything north of our high of the day or right around our high of the day from a high level of OI. Okay, so there's nothing much, to be honest with you, Obi. It's relatively quiet. I don't know if that's just because it's new, somewhat new, but this usually isn't what I'm seeing. Oh, okay, maybe it takes a little bit to load. Maybe I got to scroll up and down for it. But no, it's not giving me anything right here through some certain strikes. What I'm seeing at 240 is 6,650. I don't think that's anything to cry home about or be worried about, really, because that can be absorbed. We do have some larger size. We do not actually have any larger size elsewhere. So yeah, I mean, from an OI standpoint, and you can see there's volume issues as well too. So not the most liquid options vehicle, but again, 120, that's quite out the money. Just understand what you're trying to achieve. If you did mean 220, then that's a different story. But if you actually mean 120, then just make sure, oh, okay, so yeah, you're really bearish. So yeah, just make sure you understand what you're trying to achieve when you're selling that far out of the money. You're not necessarily looking to gain intrinsic value, so that's essentially the difference between the strike price and where the current value is. Obviously, once you are in the money, you're just looking to gain time value, all right? So that's the October. If it tanks, then you get a big move to the downside, then you will be able to grab some extrinsic value, and that's where a lot of the options value is derived from, all right? So Circle's options chain are expensive, yeah, because of the volatility, right? Like the at-the-money IV on this week's expiration cycle is at 350%. That's insane. So you're paying extreme amounts of premium for that volatility. And then if the volatility cools off, then you're in trouble, right? That's what I referred to when we talk a lot about earnings plays, is that the options market is already pricing in this volatility. And that's why when you're straddle, strangle, or even long calls or puts, it's so important that you exceed that expected move relatively quick. And that's going to be on the earnings announcements, because usually day after day, that's when the volatility starts to decay, all right? So now I'm taking it, not trying to steal Neil's thing with rapping a little bit right there, but you know what I mean? Yeah, I said day after day, volatility decay. You know what I mean? So yeah, hey.
Oh, come on. You can't drop 2 bars and be like, I'm trying to be like,
I'm not a rapper.
What do you mean?
Yeah, 2 bars. Yeah,
we dropping bars? What is this?
You gotta go at least.
Midday?
You gotta go at least 200 bars deep. Bro.
That's it. 200 bars.
32 bars.
No.
That's
a lot.
We should do that. Maybe
No,
freestyle rap battles on Trader TV,
Yes.
100 bars.
I'll pass. I will judge that. All right, I won't be involved in that because you don't want me to. Because I'm hardcore with it. But I'm obviously joking.
Hardcore with it.
Yeah. No, I know Neil would probably.
There's always 230 on that circle there.
Yeah.
So
you know what's funny though? We'll get break. So I'm gonna add into this coin trade. But Adara, I watched the XXX Tentation documentary last night, and it was actually really good. All right, bang, we added into that. Yeah, I really liked it. So here we go. We're adding into this.
I like his music.
It's a very interesting story. But here we go. We're adding into this circle. We're going to be, coin. We're going to be looking to break through some key resistance zones. That pullback was nice. It was what I wanted to see displayed. Am I a little bit late on this ad entry? Yes, but I believe if we're going to head on this trajectory, then we are going to head towards that high of the day. I want to pull up the options chain one more time here before I send it back to you, Obi, on Coin L. Or not Coin, on Coin itself, to see if we have anything specifically at 310. There is some overhead resistance, so I have to keep an eye out on that as well too. And it almost rejected it to a T. So we broke through on Wednesday some big time resistance zones, but then we're knocking on the door of some other ones. So we'll take a look at that here momentarily. 16,700 at 300 at that 300 strike price on Coin. But let's pull up what I was looking at here from a daily perspective. All right, so you can see we'll pull this up. But see, boom, we break that 270 level. The momentum, the velocity is there, but then we ran right into this 310 level, which is this pivot. So we knocked on the door of that, and then now we rejected it somewhat aggressively. But I think that there's going to be some continued strength in this. So there we go. Maybe a breath day, but this momentum will continue, I think, leading into Monday, Obi.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that we want to look for there. So now we're getting the third potential 15-minute candle. We just started printing this one. Got about 11 minutes and 50 seconds left for this 15-minute candle to close. But you can see now a little bit of a bid potentially coming in. We talked about that first green 15-minute candle, a little distinctly different, a break of trend, a break of pattern maybe as well. A nice little bounce off of a whole number, 21,800, and we're getting a little bit of that continuation. Let's see if buyers can step back in, and let's see if we can get a little bit of mean reversion here on said market. Again, I like to look at just basic mean reversions. Again, 30%, 50% retracements. I think are something decent. But let's see how far it can get. As of right now, has not even close to that 50% mark. I'm just looking at this leg from the highs to the lows that we flushed down, and let's see if we can get to about the halfway point right there. It seems like on the Nasdaq, it's about just shy of 2,200, 21,975s maybe on that one there. VWAP potentially coming in. 73s pushing here on the TQs. Again, we talked about that VWAP being 7360s. Let's see if that can potentially come in right here. I want to take a look at some of this volume as well. The volume's kind of starting to dwindle as well, so we're getting a bit up on a slightly decreasing volume. But again, we're going into the later half of the day, right? So it's like, can you really expect the same levels of volume from the opening session? Not really, unless there's some sort of catalyst. But let's see if we get that continuation there. IONQ, wow, I talk about it and it starts to kind of break and push. So GG's on that one. Nice little continuation. Consolidation base holding nicely in the morning session, and it seems like we're starting to trend a little bit off of that consolidation break. So good action on that one there. Nice and healthy trend off of a consolidation break I'm seeing. So 73s here on TQs. Let's see if we can get any further here. I'm waiting for this candle to close, but like I said, it's still got about less than 10 minutes now for that 15. Apple, that was a nice reversion, and then now it's reverting the reversion. So it's like, we talk about
Was that IonQ broke?
You can see that beautiful reversion right here, and then it retraces about 100% of the price back through open as well, some of these pre-market levels, and then we're getting that retracement once again, a reversion maybe back into VWAP right here. That's sitting at 198.88 here on Apple. So very clean directional legs here on Apple. Not really getting involved on that one is a bit of a miss on my part. But again, can't catch them all. I did try to do that a little bit on Amazon earlier and didn't really come into fruition. Got a little chopped up, but it is what it is. Let's see if these TQs can pull up a little bit higher here.
Yeah, good look there. Yeah, healing ping naturally. A nice look there on PDYN. You can see from a 5-minute standpoint, it's not overly liquid, right? We're having liquidity issues, big gap up. That stuff's not fun. I don't know if that's genuine. Did something happen here? Oh, you're saying,
there's some flow.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we're heading right back into opening price there on PYDN. So good call out there. I like this one, but there's obviously some liquidity issues. You can see if we zoom in and head to the lower time frames, that would not be fun to sit through. A lot of algo trading right here. So that's essentially what that is. But if you have the ability to sit through that, then by all means, just continue to do so and just run your book. All right. So can you check Hood, please? Yeah, we can take a look at Hood. Hood's trading relatively well, right? This is a big-time name. I'm happy that I bought into this and rotated into Robinhood. It's been nothing short of a monster. But Adair's got some stuff for us. We'll talk some more Hood when we get back.
Yeah, just to mention Paladin a little bit more, Joe talked about the illiquidity, so I'm not going to talk about that. Last week, so this would have been Wednesday, this would announce that they received additional funding from the U.S. Air Force under a contract. So much like some of these names like Palantir or BBAI, it's an AI name that's actually benefiting from Army contracts, 10% short float, not a ton of volume on the day. It's about just 1.1 million shares traded on the day, but either way, worth noting here, PDY, the volume, though, really insignificant for context. Eli Lilly's done more than double that volume. Back to you.
For that, Adair, and that's what I was referring to earlier as well, to some liquidity issues on PYDN. So, yeah, good luck. Coin slowly starting to work out. I'm prepared to sit in more of a grind. I do want some more ad opportunities to put in some more size, but with that being said, you need to wait for those pullbacks, or am I going to chase it just yet? I want to see how it reacts around some of these key resistance zones, and with that requires patience, Obi.
Yes, sir. So these TQs kind of pushing a little higher, 73. Let's see if we can get to the next quarter here. Nice little continuation. And yeah, I was like, whoa, because again, a little bit of a push into the book there. Wow, look at Circle go. Circle's really catching a push right there. Wow, look at that thing blast to the highs there. 235s clean. What a break. Let me pull up the tape here so we can take a look at this together and see some of these levels potentially come in. Circle is a nicey stock right here. So 236s by 235, 235.70s by 236s. So nice little 40 to 50 penny spread on that one there. Let's see if we can sustainably hold 235s. But like I said before, I haven't really seen any sort of like aggressive exhaustion here just yet. So we'll see. That was a nice flush off of the open all the way from 230s to 205s. I think 206s and change. I think that was the low. Not quite sure. Let's make sure what that low specifically is. 206.17. Yeah, that's what it was there. So 206.17 low there, all the way back. Beautiful reversion, pushing a little bit higher here, 236 to 237s. What are the chances we get to 250 today? I think that is more than within range if this thing really has some more shorts. Again, a lot of players were looking at this, and again, we saw that Jay Lee in the chat as well earlier was talking about, yeah, this is definitely mispriced, overpriced. So if you're getting in too early on the move and you were like, oh damn, that's nice, 230 all the way to 205s, you didn't really cover anything. Guess what? Intraday shorts that are still holding on from that open are probably starting to sweat a little bit here. We haven't really touched pre-market highs just yet on Circle. That's sitting at 237.80, but we're getting pretty damn close as of right now. 237s on the ask. Here's that first quarter above 73 on the TQs. Let's see if we can get that continuation. About 5 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print, and it seems like we're making a little bit of a beeline towards VWAP. Mm-hmm. The reversion might not be as mean as people think.
Ooh, okay, you're still long the TQs. Nice, Obi.
I got back in.
Oh, you got back in? Oh, okay, nice.
I got out, got back in.
Okay, so I see you're long there from 72.99, and Fabian pointed out, I didn't even recognize, everything's on the left side now, so it used to be on the right side. But now we got, I don't know why I point at the screen, like you guys can see what I'm pointing at, but anyways, yeah, so now our pictures are on the left and not on the right. So yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I wouldn't even notice that. It would have went right past my head, but we're off to Adair, guys.
Sorry about that, guys. Here's AAOI. Sharif's not here, so I'm going to talk about some of these small caps I'm seeing on my scanner, because AAOI here are applied optoelectronics. Great push here, almost buy program like action, constant green candles. I couldn't find any news on this one, but it does have a 20% short float, and again, steady grind to the upside. So if you are a small cap trader, AAOI could be one to look at, though. It's definitely to the upside here. Back to you.
Good look there on AAOI there. You know, we know Sharif would be trading that one. Let's take a look at it. AAOI applied. So yeah, I mean, a big time move, guys. Let's take a look from a percentage metric. What we are up on the day. I mean, we're not going to count the pre-market or anything, but 13%, a nice cool 13%. I'm sure a lot of individuals will take that. Coin is just continuously grinding up higher here, guys. 36.40, I'm not taking anything. I'm looking for a pullback, and then I'm going to look to add at around 36, all right? Because I want to make this position significantly longer, and I'm also going to hold for that break of the potential high of the day. If we're heading in that direction, someone has a specific objective, and I want to participate on that, all right? So I like this recovery. Double bottom near the lows here on coin. So we had multiple touches here, guys. That was a wick around this area. I mentioned it there on coin. And then now we're double bottoming, break through the volume weighted average price, heading towards a key resistance zone and a key pivot. So let's see if we can head towards that high of the day. And I think that's going to be the primary target here for me on coin. But the quantum space is really running. And I like that you pointed this out earlier, Obi, is IONQ. Wow. Yeah, a nice bull flag I was talking about here. Oh, this move here is like a nice consolidation. And then as you punch through some key resistance zones, just look at the volume profile, really just pick up and that move being sustained. You can go across the board on some of the names here. RGTI started to break out as well too. A nice move on RGTI. Then we got QUBT. Again, a nice move on quantum computing. And then did I just
QBTS?
Yeah, QBTS. I had that one up there. QBTS.
There's also ARQQ as well, which is kind of like
ARQQ.
It's I think it's an ETF.
Okay, the ARK is it the ARK Invest?
ARQQ is the ARKit Quantum.
Yeah.
Never mind. It's not. It's just it's something else. Yeah.
ARQQ.
ARQQ. ARKit.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
So there's
one
ARKit Quantum.
in that
Yes.
space
Okay.
as well.
A little not as liquid as the other names, and I don't know if people are too familiar with this one. Interesting stuff. But Adair, what do you got for us?
What I have here, guys, is the NASDAQ on watch. We have some comments coming from a top general in the IDF. Of course, that's the Israeli military, saying that the IDF is prepared for a prolonged campaign. Meanwhile, Iran apparently arresting some foreign national agents as well. So this tension here in the Middle East is continuing. And back to you.
Figured so. So we want things to cool off. That might head the market a little bit higher. And then again, so one thing before I send it back to you, Obi, I think it's really important to know we know that we have large size of open interest at SPY at 600, and the same thing on NVD at 145. The next week, oh my days, it's continuing to. So what we want to see come Monday morning when the market opens, where is that concentration of open interest rolled over to? And if we increase in strikes, that's a positive sign for me, and we might be able to continue higher. I'm looking for this NVDA all-time high break. But one thing to note, I will tell you guys, because I tell you guys all my swing trades, etc., intraday trades. I might hop out. So I bought some IBIT contracts the other day. I own a couple of that, and I still own some shares from a previous swing that I was telling you guys about. I honestly might just dump this and then just really concentrate on this move on NVDA, because I think there's some big potential there, and I'm looking forward to trying to take advantage of it, especially if we get anything low 140s, then I can just really start to grab contracts as this thesis starts to work into that 153 all-time high. So yeah, big time move. Coin really moving nice for us here, Obi. I was gonna add at 36.20, but we didn't. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. We'll have to be a little bit more patient, but I do believe we are gonna head towards that higher day.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Let's see if we get that continuation. We're getting a strong push here. 21,900 broke through there. So we talked about that 21,800 hold. Let's see if we can kind of start to push a little bit of that reversion. TQs did dip back down. I got out of it, but it's holding up pretty well as of right now on the day. So let's see where the next trade is. That's what I'm looking for. That VWAP potentially coming in here on these here markets. But I'm seeing that Softy's already at VWAP. Apple's already at VWAP. I'm pretty sure you got to put on NVIDIA VWAP here. But I'm pretty sure, okay, yeah, it's pretty close. Hasn't really got there just yet. And the SPY is pretty close to VWAP as well. So I want to stay a little bit nimble and kind of observe what happens. Amazon, oh boy, like I said before, I tried to get that long multiple times, and it's kind of not even a dead cat bounce here on Amazon. Take a look at this. So I tried multiple times, boom, 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 boom. A little bit of a chop fest happening here, but again, I kept it relatively light and tight, and I was like, all right, well, I'm not really going to give this more than, I guess, just over 2 risk units on the day, and kind of just pieced away from there. But it seems like we're trying to catch a curl, but you can see there are definitely other stocks when it comes to the Mag 7 which have reverted much nicer back to their VWAP. Just take a look at Apple, for example, right here. This is what I mean. Boom, reversion of the reversion right there. Beautiful, clean action, softy as well. Not as clean, but you can see coming right back up into VWAP as well. Goggles, oh boy, didn't see this one coming as, again, little bit of a consolidation near the lows. Hasn't really recovered. And funny enough, my third top idea today was Google. Password hack. Look for VWAP hold off open. Pre-market levels are key, and I'm looking for that continuation from that volume we saw going into the close there as well. So yeah, that definitely came in pretty nicely once the bid started to break right here. Opening range low breakdown on goggles. You can see that consolidation 173 for that continuation. Nice puke action. So more of the same from what we saw going into the close on Wednesday there on Google. So let's see what that one has in store. I definitely missed out on that one. Oh boy, a little bit of a flush coming in here. 240, is that a 240 false break on Circle? We'll have to be patient and wait and see, because again, nothing too crazy to suggest to me that again, this is ready for what I'm trying to do to the Circle. So we can definitely circle back to that one when it's showing me what I'm looking for.
We don't want to run in circles there, though. I don't think.
Oh yeah, exactly. You don't want to run in circles.
Run in circles there. I was trying to hit this actually, to be honest with you. Okay, so a big time move down. Yeah, there we go.
Boom.
Big time move down in coin, guys. I think this is going to be a good ad opportunity. The market is pulling back as well too, but at some point, I do believe that we are going to go and test this high of the day. So this is what I'm looking at. You can see we have a key pivot. And this is what I'm talking about. This is the most basic stuff. You have the most touches here, lower highs. Once you crack that low, this downtrend, then boom, you look to get in on the backside of this, and then that continuation, and then primary target is going to be head towards the high of the day. It's either going to construct a lower high, or we're going to head towards it. We're going to punch through. You'll see a little bit of a volume spike, and then boom, boom. You look to take some off at that point and see if you can continue. How's it going, bro? See, you're in a great trade there on coin. Yeah, I appreciate that, Gorev. But I mean, we took a couple stabs at it, right? So like, if you want to talk about a record, I was break even. That's literally a break even trade right there. I get stopped out when on the ad, and then I get a nice move. And I went to take some off, but I accidentally added, and then I just flattened out happily there. So 1-1-1 for all my hockey fans and all my other individuals who understand what a tie is in that kind of ranking. But yeah, there we go. One thing to note, not the best signal right here, guys, on Robinhood. So we want to talk a little fintech. Here we go. Yeah, a nice indecision print above the volume weighted average price, still a lower high. So just be cautious of this one. I mean, Robinhood has been on a monster run from the Liberation Day lows. Look at this stock. This is crazy. Man, yeah. I'm so happy that I bought this, guys. I went over its numbers multiple times.
Where'd you get in?
My average is like 38, just under.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Great,
So,
great, yeah.
Dude, and the thing is, though, Obi, is that, okay, I caught a lot of heat when I sold Tesla at the lows, but I'm like, hold on, no, I got to allocate this cash. Considering I dropped the ball on that Tesla, on Tesla, I need to get into something that I really like, and that was Robinhood. So I'm happy that I rotated into this. It's been treating me relatively well. I mean, they're really starting to expand. They're going over in Europe now. The accusation of WonderFi. So, and again, the gold member, just consistent increase in growth from a user basis, options activity, crypto activity, margins account, etc. So really good look here in Robinhood. I like this name. I would like to add some more, but unfortunately, I'm not going to chase it all the way up here, even though it could continue to appreciate. So this is Robinhood for me. Yeah, I'm going to call it Sean's Palantir. All right, so that's what Robinhood is to me. Is Katina Mann's Palantir, which has been on a monster run as well too, from the Liberation lows, over 100% there, 110% off of those April lows there, Obi.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these charts. Again, you look at it on the weekly, you can really start to grasp the magnitude of some of the price action here. And we have definitely traveled quite a distance just within the past couple of years here on Palantir. You can see the strongest volume bar, funny enough, coming in on the first earnings report coming in on 2024. So maybe that Q4 23 earnings coming in, and you can see that strong volume candle, and that reference low of that week never gets taken out. That's sitting somewhere at what is that? Just shy of $16, $17 right there. Yeah, currently trading at 138. Oh boy, what a trade that was. This 15-minute candle currently, we've got about 8 minutes left. You can see, oh boy. You can see that we're pulling back aggressively a little bit here as of right now. So again, it's a good thing I was staying nimble with the TQs. And again, if we pull back a little bit more, hold a higher low, I'm more than willing to re-engage on that one. But again, trying to stay nimble and tight as possible for now. Let's see, where is the next trade? Let's take a quick look at what some of the volume leaders on the day are doing here. Let's go to a 3-minute chart. Again, how much you want to bet Circle's going to be on there? How much you want to bet? Well, obviously Tesla's almost always on there, and I guess maybe some CoreWeave. I'm curious to know CoreWeave. We haven't really looked at CoreWeave yet, but let's see what the top runners are today. Ooh, innovative eyewear, Lucy. Maybe is this running on that potential Meta glasses run? I don't know, because we know that news.
It is not. It has its own story just about glasses.
Okay.
In general.
All right, so it has its own story about glasses, but interesting timing on that one. Alongside with that, I think it was Oakley's and Meta pairing up for their Meta glasses right there. So cool stuff. One of my buddies.
Or is it Ray-Ban? I think it's Ray-Ban.
Is it Ray-Bans?
Yeah, I think it's Ray-Ban.
Ray-Bans or Oakley's? I don't remember. Oakley's is the new one. They already had.
Okay, they had the Ray-Ban.
They had
so
Ray-Bans.
the new one, yeah.
So funny enough, my buddy, I hadn't seen him in a while. And we went to high school together. He's basically we grew up together. We're neighbors. A couple days ago, I was just doing some yard work there, and he comes up to me. He's like, "Notice anything different?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you're wearing glasses." And he's like, "What about them?" And he was wearing the Ray-Bans, the Meta ones, and he was talking to me about how they're so cool and how he's kind of testing them out and stuff. So I've seen them in real life. They seem pretty decent, pretty fun to have, but maybe in something I wouldn't really go out of my way for getting, but. He's always what's the word for people who always adopt new technologies? I'm forgetting. Yeah, early adapter, but there's a specific word that I'm looking for. But yeah. Anyways, so yeah, those glasses coming in hot here. I guess Lucy catching a little bit of that bid as well. Oh boy, there goes the bid on the market as we're pulling right back in. So yeah, the reversion didn't really revert. So I'm glad I stayed as nimble as I could on that. Took a little bit of a piece off there, coming back in through 73s. Let's see if we can make any sort of a distinctly higher low for that push to come in. Otherwise, I think that sellers have already kind of shown their hand in the morning session, showing us who's in control. And if they choose to step back in, I do have to be very respectful for that. There's Circle right here. So 241.50s. I didn't know they were called Circle Internet Group. Nice. 241.50s, currently day high there on that one. Tesla, oh boy, wow, look at this little flush. Again, we gapped up on Tesla, and yeah, I bet a lot of people were looking for that prior day high, for that continuation on Tesla, but guess what? It kind of grabs some of those highs and then breaks this beautiful consolidation. Look at how long we consolidated in this pre-market here for almost an hour and 45 minutes in a range between 238, 239s and 237. So about a 2 to 3 point range right there. Consolidating on something like a Tesla for over an hour, 45 minutes, and then you get that shake and bake slam off of the open. Sure, the long was great for the scalp, the short coming in pretty nicely as well on Tesla today. So interesting stuff. I know a lot of people have been talking about Intel. Oh boy, that's an extended leg to the downside. Beautiful reversion. Probably didn't get back to VWAP. Yeah, right there. Reference price for this volume coming in. I don't know if this was news, but this might have been that TSM 1039. I'm pretty sure that's probably that TSM news that came out right here. Yeah, so Neil's saying, yes, that's exactly when that was. You can see we're technically making a lower high underneath the consolidation right before that news came out, and that's underneath VWAP as well. So maybe a little bit of a continuation. We definitely have market tailwind on our side as well. So if anyone's looking at that, that's potentially an idea. And again, you can have all the best ideas in the world. If you don't have the right execution, then it doesn't really matter. So that's something to keep in mind. Warner Brothers, not really interested in this one. SRM, that's interesting. What's SMR doing? I want to know. SoFi was a little bit in the news, but yeah, interestingly enough, nothing too crazy here. But yeah, let's take a quick look at what was the stock I just mentioned? SMR, yes, thank you.
I'm
SMR.
glad that happens to you too, because I do that all the time.
Oh yeah, I'm just like, it's so funny. Like in my head, I'm like, I'm a very visual person, I'd say. A lot of times I may forget the name of the stock, but I'm like, if I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, that's what that chart looks like. I know what it's been doing over the past couple of days. But yeah, a little bit of a flush, maybe some continuation happening on the day today, but nothing too crazy, nothing worth for me to get involved with. And oh boy, look at this coming back right back in here. Let's see. I don't know if we're going to come down into that 21.8, but like I said before, it seemed like we were making a beeline towards a lot of other things. But again, TQs did not get to VWAP. But we talked about a lot of these other constituents that were already at their VWAP. So I'm like, all right, well, if sellers are going to step in on some of these names, what is the probability of a potential turn of sellers stepping back in? I have no idea, but in the moment I was like, all right, I don't really like that. So got a little lucky there with that out on the TQs. Let's see where the next trade potentially is. Again, that Intel was looking nice. But again, you can see a lot of stocks are kind of giving us the same price action, right? Kind of holding prior structure lows, making a lower high currently. This VWAP 198.84 hold on Apple coming in pretty nicely as well. Wow, this one's again on the volume leader list as well. We got AAPL here as well. Okay, so nothing too crazy. It hasn't really taken flight off of this consolidation just yet. Still trading sideways. New holdings. This one has been a bit of an interesting one as well, but maybe in a much higher time frame perspective. Yeah, kind of sideways chop for the past couple of months on new holdings. So nothing too crazy there. Of course, Nvidia is the one of the main stocks of the market, kind of giving us that direction as well. Looking very similar, holding some of those prior levels and holding below VWAP. So more of the same across the board. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. I liked the long, didn't really get involved with the short, but let me know what you guys are trading. Gavin H in the chat talking about Dell. Let's take a look at that one and see what that one's up to. I'm curious to know whether that's trading similarly to, okay, I guess not. Dell, I would say that Dell, as of right now, is potentially a little bit part of the quantum sector as well. So I have both Honeywell and IBM and maybe Dell as well on that list. And you can see that, wow, IBM showing some strength as well. So distinctly different from the rest of the market here. IONQ, again, strength to the upside. So maybe says something about some of those related names. I'm just curious to know right now if these markets can make it through the day low. Alphabet is the closest one to its day low, coming in right here, trading at 168.50s, current day low 138.29s on goggles, and Amazon as well. So threatening the test of lows on some of these stocks here as of right now. So I do want to be a little bit patient. If we crack through some of these lows, definitely going to catch a little bit more sell side action on the day today. So gotta stay patient, like you said.
Yeah, good luck. Are we going to Adara? Sorry, did I get that in my ear there? Okay, yeah, all good. So there we go, guys. I added once again here, onto this coin. I wanna add again here just because I'm just feeling that type of way here today, Obi. So shout out to Rich Homie and RIP. But I mean, here we go. A nice move. You can see that we have this wedge and this bull flag pattern being formed. So there we go. We get that pullback. The market was pulling back. You see it hold these specific levels. Strong stock, not selling as aggressively as kind of the pack around it, then that's when you're going to get those add opportunities at these lows. So there you go, entry one, double it up, and then I add another 33% right there. And I want to add some more right now. And I mean, if we get any form of a bounce in the market, I think it's going to start to send Coinbase to the top side. And then that's when I want to start to participate. I'm going to be patient on this one. I won't get overly aggressive, but I really, really want to. So there you go. You've seen 3 ads here, or 2 ads, 1 entry, 2 ads here on Coin. Still looking to add some more. We're off to Wadera, and then with Neil with his lesson of the day.
Keep an eye on some of these oil planes here. Here is INDO. You could look at USO or Oxy. Apparently, a journalist for The Independent on X just posted here that Israeli warplanes have struck the oil refinery in Avaz. So keep an eye on these oil plays. Looks like we still have some tension here in the Middle East. The NASDAQ this morning was quite the look. Same with the S&P 500. We had this nice push pre-market extending into the open. Then we give it all back. A little bit of a bounce up into 528.50 for the NASDAQ, but they cannot hold on to this level. So what happened here? Well, we did have that drop as we have some reports from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that the U.S. is considering getting rid of some of these chip waivers for China's allies. Now, what's worth noting is here, I actually read the report. It only says that one man is telling global semiconductor companies that he specifically wants to get rid of it. Now, he apparently works with the Trump administration, but we don't have his name. So this story, I would like to see more details here for some more context for the market. Not a fan of this story. TSM dropped to the downside once we got that report. Keep an eye on a lot of these earnings names as well. One of these small caps we haven't discussed as much as GRRR. Breaking down a little bit here, but still a nice push to the upside. Gorilla Technology with earnings. We had ACN, Accenture on earnings. DRI, Darden Restaurants here with earnings day one. Smith & Wesson, SWBI, as well as Kroger, KR, and CarMax, KMX. And then here's Coinbase here and Circle Group, both of these on watch to the upside. A little bit waffly in the morning, but now pushing higher. Day two of this stablecoin related catalyst, Coinbase moving into the space, and Circle, a known stablecoin issuer. So great look here. Lots of different sectors to look at. No matter what you're trying to trade, there should be something on watch. But was also on watch is Neil. And it's lesson of the day. So without further ado, Neil, please take it away.
Thank you, Adara, and timely, because this has to do with the news. What are you going to do when the news comes for you? You got to switch it up, and sometimes that's just how it is in the market. But the first thing you got to think about when there's a big headline hits is maybe the basics or part of your trading plan can help you with where to flip, how to flip, where to get in, what to wait for, because you've already done some legwork sometimes on the symbols that are going to be in play. And when we're talking about the chip headline that we got right around, that came in right around 10:30 or so, this was the case. I was taking only longs, a failed long breakout on NVIDIA that I played back into the prior high for an out, a dip buy into the 145 where we talked about that consolidation that was in the pre-market. So there was a dip, that worked. So I was sitting 1 for 2 on NVIDIA and taking another dip that held 145, and I took the consolidation long above. Now I had a stop in when the news hit, but I wasn't looking at NVIDIA in that moment. Now obviously, keeping it simple is the first thing to do. If I was on NVIDIA, the simple answer is, this is my level, the news hits and it's negative, short underneath 145. And then likewise, it's very simple, when it bounces off that support and goes back into your key level, you short 145. That's why I would have been on NVIDIA over, say, AMD or any of the other names that all would have worked out, because I had a price level in play. The other thing you can do, and in this particular case, it's like the stock I happened to be looking at in the moment was a name in the chip space. So I just think in that situation, it's what is the most simplistic idea I can work with. If it's bad news and it's short, this is a bear flag. You just short it as it breaks down. Now, had it been NVIDIA, it would have been 145. It would have been play back into that level. But in this particular case, I happen to be looking at a chip name. I know it's negative chip news. If there was no news, here's another way to think about it. If there wasn't a news headline and you had a chart that looked like this, what would your first stop be thinking? Look for continuation down. It doesn't hurt that the daily chart isn't all that great either for Intel, but you just take the trade that you can in front of you. I can make the argument that NVIDIA could have been a better trade, but that's not where I was looking first. Do what is simple. And then after the fact, when we have news events, they create liquidity vacuums, and oftentimes you'll just go from one to the other, like from one liquidity area to another liquidity area here. That's where we bounce. So when you come back into this level, what should you be thinking? Let it trend up. Now, sometimes you might short this move. I couldn't argue with anybody that shorted here on a continuation and took a shot. That makes sense. It was bad news, it was trend down, you're looking to maybe add to it, you take a shot in here, you stop out on that candle. But when it goes all the way back to square one, where it started, it's now done the liquidity gap again. Now on the news, I don't know where it's gonna bounce on the way down. So I think you're a little bit more aggressive on the way up, because who knows where it's gonna bounce. But once it's already shown me the range, and it's the middle of the day, let it work. Like, I ultimately think that most times this type of a look is a fail, because like as it's working the most, you have all these exits, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. You should be letting it work. But that happens because it's flash news, it's a flash drop. If it quickly goes back up, I don't want to get trapped in it. I want to take some profit because you can't be 100% sure where it's going to bed because it's news that's unrelated directly to Intel. But when it's the second time through, where's our support level? Right here, we're consolidated before, about 21.14. So where's the only place I'm bidding? Let it fall if it rolls over and let it get to that price level. And then I'm going to bid on the bottom end of that range as well. And then I'm going to bid at the low of the day. Because when you have news, you get these important levels that get put in. So once you're trading that stock, you have a better idea of where you should be executing in terms of entries and exits. Like, great, go play with the momentum, but on the way back, you have a little bit more information to be more precise. But that only happens if you pick something adjacent to the news or related directly to it, get in and start trading it. It could have been NVIDIA, it could have been AMD, it ended up just being Intel for myself. But having something in your back pocket, so when it hits, you know where you're going, right? If there was more news on stablecoins, most people today would probably have an idea where they're going in terms of trade. You're either trading Circle or you're trading Coinbase. You pick one, you go into that. And so when news hits, oftentimes you're like, oh my goodness, madness is happening. Slow it down. If it's in a sector you put some work in on, you should know your levels and make sure you're on that stock. Or just look for setups that you have developed before. Some of them will be obvious. And then on the way back, when there's a relief rally or things calm down, note those liquidity levels from before so that you can execute more precisely if you want to reload and you're not just getting in randomly thinking it's a continuation short. You're actually waiting for it to set up. There's a lot that you can do when news hits. And if you have to sit on your hands and not get anything in the move, hey, then only play the retracement. That's perfectly fine too. You just have to slow things down a little bit and let the market speak to you. But it all starts, first of all, with making sure that you get that news. That's why we're so appreciative of Adara all day long getting us the goods, and that's what Trader TV Live is all about. When the market moves, we're not talking about an hour later. We're talking about it as it happens so that we can make some actionable decisions in the moment.
Here now.
That's your lesson of the day. Right back to, it's not the Bash Brothers, it's Obi and Joey Options.
Yo, thank you very much, Neil. Solid short. Great short there. Absolutely beautiful. You got in on the thing, and then you reloaded at the right time as well on the lower high. That's absolutely beautiful.
Actually, can I just add one thing? I should have said this. I'm still wearing my mic. Why did I do this? The only thing I wanted to add is there was a big degree of luck in that because I was looking at that consolidation short on Intel already. Because it was like, that what a bearish, and I was already looking at that short, and then the news happened to hit. But that's part of trading. Sometimes luck is going to be a bit of a factor. Like that could have been like a B+ short that turned into an A+ just simply because news hit. Yeah. But it starts with looking at something first. I don't want to sit here and think like, oh my goodness, look at that crystal ball you had. I was lucky enough to be looking at the stock in the moment that it happened. You just got to capitalize. But thanks anyways, Obi.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, here's the thing. You got to have some level of luck, I would say. And it's like, we talk about this. Neil said he was prepared for it. The opportunity kind of fell into his lap. He was already looking at that stock, and then the news comes out. It's everything he wants to see, and then he takes a snipe right there. And yeah, we say this often as well. And again, this is not something I said. This is something that Seneca said, was luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And that's a perfect example of preparation. Neil's preparation meeting into that opportunity, and then he is ready to execute on that. And yeah, getting a little lucky is definitely a little bit of a requirement. And funny enough, some of the boys definitely say better be lucky than to be right. And more often than not, some of those trades are probably some of the best ones as well. But holding a little bit of a higher low here, 72 halves on TQs. I'm watching that. Circle consolidating higher now. So we've stepped up on top of this 230 consolidation. We held that. We attempted to break down below VWAP. We pushed right back through 230 hold. Now we're consolidating above this 235, which is in and around some of those pre-market levels as well. So 240 didn't really push that aggressively, but again, we're kind of consolidating and holding on as of right now here on Circle, so waiting and being patient for that one. hasn't really given me what I'm looking for just yet. But again, the short came in beautifully off of the open. That was a big miss on my part, but let's wait for the next trade potentially on Circle. The long has been nice as well. I think some of you in the chat saying that they were long 206s, 207s, and then maybe some people even 225s as well. So all of those entries working out pretty well there. And yeah, this consolidation was interesting as we were holding that 230. Now we've kind of stair-stepped on top of that. You can see the futures kind of coming back in as well. That was an aggressive sell back down through, back into 21,850s. Now we're catching a little bit of a bid here as well. So being patient, nothing too crazy. Like I said, I want to save a lot of my risk and my mento for some of the closing action we may potentially get, right? So what do you got going on?
Coin, man. Breaking
Coinbase,
through.
let's
Yeah,
go.
let's go
Nice
Coinbase,
trade.
man.
Great trade.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Obi. Just trying to stick to the strong names, right? Like, and I was talking to myself this morning and last night. I was preparing myself after seeing that run that we had on Wednesday. I'm like, the program has to be continued. That is so strong, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. So you can see we have the entry, multiple ads, and there is other ad opportunities as well right here. And I'm like, okay, if we bounce off of this, it held up relatively strong. Once again, market selling. Coinbase holding up relatively well. So there we go, a nice trade we got going on right here. Holding for 37s, that's going to be my primary target. I mean, Rivian Millionaire, it is what it is, right? Like this could totally fail, and if we don't if we don't get back towards that high of the day, which is around 310, I believe. I'll zoom out and see what exactly that price is. Yeah, so 310.50 roughly. That's the target, right? So if we're on this trajectory, that's what I'm looking for: is the attempt and the break of that high of the day. My guy's back. My guy's back. I thought you were going to Cirque Deuce. Oh, he's busy. He's locked in. All right. So this is what we got going on. Looking for this break. Volume stepping, sorry, no, I shouldn't say that actually, because you can see on the 5-minute is relatively cool. But I mean, if we can just keep it nice and consistent and we get a little bit more to step back in, then I think we are going to get that 310 and maybe even head to a 311 here on Coinbase. So I'm just going to hold it for that primary target. And that's exactly what we're going to aim for. High of the day and then take half off, high of the day break, and then let's go. We're only a couple cents off now. Let's continue this move. I like Coinbase. Let's go, Obi.
Great trade. That thing is pushing even higher right now, dude.
Let's
So,
go, boss man.
you know, you gotta stay patient with that one there.
Are you back? I thought you were going to Cirque Deuce. Oh, I thought, yeah, all right.
He hasn't closed his position.
All right. I thought it was Cirque du Soleil, man.
Give the man some space. He's got to come back. And you know, he's saying $10. You said $10 in the money. Coinbase long from 300. So shout out to that trade right there. Yeah, great long. 300 hold was nice. And again, I was talking about my morning plan here on Coinbase. Where did it go right here? So up there. Right here. So yeah, Coinbase. Yeah. Look for continuation if it holds 300 and it holds VWAP. Guess what? It eventually did meet both those requirements here, holding up a little bit higher. So again, shout out to both Sean and Joe having that trade. A little bit of a double bottom there on that 300 here. I'm looking at this on my other screen. Double bottom on that 300 gives us a nice little place to put some risk on and be like, all right, well, if we're gonna hold this twice in a row, then maybe we are pushing for that. Definitely missed out on that one. 310.58 is the current day high. So yeah, taking a straight beeline for that day high as of right now on Coinbase. Continuation of what we saw last week as well. Again, I got eyes on PayPal as well. So PayPal is pushing pretty nicely, holding its highs. So that one is holding up on its own. IONQ, we talked about that one a little bit earlier. Look at that. We got all the way to 41.44. So a nice little trend off of that consolidation break. Now we're kind of catching a little bit of a sell and giving a decent chunk of that back, pulling in for almost a 50% retracement of that leg there on IONQ. So good stuff there. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. FTNT saying Justin Ross. FTNT, let's take a look at Fortinet right here. Oh boy, yeah, directional to the downside. Hasn't been doing any relative volume. Absolutely. In the pre-market, it seems like it was pretty lackluster in terms of volume done, but relative volume, you can see it's been doing some. It was doing some decent relative volume, almost going above 3.5 on a 5 period there in the pre-market, even with the lack of volume. But you can see that relative volume kind of starting to dwindle off. We start off of the open with almost 2 times. That's sitting at 1.86, and that's been dwindling off along with the volume itself on the day. So a bit of a continuation. Is this a trend? Maybe, but you can see that we got more of the same here that we've been seeing over the past couple of days, day and a half or so. That's selling coming in maybe on Tuesday, continuation happening on Wednesday, and more of the same coming into today, even though we gapped up above some of these end of day consolidation highs. Seller step, it seems like seller step right back in on that Fortinet and trading back below $100 now, breaking prior day low. So nice little clean break. So I guess, yeah, that's a solid trade if you've been taking a look at that one. VWAP been holding since the open there. So, okay, so Kaushar saying, what can you look at INLF? So INLF, what is that? We can take a look at this. Inlif Limited. Okay, that's interesting. So you're talking about this hold. It keeps holding a level, you're saying. So yeah, maybe there's something here that's holding. We've talked about held bids and held offers. So if you're seeing something hold here, it could definitely be a little bit of a held bid. Let's pull up the book on that one and see how that one is doing. Wow, nice little push back below the 72 halves on the TQs. But let's take a quick look at INLF. For our friend here, $1.30. I don't really get involved too much in something that's I guess, yeah, the market cap is 13 million exactly. So something with such a market cap. But again, we can take a quick look at this one here and see how that goes. That trades also on the Nasdaq here. So yeah, you're talking about that held bid maybe potentially. It seems like the lows are at 124, 125s. We can kind of take a look and see if there's someone visible there in the 120s and 125s. I don't really see someone that's openly visible. Maybe they're iced with that iceberg potentially sitting there as well. So funny thing about level holds, if you go, so I was talking to both Neil and Sean about this morning. NVIDIA was iced on 124s right here. You can see I came in and I was like, oh boy, this is definitely a little bit of a held offer. Now nobody was showing themselves on the book here, but you can see when you go down to like a shorter time frame, this is a 3-minute chart. You can see, look at these candle opens and closes right here. Boom, 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 boom. A little bit of a level hold, some volume that comes in the pre-market gives us a little bit of a push, and yeah, this was kind of my reasoning for the push all the way up to 145s, 146s. But you can see that kind of came back in, seller step right back in. So that 145 held offer, maybe potentially stepping back in with this lower high right here. You can see where that volume comes right back in on the follow through and the hold of opening range lows there on NVIDIA. So a little bit of a held offer action happening there in the pre-market. What do you got for us?
Good look there, guys. Ready? Level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site, pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TraderTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded. Join PropXP today. PropXP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com, guys. So check that link, scan. Oh, that is the e-signal QR code. But there you go, PropXP. Go check that out, see if that style and that prop firm is for you. But let's go. Robinhood continuing to climb here, Obi. Big time name, bouncing off of VWAP. I mean, we're not going to call this quite a V-shaped recovery, but if you zoom in and head towards those lower time frames, you're really going to be able to distinguish where you're starting to curl over, right? So really nice bases. That's why you want to grab the bottom of these ranges if you have the ability to. When you see that stock start to have the inability to construct any new lows, that's when you want to start grabbing anything that doesn't crack this, and then boom, there you go. You get that U-shaped pattern. I wish I remembered what tool I was looking for here. That's okay. We're not going to dive too deep into that, but a nice move here back on Robinhood. I mean, the pre-market highs were around 78.69. And we just went over kind of from a percentage metric where we were from the April lows, and then now where we're currently trading at. And I think there's still some more room for this name to climb. Just have to be patient, let it breathe, and then look to take that move. I'm also kind of liking Bitcoin here at the lows, but I'm not in love with Bitcoin right now, just from a daily standpoint. I have my checklist, and it's like, okay, when I go through my checklist in the morning, where's the stock sitting at from a daily standpoint? Is there a catalyst? And there's some other couple things that you want to always continue to monitor. What is the options chain telling you? Is there a lot of overhead resistance, right? So those are a couple of things that I just go through. And then today's circle was checking off all of those boxes. Looking for continuation in Wednesday strength. Is it in a breakout territory on the daily? Yes. Is there a high level catalyst? Yes. So when you start checking all those boxes off, you have to take those stabs. Whether you're wrong or not, like if you're wrong, then guess what? You took those, your system told you to, it's just that it didn't happen to work out today, and then maybe take another swing the next day, all right? But you can't get mad at yourself if you're just constantly checking off all these boxes, green flag, green flag, green flag, and then you take the trade, it doesn't work out, come back and do it the next day, green flag, green flag, green flag, chances are that it's going to probably work out. So just keep that in mind. That's what we got going on here on Coin. I don't know if I should get into Bitcoin right now. We can break it down from a daily standpoint to see what we...
Like in your personal? Or
oh no, right now. No, yeah, right now. Because here, I want to point this out here, Obi. I don't know if you've seen this. Let's pull this out here. So we got a nice hammer, and then also kind of like forming this double bottom right here, right? You see what I'm getting at? So double bottom. Market's slightly bouncing, but if it decides to take another leg lower, and I'm referring to the Nas, I think it's going to drag Bitcoin down with it. So yeah, we might not get that bounce. I don't think it's extremely strong right now, and I told you guys something weird. I find something weird is going up. A lot of even institutions now, like or not Michael Saylor, but a lot of institutions own this. I know they're only allowed to have so much, but if you have individuals like Michael Saylor, and then now you got GameStop. Adara mentioned another company as well this morning who had 100 Bitcoin, even though that's not that much. But you have the reserves now in Pakistan.
It was GNS.
GNS, thank you for that one, Adara. So it's like everybody's grabbing this hand over fist. There's such a limited amount. Why aren't we continuously grinding higher instead of getting this move where you move 30% and then you fall into a consolidation phase for a couple of months? I'm just praying that this doesn't happen this time and we can rebound. We don't crack that neckline to the downside, because if we do, I think we're going to head back towards some lower levels. Bang, there we go. We caught the fill on Coin there, Obi. Let's go. Now breaking through the high of the day. It is a hot dog cannon. Patina, man, 310.46. You seen we caught that fill. I told you guys we're going to hold on to the majority of it. I took 33% off right here, and then I took 10% off right here. So, or sorry, 20%. Cash machine, absolutely.
Yo.
Let's go. Nice look there, Katina, man. Big time move. Money storm it is. And now you get to roll into the weekend going to Cirque du Soleil and running a $15 winner in Coinbase. That's how it's done, brother.
I just want to say congratulations to you.
Why?
I wasn't even here. I mean, you took the trade. Like,
Yeah, we did.
You know,
Hey,
you know what
man.
I'm saying? So here's my look on.
Let's go.
Here's my look
See
on
it.
Coinbase. We wrote down $300
Thanks.
as a level. So we're just starting to take out some right here because yeah, you're right. We're not going to be here for very long, but it's a nice $10 move back there to the upside. And that's what, you know, like I went, put my orders out right there at some key levels, put some orders out again right there. Had our stop, right? If we broke 398, we talked about that, 298, sorry, then we were out. So,
That's
I mean,
simple.
that's what we're here for, right?
And I heard you say during the meet on Wednesday, you keep it so simple. It's either your stop gets hit or your profit targets get hit. You're not complicating the system at all. It's just like,
No,
okay, I have my
no-
stop set and I have my target set. One or the other is going to happen. And you just sit there and you just wait. So,
All right, Joe. I see you're listening, which is nice.
yeah, hey, man.
Not many-
little fly on the wall. You know?
Not many do. So,
Oh.
but anyway, shout out to you guys. Hope you guys are having a great time. I'm off in a bit, so everyone have a great weekend,
Now he's
and we'll
going
see
over
you
to,
guys soon.
Heading over to Cirque du Soleil in Humber Shores there.
Nice.
I heard they're going to start building condos there soon, and then we're going to get that Mimico Go station that has been longed for an extended period of time. Sorry, like Park Lawn, because there's Mimico and then Park Lawn, right? So I guess relatively same area, but not too far away. Who we going to now? Adara. Obi.
Okay, so guys, we got a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time, live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out on the chart. Check the certificate page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. Trade the Pool has the tools and the capital to take you further. Please scan the QR code or visit tradethepool.com on your screen. Are you ready to level up?
Yeah, here is the market. This is the NASDAQ on watch. Here we get comments coming from Fed's barking. We know Fed's Waller was actually pretty optimistic this morning, saying that, maybe we could even get rate cuts coming through as early as July, or at least some of the Fed is pricing that in. That's not the case with Fed's barking. Fed's barking saying that there is no conviction on whether or where trade policy will settle and how it will impact prices or jobs. Also here saying that there's zero urgency to cut rates and that inflation risks from tariffs are still very much present. Price indices are above targets, jobs and spending are holding up, and actually some firms are expecting to raise prices due to this trade policy uncertainty. So we have a distinct difference here from what we're seeing coming from Fed's Barkin and Fed's Waller, though interestingly enough, after these very dovish comments from Fed's Waller this morning, now there's some polls suggesting that Fed's Waller could be Trump's new pick for the Fed chair. So interesting stuff. We're going to have to wait and see how that develops. But before we get that, we have to thank our friends at OGEN, that is Origenics, because each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Thank you to our friends at OGEN. We send you back to Joby.
Sometimes it's never that clean, right?
Yeah.
Like you'll see sellers start to step in, and then sure, price can still travel a little further before they really kind of, coming in as well. So.
Yeah, good look there, Obi. I mean, I've seen that weakness really start to step in as we slightly broke that high of the day, and then you can see now we have a relatively large bearish engulfing candle right now. So there you go, a big time move to the downside in coin, and I'm glad that I just took my remaining out right there. Unfortunately, we didn't have the ability to capture all of that there, but it is what it is. So yeah, and then I decided to hop in some Bitcoin. I'll get aggressive on this one here. If it does decide that it wants to revert there, Obi, back towards the volume weighted average price. I mentioned that we have this double top, this double bottom, right here. So this is what I'm just essentially playing off of. We open up below this line here, the support level. We open up below that, then I'm just gonna hop out of that trade. And this was my earlier little scalp on IBIT. I mean, it broke even. Once I seen it reject VWAP, I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna go today. So hopefully this selling is kind of phased out, they're slightly exhausted, and we can get that move back towards VWAP, or it's just going to be completely weak, which I don't like there. So, excuse me, I'm going to pull up Bitcoin from a different chart here to see what we got going on, and then we're going to do a couple things. We're going to go through the top performing sectors of the day, and then we're going to get into the stock voting game that Fabian.
Oh,
yeah, that one's fun there. So we'll get everybody rocking and rolling on that. Get ready, and don't do it just yet, but just be prepared to set up your dollar signs, etc., on what stocks that you specifically want to see, and then we'll vote on those. Let's pull up US BTC USD. So here we go, guys. This is what I'm referring to. If you ask me, this is pretty weak, and this is a pattern that I don't necessarily want to see, especially as we engulf this candle. This was a major fake out. So essentially, I'm long. I've been long from long on IBIT. Once we crack that downtrend, we enter there. I piece out the majority of my shares, but then I'm looking for the continuation in the break here. So what I actually did, guys, is I started buying contracts here for the anticipation of the break. You get this big engulfing candle. Oh, sorry, it was right here on this hammer candle right here. So I buy one contract here, and then I buy a couple more right here, and then boom, I'm like, okay, nice, we get that move. But then it rejects aggressively, and I'm like, oh my days, what is this? Like, there's something weird going on. I don't like this. It just doesn't make sense to me, and I guess I shouldn't try to make sense of it, but here we are. If we crack this, then I'm going to flatten everything with the exception of my long-term account because I'm positioned relatively well there. So there we go. It breaks that 102 level here on Bitcoin. selling the contracts for a loss. Yeah, that's right. But then what I have is the shares will just mitigate that loss, and it'll end up being a smaller positive close on that complete swing trade. All right, there, just because of due to the moneyness of where those current shares are sitting. So cracks 102. See you later. Out of the contracts, we head back into that $100,000 level. Then that's when you want to look to start accumulating a little bit more. I mean, I could sit through them. Right, they're further dated. They expire not until December. But I would rather, instead of me averaging into these 65 contracts, and that's what I sorry to digress, but that's what I'm referring to. Understand what you're trying to achieve when you're buying at the money, in the money, or out of the money. All right. So my goal was for it to continue to break through that high and then eventually gain that intrinsic value. But I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, and I don't want time decay to just chew up the majority of the value of those contracts before it makes that move towards 65, and that's what I'm talking about is IBID. So break 102 out of that trade, Obi, and then we'll reassess the situation, be patient, and then look to get back in. One more thing before I send it back to you, my friend, is coin is pulling back slightly aggressively, so I'm glad that I punched out of that. So you can see we broke through that high of the day, or we tapped right next to it, so a couple pennies higher, and then we dropped $4 or $5 right there. So I'm happy to have punched out on that trade. And then what we're gonna do is the top performing sectors to see what we got going on here, guys, and see where the strength and the weakness lays in the overall market. So first place, we got consumer staples, so we can take a look at Walmart and Costco after. And then we got the energy sector, financial sitting in that show place right there. We'll go from third last to last. Materials down about 0.25%. Then we got the tech sector down about 0.4, and then the healthcare sector down about 0.5% there, guys. I'm going to send it to Obi. When it comes back, we're going to start the stock voting game. Or do you want to start the stock voting game now?
It's up to you. I'm kind of just being patient. I'm watching this. Sure. Like again, we said to just hold on to see what trades really kind of show up and the ones that fall into your lap. I'm waiting for Circle as it still consolidates. It's something about stocks consolidating at the day's extreme, whether it's at the lower at the highs for an extended period of time, and we can see that Circle is doing that right now on top of its morning structure right there. So interesting action here. I'm tempted to do a couple of things, but again, I want to participate, not necessarily anticipate. Sure, the probabilities might be doing things in my head, but at the end of the day, what is the market actually doing? Let's wait to see what happens with this consolidation range here on Circle. Do we take a leg higher above 240, or do we revert back down into VWAP and maybe find a little bit of a bid? But again, I'm just watching and kind of running through different iterations in my mind, just being like, all right, if it does this, what do I want to do? If it does that, what do I want to do? But again, being patient and sitting on my hands for now on Circle. So I think we're more than ready to kind of start off with the game there. And I see that you guys are you guys ready? Some people are already chiming in with the $ tickers here. Marcus Stevenson saying MP. Man, so I'll start to throw mine in.
Yeah, I threw mine in there, guys. So yeah, there you go. The stock. We'll start that momentarily. Get those tickers in. We'll get those submissions. $, then the stock that you want, and then we start the poll right after that, right, Fabian? All right, let's go. So yeah, guys, $, ticker. Let's see if we can get those submissions up here. We're gonna get that rolling. Yeah. All right. Cool. We can start it now.
They can keep voting regardless.
Oh, okay. Here we go. So get those right. $. Obi's going Apple. It's not number, Isaiah. It's $, number, not $. All right. So $, not number. Get those votes in, and then once we have this up for a couple minutes, we get enough submissions, then we're gonna start the poll there. This is our first showdown. Yeah. There we go. First.
Okay.
Bang. Let's go. You want to start the voting now?
We got Blink and BYD.
I'm happy with them. I want to get 100 submissions though. Can we wait for 100?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We got 15 more.
15. There we go. 97. There we go. 3 more. Pardon. Hit it.
Return.
Oh,
how do click it?
Yeah. Bang.
Click return.
Return.
All right. So you have 100 submissions.
Oh,
now?
boom. Now we're gonna start. Now we can start the poll. Now they're coming in. All right, guys. This is exactly what we want to see.
Coming in hot.
Oh, they're coming in real hot.
Wait for a little bit more too.
You want to wait a little bit more?
I mean, look, the price action is getting increasingly faster. Nice, well done.
I don't know who put Joe Mama in there, but I mean, it's all good.
Oh boy.
New to the
Yeah.
Insta-ban. You're getting insta-ban from the chat.
Insta-ban. Yeah. Keep the madres out of that one there.
Yeah. Okay. So
all right.
200. I think
There
that's
we go.
solid right
We'll go
there,
200. There we go. Obi likes to start there, so we'll start the poll. Bang. So
SPY and NVIDIA.
SPY and NVIDIA.
Okay.
This is what we like to see. So it's either 1 or 2 now, right?
Start the voting.
Start voting.
Voting,
All
and
right,
then
bang.
one is SPY, and then 2. What is that?
Oh,
We're
Blink?
winning ones and twos now.
Oh, but now it's Blink and BYND. Yeah. What's up with that?
Okay,
I thought it
all
was
right,
these
well,
two here.
It's just the one and twos.
Yeah, one and
okay.
twos I think is fine. So 1 for SPY, 2 for NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Throw it in. Let's see.
Okay,
Let's see which one wins. Yeah, sure. The
going-
vote now is not changed, but you can see
going Blink
on
182.
on the bar it does say SPY and NVIDIA. So let's see. I'm gonna put in.
I'm going Blink 182. What are you going?
I'm going for 2, man.
You going 2?
Yeah, I'm going for 2 right there. So that's casting my vote there for NVIDIA. Wow, that's a neck. That's almost a. That's.
Okay.
Because it says
1 or
it's
2.
a little bug there. It's a little buggy. Yeah, we're still in the beta mode here, Katina, man. So yeah.
Pre-alpha sigma.
It's a beta, yeah. It's a beta. It's in the beta mode here.
You're happy with
Yeah.
You can end voting.
Oh, I'm gonna end it. Oh, I was gonna wait for it to be 50-50 just
About a
to
minute.
grind everybody's gears there. All right. So, okay, there it is. SPY and NVIDIA. There it is.
Yeah, it's at the bottom. It's at the
Okay.
bottom.
Well, I'm gonna go. I can only vote once though, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know.
If you vote more than once, I don't think it really counts it. But
Very interesting.
it seems like NVIDIA with the winner right here.
All right, there we go. We're done. We're ending the voting. A winner, NVDA.
Oh boy.
The
What's that one been doing, dude?
yeah, there it is, a big one there. So we like this one. And then return, and then we're back to the screen there, right? All right, good stuff there, guys. NVDA are going to be on the rundown without any form of questioning there. And what I was just about to say momentarily, Obi, these scammers are starting to get really, really interesting because it says, as of June 19, 2025, we have not received a payment on your toll yet.
Yeah.
Your license and other things will be suspended if you don't pay it now. All right.
No, I think I saw. Was it? It might have been Wayne. He was like, check out this text, and it was like, oh, Dad, I need some money. I need some money for thing, and it's like, okay, well, what if you're not even a father? Who's this? Like, I have people texting me who are my apparent children that I have never known about.
And it's like, what, you don't know why is your kid texting you from this random number?
And it's like, think about it. If it sounds anything remotely similar to what your kid kind of texts you, what if you're like, okay, yeah, let me send you some over, but then why is your kid giving you a weird PayPal link or whatever to send money? I have no idea.
I told you about my
straight scams.
So one of my close friends, him and I owned a condo together back in the day. Anyways, he fell for it twice, gave up his SIN number twice. Twice.
Oh,
and I told you guys, the guy said, the one guy called him and said, yeah, this is Ricky Williams from the CRA. And I'm like, dude, Ricky Williams? I'm like, no way. True, honest story. I swear to God. I'm like, you have no idea. Yeah. I'm like, that was not good. But yeah, twice he gave up his SIM card to some individuals in Montreal.
That's wild. I feel like that's.
I'm like, dude.
I don't know. I don't want to speak about Darwin Awards, but it's like the SIN number is something you obviously never give out.
Yeah, you don't want to give that out.
Unless it's like governmental websites or for tax purposes.
They would never
whatever, right?
call you or anything. If anything, you get something in the mail. This is Canada's officially from the
CRA is the Canadian Revenue
really?
Agency.
Yo, see, watch out for Katina. It was Katina Man way back in the day.
He said they will phone?
They won't be. He's being sarcastic.
Yeah, they'll phone you, but then they probably there's ways.
I don't know if they will phone you. It depends on what it is, but they usually get it in the mail. Circle. Are you still in Circle? Are you in it? No, you're not in anything.
I'm waiting patiently.
You're in the queues. You hopped out of the queues.
I'm not in anything. I hopped out of the queues. I was in the queues.
Okay.
And then I was like, all right, you can see that it's pretty much started going sideways. I sold at this I guess a relatively lower high here, right underneath VWAP. Whoa, boom, there goes Circle as it breaks that 240. 42 halves currently printing here. Like I said, do we have the chance to potentially get to 250? And I was like, yeah, that's well within range. And guess what? Only about $7 away for that one. And I hear Adara clapping in the back, and I know somebody who is definitely long this stock on the desk here, and it is working out quite nicely. One of the most in-play tickers, I would argue, on the day here has definitely been Circle. But again, the market has given us a lot of other opportunities as well. Parth in the chat saying, Obi, check on SBET. Let's take a look at that one here. SBET and see what that one's up to. Sharp Link Gaming, interesting. Okay, so a little bit of a dead cat bounce, it would seem, underneath VWAP. You can see that strong selling in the morning session, some strong volume. Oh boy, that's a little capitulatory right there. Some of the strongest volume bars making the lows there on SBET. But since then, not really too much of a reversion. Sure, we're holding some of those reference lows relative to that volume, but haven't really taken a decent reversion back into VWAP. We're just kind of, like I said, dead cat bounce off of that. But interesting action there on SPET. Is that coming into some prior day? There you go, right there. Prior day false break of prior day low is what I'm seeing right off of the bat. Some strong volume coming in on that low break and then a reclaim as well. So interesting stuff happening there on SBET. Niraj saying Lays. Not the chips though, LAES, Seals Q Corp. Let's see what this one is up to here. Interesting, over 1 times relative volume. What's the market cap on this one right here? So almost half a billion there, 490 million, just shy of that is the market cap on this stock here. So yeah. Semiconductor with a little bit of a bid on the day today, breaking past prior day's highs. You can see yesterday or prior trading day, not really too much volume, but coming into the pre-market, you have that relative volume right here. You can see these increased bars, and you can see on the side here, I have about what the value for that relative volume is. So in the pre-market from 4 a.m., this stock was doing about 1.86, and it's been kind of sustaining in and around above 1 times relative volume throughout the whole day. So sustained relative volume, you could also argue that maybe it's expanding a little bit here as we push up into 1.5s, whereas most of the morning session we spent in the 1.3. So interesting action, nice little continuation on that one here. Market, is it bouncing? I have no idea, but guess what is bouncing? 245s on Circle, bro. Oh boy.
Yeah. No, I was just mentioning something, but I mean, man, that's the thing with coin. What a liquidity grab this was here, AOB. Like, boom, you get this massive
Just
engulfing candle right there, and then now it's heading back towards this high. So it's just like, man, Circle is just absolutely rocking right now. I'm gonna hop out of this IBIT trade here because we didn't get that bounce. Double bottom not coming into play, and this is what I'm talking about. You have these stretches with Bitcoin when it's really in play, and then it just goes into chop mode, and I think that's kind of the phase that we're sitting in right now. So any lower, I'm gonna just hop out of this. So hopefully this is just a liquidity grab. I can sit through this, and then once it starts to recover, we can get a move here in the Qs, and then maybe a bounce back in IBIT. But other than that, yeah, Robinhood's looking good too there, Pitch Bowl. I like the way Robinhood is looking. Coinbase is looking relatively well, and then Circle is most definitely one of the better trades of the day. I mean, just not even thinking about what the overall market is doing here. So, I mean, like what you're referring to, Obi, is that you get that high of the day of around 237, and then you get a 30-point move to the downside, but then just recovers $42. That's insane. So big time stuff we got going on with Circle. We'll pull up Robinhood here momentarily before we send it to Adara. And there you go. Yeah, Robinhood, really strong engulfing candle, opening print, 5-minute orb traders to the downside. Nice move, but a big time recovery that we're seeing here in Robinhood as well too.
Yeah, worth mentioning here, just in case, on the geopolitical side of things, apparently Vladimir Putin of Russia is set to speak right now. If there's any comments coming from that are of note, I'll let you guys know. Again, not something that necessarily will be market moving, but given the emphasis on geopolitical headlines lately, something to be aware of. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's the thing, man. Sometimes it's like you find a good reason to sell, but it holds a higher low and be like, okay, well, I don't think it's a horrible decision to get out, but you got to start thinking, okay, the next trade could potentially be the re-engage.
The re-engage, right?
It's
there,
like
right?
It looked like it was like water falling and tanking into VWAP, and then it just stalls and then starts to rip. So that what I'm seeing right off the bat, that 3640s, you see that like that last out that you had, that consolidation on the right side.
Right here?
Gives you a potential area where it
can
consolidates
just
for a
hop
little
back
bit.
in.
Just like just to be like, all right, we're still technically making higher lows. I really do like the idea here. And yeah, a little bit of a continuation happening there on Coinbase. A little bit of a pullback through that 245 now on Circle. So oh boy. This is the thing, man. The higher this thing goes, the more volatile I'm seeing it get. 5-point wipes on 3-minute candles here as of right now. So beautiful, beautiful stuff. A lot to capture on this one here. Pathik saying Tesla above VWAP. Okay. All right, let's take a quick look at that. Again, that one was kind of selling off pretty aggressively earlier. Let's see. Oh boy, yeah, nice little reversion, right? We talk about that turn, and we got that reversion all the way back up into VWAP here. Currently trading at 324.20s. VWAP sitting at 320. 340s as of right now. So it's consolidating, maybe holding for a bit of a continuation past that. Nice base here at that 317.79 day low. And again, the futures have held some of their lows as well. We talked about that 21,800 bounce. We're still kind of chopping above that. And then on the ES, just above that 6,000 mark as well. So interesting stuff. I'm watching TQs here. We're consolidating sideways in a place where I like to get involved with a potential bid. If we're going to consolidate here and maybe potentially push for another leg higher, I do want to stay involved with this one here. But yeah, that's what I got watching on TQs. Dorothy in the chat talking about MP. MP Materials, we know this is a rare earth play, I think. So yeah, MP Materials, a bit of a sideways consolidation today. Interestingly enough, in the pre-market, coming in with some relative volume, still trading within that opening range. Oh boy, take a look at this first opening candle right here with a high. What's the range on this candle right here? So you know what? Let me just measure it instead of trying to read it out. Boom, measure it right there. So that's about a 5% drop right off of the open here on MP. And look at that, we've just been trading within that 5% range on MP Materials Corp. But bigger picture, let's take a quick look at the weekly, because I know this one has been building up a little bit. And again, a lot of swing ideas on this one over the past couple of months, and it's been working out quite well as well. You can see a nice little trend break happening, and then that volume coming in, going into the beginning of 2025, and you can see that we've had a nice little push there over the past couple of months as well on MP Materials Corp, with some of the most volume coming in the most recent of weeks, where we get some of these breakouts that have been aggressive on MP Materials. So shout out to anybody who's holding this. I know a lot of people have been talking in the I guess the swing trading space about this stock here, and you can see that expanding volume going into that those breakouts as well. I think that's always something good to see for continuation and just for confirmation as well. So good look there on MP Materials.
For sure. Yeah, Bitcoin really tanking to the downside here, guys. So I just hopped out of that trade. Once it broke through, I was thinking maybe we get a liquidity grab, but that 59 break moving to the downside. So I think this asset is weak. I'm going to give it to the weekend. And then come Monday morning, if I'm not liking what I'm seeing, then I'll tell you guys full disclosure. I'm going to be hopping out of my swing positions on Bitcoin, because I was looking for that continuation, break of the previous 112 high. But I don't know if we're getting that. Nice engulfing candle here right there, though. So it's either one thing I think is going to happen. We get a nice bounce, or we might continue to the downside. But Robinhood is just, oh wow, it's just continuously taking from the rich and giving to the poor over here, guys, because Robinhood is monster move. So there you go, big time, all the way back up to 78 there, Obi. So good look there on Robinhood. Circle still hovering around that level, that 239 level. That's the thing. This thing is super volatile. I mean, that high of the day is around 245, and then you take a 6-point move. So the volatility is in. And I was talking about why buying options on this name isn't the best idea just yet. 350% at the money IV. That is too expensive, okay? If you are not writing, you do not want to be buying that right now. That's just my opinion, okay? That is too expensive, because if things start to cool off, let me pull up Circle here, because if things start to cool off, man, you're just gonna, day by day, volatility decay, it's just gonna ruin your time. But this is a big move that we're experiencing here in Circle. This is a positive sign though, right? Gaurav, take a look at this one. A big time potential hammer at a high here on Circle. So let's see. Maybe you get a short day come Monday, but be patient on this one. Don't chase, especially via options contracts on that one. So BTC is going to 120 to 125 by August, says Bob the Dog. I hope you're right. I hope you're right on that one, my friend. And like I said to you earlier, I have no issues with getting out and then getting back in at a better price, right? I told you my game plan with the contracts. The shares are whatever. I'm just selling the swing shares to mitigate the loss from the contracts. That's all, right? It's nothing crazy. It's literally like I think I have 50 shares left, but they're at a good average price. But then the multiple contracts is where you can really get dinged if you don't manage those positions correctly. So that's what I got, DJ. So, what do you think of Game 6 of Stanley Cup Final, Roland? Yeah, I mean, it was a dominant performance, right? It's Florida's third year in a row reaching the cup. They probably should have won in the first year, but they didn't, came back, win it 2 years in a row. And a lot of these guys, rumor has it, that they're going to be taking discounts so they can have that team come back and then potentially go for another run. So 4 years in a row. So hopefully the Toronto Maple Leafs take a page out of the Florida Panthers book, which I highly doubt they will, because we all know how that goes on. I don't want to get into that because I was actually arguing with my friends this morning, bright and early, 7 a.m. about the Leafs. So yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, Goreb, I'm not touching Circle for any swings. Yeah, good idea on that front. I think it's something to stay away from right now. There's going to be other opportunities to get involved, but that's what I got going on. Patient, possible ad here, or sorry, possible second entry on Bitcoin. I don't want to try to milk a stone, but Obi, what do you got for us?
Well, VinFast announced the opening of its first authorized dealership in San Diego, California, in partnership with Sunroad Automotive Group, as it strengthens its U.S. distribution. VinFast already has a robust network of more than 30 authorized dealers across 15 key states. Globally, VinFast operates 388 showrooms, with over 90% now dealer-operated, following its strategic pivot to a capital-efficient dealership model in late 2023. Check out our friends at VinFast there. Some of those vehicles, man, I talk about them. Not too bad. I remember when they were holding the display. I think it was in not Yorkdale. Was it in Yorkdale? I think it might have been in Yorkdale. But yeah, I got a chance to sit inside some of their vehicles, and I really liked. I really liked.
I like the Polestars.
Polestars are sick.
Yeah,
we're starting to see more and more PSNYs on the road there. That's the stock. That's the PSNY is the Polestar stock.
Yeah.
The PSNY not really doing too hot, but the vehicles themselves, I think, are pretty solid from what I've seen. Then again, I haven't really driven one, but VinFast, I have been inside one of them, and absolutely beautiful. Some of they got the star ceiling as well in some of them.
In the Polestars?
No, in the VinFast.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So some of their SUVs very.
You're rolling Rolls Royce then.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, the luxury aspect of it seemed pretty nice as well. I never really got the chance to drive one, but I think one of my uncles, he was just like, yeah, he actually booked a drive test with them, but I never got around to asking him how it went. But
have you ever drove a supercar?
I don't think so.
No, you know.
I drove my friend's P90D, Tesla Model S. P90D. Yeah? That thing is fast.
Is it fast?
Oh yeah, it's fast. It'll cook a lot of stuff on the street for sure.
There's no torque, man. That's why.
Yeah, it's just right there, boom, right there. Yeah, the thing is, you get so spoiled after sitting in one of those, because you're just like, you have so much power at just right there on your like just right there on your foot. Right, and then it's just like, oh boy, right? Nothing else really feels the same anymore, and then you're just like, okay, well, maybe you don't have the sound of the engine or the rumble of the engine, but that jerk is definitely there for sure.
Oh yeah, I bet. I want to, because I know at Woodbine Racetrack that once in a while they'll allow you to, like, you can go.
Yeah, you can do the supercars. Yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
My brother-in-law actually, he told me, he's like, yo, you should come. We're doing this exotic run and everything. And I was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, you could pull up the old BM there.
Yeah. We'll see. It'll probably it will definitely get sauced amongst all of those. But yeah, no. But yeah, it was. I think exotics are fun. But it's interesting how some of these electrical powerhouses can really kind of ruin that experience in a sense where it's just like nothing's really that fast anymore. So,
Wow. You see,
interesting world we live in.
you see Robinhood here? This is like right back to OP right here.
Full on, we were talking about this. So in
Right back
the
to OP.
past, a full-on 100% reversion was relatively rare, but we're seeing so many full-on 100% V-shaped reversions in this market, and I bet it's catching a lot of players offside, to be honest.
Yeah,
So it's like you start to see. It's like sometimes so you hear about markets changing over time, and when you're here every day, kind of watching and observing, you're like, oh damn, things that we thought shouldn't happen very often are starting to happen a lot more often. So how can we kind of adapt and change our play style to kind of compensate and still extract effectively from this price action here? But yeah, Micron is another one. Somebody in the chat earlier was talking about Micron. Look at this V-shaped recovery. If you're holding this, being like, oh, this is going to close at low a day, oh boy, coming right back through opening range highs on this stock as of right now. So beautiful reversion there, and that reversion coming in, what time does that come in? In and around 11 o'clock, 10:40, 10:50-ish there on Micron. So which kind of, I'm asking the question, what is ARM doing? What is SMCI doing? We know that TSM news came out, and a lot of these semiconductors got a little bit of a flush there off of that. You can see NVIDIA as well coming in, interestingly enough, right into that 145 is where that selling steps right back in, and that catalyst comes out. I think, well, you know what? Let's go to TSM and see where that catalyst exactly was, what time. So that was about 10:39. Let's see what action NVIDIA did around 10:39, and boom, right there, a failure to follow through that 145, which happened to be pre-market, opening range low, and it also happened to be where that crazy iceberg was sitting all the way from 5 a.m. going into about 7:45. That 145 level, definitely a lot of ice there. I was like looking at it. Maybe it was showing about eight lots on the book, but it was printing on the ask multiple, I think it's safe to say hundreds of lots. There was a lot of single lots that kind of went through, boom, 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 on that 145, and interesting to see how we interact with it coming into the open. We're still trading below that, still consolidating underneath VWAP. Haven't really reclaimed that 145 just yet, but I'm being patient. I'm watching this market. Looks like it wants to curl a little bit higher here as we push back into some of that, some of those prior highs where that aggressive selling did come in, and we're getting bought right back up with a grind all the way back up. So let's see, TQs, can it get to VWAP? It kind of showed us a little bit of a trend break earlier, and it's making its way there. Again, I was looking for a much faster reversion, but sometimes the beautiful thing about price action, Joe, is like sometimes it's going to give you the price action you're looking for, but maybe not on the time frame that you're looking for. And as day traders, you kind of have to, be able to live with that. So. Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. I hopped in Bitcoin once again here, guys. It's unfortunate that coin. Well, it's not unfortunate. It's really nice look here, but we got out of coin. Obi was right. There is another opportunity to get back in, but that's okay. We'll live with this one. We won't complain. We definitely gained back some of the loss, this loss in particular there. So yeah, all right. Let's see if we can get Bitcoin rolling here, guys, because the market is bouncing, and I'm looking at NVDA as well too. It's starting to form these these higher lows, sorry guys. So just keep that in mind. If we can punch through VWAP, price really starting to compress. My issue is just the size at 145. It's so large. I would be really surprised if we made another big time move towards that and punch through. But one thing, I'm not saying that it can't happen. It's just that we need the momentum and the volume to really pick up. Because when I pull up NVDA, you can see from a volume by time profile, it's really starting to cool off, right? And that's not necessarily something that you want to see when you're looking for a breakout. You want to see it to slowly start to stair step, and then as you're heading towards those key resistance zones, you get that big time break. And we've seen that a couple times in the likes of AMD and NVDA earlier in the week through that 145 level, and even on the overall market too. So there we go. This is going to be my last attempt here on Bitcoin. We break through the low of the day, then I'll just hop into that trade, and then we'll look for something else. Maybe a short here at NVDA around 145. If things display themselves, the volume stays relatively cool. You want to give yourself a little bit of room to breathe there, just in case it does get a little bit of a whipsaw move, a spike, liquidity grab, and then you look for that move back towards the downside. So just basing a trade solely off the fact that there's a high concentration of open interest through 145 all the way to 150. It has cooled off, right? I went through those, I showed you guys earlier. That's why I'll post it on X, and then we can always go back and look. Because it's not like volume. So volume resets every day. With options contract, there's definitely something coming in here. I think I'm gonna short NVDA up down here. OB, NVDL. Yeah, we're getting some news here. I like this. We're gonna go over to Adara. I'm gonna hop short NVDL here, guys.
So we have CNN reporting here. Apparently, the Iranian presidential spokesman is saying that Iran will not stop uranium enrichment for peaceful purposes, but concessions are possible. That's all I'm seeing here. Apparently, also the military chief of Israel, so we have both sides of this conflict coming out right now. Israel's military chief saying that half of Iran's missile launching capability has been destroyed in a week of Israeli airstrikes. So getting comments here on both sides here. Keep an eye on uranium, because that was mentioned by the presidential spokesman of Iran. Also keep an eye on Meta, which had a completely unrelated headline here. And as you can see, a little bit of a spike, nothing significant. Mark Zuckerberg and Meta reportedly had acquisition talks with Perplexity before striking its deal with Scale AI. Now, if you don't know this, Mark Zuckerberg has a very intense plan here to recruit a super intelligence team. Apparently, he's already arranged desks so that his new team will be close to him, and he's having meetings at his house to recruit people. He's been on a massive hiring streak. Apparently, Perplexity was in talks. That didn't work out. We know that they had that deal with Scale AI. But again, the bigger deal here, not related to Meta, is we do still have comments here. Iran apparently not stopping uranium enrichment for peaceful purposes. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. We did get a small move down there in NVDL. So you can see I'm long and short right now, a couple of names. Let's see if these can come into play here. I think this is going to be really important, an inflection point here. It's either it's going to break up and squeeze me out, and I have no issues with that. As soon as it punches through VWAP, I'm not even going to give it that much. That's quite a bit away. That's P Pro VWAP. What I'm seeing here displayed is around 144.60. So yeah, I mean, if it breaks through that, then I'm just going to hop out of that. Especially I'm going to be keeping my eye on the volume, because if it does decide to pick up, then you don't want to be short this name, because you can definitely get that squeeze through 145. But right now I'm going to be looking for that continuous rejection of that level. I'll pull it up one more time to see what we got going on from a OI standpoint. I know we've been looking at it. Has it increased? Has it decreased? I think this is going to tell a lot for us. And let's see what we got going on at 145, 129, still cool. But I mean, you got to think on Wednesday, it had 200,000 contracts. So then now you have 130,000 open contracts. So that's a 70,000 contracts being cooled off there. And I think now that Branko's mentioned it, because it was a buy imbalance on Wednesday of $1 billion roughly, that could be a part of it. Those 70,000 current or closed contracts now, but we've seen that decrease from that open interest, which was at 200K, now sitting at 130.
Okay, so yeah, so potentially some part of the book getting taken out.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Way to simplify and put it in layman's.
So so on that news, again, Adara was like, uranium. So right away, I'm like, all right, let's take a look at some uranium stocks here. We have the Global X Uranium ETF. Sure, it doesn't do crazy amounts of volume. Current volume sitting at 2.4 million shares traded on the day, with an average volume of almost 5 shares. But you can see already off of the open, a little bit of a flush, consolidating near its lows underneath the VWAP. So yeah, that's the uranium ETF. I think there was another one called Quadruple U Energy Fuels, maybe a little bit of a uranium stock as well. You can see again very similar action to that of the ETF on this one there. So for anyone who is interested in potentially looking at some uranium names, there those are for you guys there. But yeah, a little bit of a flow coming in with that news. Again, nothing too crazy going on, but it's interesting to see how players kind of you can see players start to position themselves for into the market for potential trades off of those news catalysts as well. And yeah, sometimes I'm like, you don't even know what the news is, but you're like, okay, there's some unusual flow coming in here, so there definitely is probably some sort of news on that. So let's see what we do in and around here. TQ's got to 73s. We attempted to push, a little bit of a chop right there. We can see that this 15-minute candle kind of wicking the prior 15 and holding a little bit of that 21,900 as resistance. While all of that is happening, Circle is back at, I guess, just underneath that 245. So you can see it is still, those ranges were high. We talk about those $5, $6 3-minute candles that have been going crazy, but you can see overall it's still holding structure. Higher highs and higher lows is what the Circle is telling me. Let's see what Adara has to say.
Keep an eye here on the market. So in case you guys missed it, we have had these small businesses, apparently mostly toy companies or smaller toy companies, trying to challenge Trump's tariffs in the Supreme Court. Now, as of 2 days ago, they'd asked the Supreme Court to take up their challenge at a very timely manner, saying that this really is a risk for their business because, of course, with regards to, exports and toys, they want to make sure this is dealt with immediately. Well, now we have a headline coming out here. It's unclear if this is a report or if it's confirmed, but either way, this headline saying that apparently the U.S. Supreme Court has refused to expedite this challenge to President Trump's tariffs. So for these small businesses here, for the market in general, these challenge to Trump's tariffs will not be taken up by the Supreme Court at this time. So looks like even to be clear, a challenge doesn't mean necessarily that tariffs will be moved in any way, but either way could potentially be, a threat to the tariffs. That challenge, though, not getting taken up yet. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Yeah, okay, there we go, guys. So I got stopped out of Bitcoin here again. That's going to be my last attempt here, guys. Got aggressive adding for that bounce back towards VWAP. Didn't work out. That was our first attempt, small, and then we get more aggressive right there. Not working out. We're continuing to the downside, but I got equally as aggressive here on the short on NVDL, guys, here. So you go entry, add as we started to pick up in momentum, and there we go. Now we're cooking, Obi. Let's go. Heading back towards the low of the range. Gonna aim for the primary target is going to be the current low of the day. Talking about the open interest is, unless I see something otherwise on the lower time frames, like 1 minute we close as a hammer, that can give me a signal that we can potentially bounce. That's what going to be my target here on NVDA, is towards that low of the day, and even maybe an additional add here, just trying to make this trade as big as possible.
Yeah, no, I really like that. I kind of, again, I'm watching the TQs here. I'm like, all right, well, if we're going to crack a little bit lower here and maybe test the end of this consolidation low, I do want to participate in that 21,900. Again, I was looking for a push back up through this lower high. And that didn't really come in, and we got another lower high, a consecutive lower high with aggressive selling, which again is confluenced with a little bit of market news. So yeah, I want to dabble a little bit in this and see if that comes into fruition. Just trying to participate with the selling coming in. Again, more of the same of what we saw in the morning session here. Maybe potential sellers stepping back in. We're still holding underneath VWAP. We're still holding underneath a lot of that prior structure, and I'm looking at the Mag 7 here as well. Alphabet coming into its potential lows. Tesla, yeah, it got all the way back up to VWAP, but guess what? Cracking that trend, that bid that took it all the way up to VWAP. Let's see if that can come in as well. Spider turning as well. Apple still consolidating at its VWAP, so nothing too crazy happening there just yet. And another stock right here, Amazon. Oh boy, again, you guys saw, I attempted to try this long, and the long was definitely wrong. As you can see, any sort of attempts at a bid have just been crushed, and this thing is just kind of dwindling and consolidating near its lower extreme on the day here after getting a crazy flush right off of open. Like that, like the buying didn't really dissipate, I guess here. Look at that high volume candle right here. It didn't really dissipate for an hour and 30 minutes after we've already pulled back about 2.6% on the day on Amazon off of the opening range highs. And then we start going a little bit more sideways there. As of right now, still holding that 209.60 day low. Let's see where that'll take us here. Market catching a little bit of a bid here once again on top of the low of this consolidation. Let's see, this is where buyers have been stepping in. I was looking for a potential crack of that with some new information, that being the news coming in, and we saw again a little bit of increased flow as well. But 245s now trading on Circle, so oh boy, that thing just keeps going, man.
Yes. Can't stop, won't
Can you capitulate already? Like, come on.
Oh, you're waiting for that breakdown, eh? Oh, you're short the TQ.
No, I want exhaustion. Like I'm talking about give me something euphoric.
But look at the daily. I like the daily.
The daily is going
the daily. The daily, a nice indecision print right there. We got some news going to Adara. What I'm seeing on NVDA is actually one of the last things that I actually want to see. But let's see what Adara's got for us.
APR, this is Capricorn Therapeutics taking quite the hit. So far, this is like a $3 hit right now for CAPR. Looks like we're still open, so no halt here. Basically, I have to provide a little bit of context. So looks like a couple days ago, it was reported that Nicole Verdun had exited the FDA, where she served as the leader of the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, or the CBER. She was replaced by an individual named Vinay Prasad. So with that context in mind, now I'm seeing a report coming out here. Apparently, Nicole Verdun, again, the former chief of CBER, had scheduled an advisory committee meeting to review the therapy developed by CAPR. However, the new chief of the group is actually kind of skeptical of the treatment and decided to cancel the meeting. So again, because of the switch up at the FDA, CAPR's treatment will no longer be reviewed, sending the stock pulling to the downside. Back to you.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I
No,
think
Neil and I just talking about like how like that dropped down like crazy. Like that should that not be halting a little bit earlier? Again, I don't necessarily understand. There's some weird halt mechanics that have been going on over the past, I would say over the past year or so, for sure. What was it? What was the other? There was one sometime last year. It was really moving around, and we're like, this should be halting. What is happening? And something tells me that it might have been GME, but I don't think it was GME. No, but it was one of those related stocks, one of the meme stocks. It definitely was one of them, and I was just like, well, this is already done X percentage, and if you go look at what the halt rules are for the given exchange that the equity trades on, you're just like, yeah, this should have happened. This should have happened already. So what's really going on here? I have no idea. But yeah, market kind of sideways here. That's selling, catching a little bit of a bid on top of the consolidation lows. So yeah, we'll see. IONQ though, oh boy, that thing kind of reverted all the way back down pretty nicely here. So IONQ, again, another, we talk about V-shaped recoveries. Look at that V-shape back to the downside here on IONQ. But again, VWAP has held relatively well, sure, not perfectly well, but it has held, and every VWAP hold has given us higher highs and higher lows. So let's see if we build another higher low on top of this morning session consolidation here on IONQ. I definitely have very close eyes on this one going forward into how this catalyst kind of develops, right? I think that again, I have a little bit of a biology background, and I was looking into what kind of protein folding stuff that they've been doing. I think it's pretty solid, but price action not really giving us anything just yet.
Nice. Yeah, good look there, Obi. Neil's long or short NVDA too, so he's looking to get this break. I mean, there's some room to run here if we can punch through the support level, and it's just based off of the amount of liquidity and supply that we have up at 145. So that's all the way up here. I get that, but this candle right here is probably one of the last things that I wanted to see, especially running into the support level. So you can see coming into a T, and then you get that indecision print. So hopefully it's more or less a pullback. You can get that curl over, then maybe another potential add into this position for the break of 143.78, and then that's when you want to kind of start piecing out as you crack through. And there you go, you get a big time squeeze in this name. So yeah, not a good look. That was the last candle that I wanted to see right there on NVDA. So we're gonna pack our patience on this one to see if we get that curl over that I'm mentioning. There is a resistance zone right there. Pardon me?
250 incoming.
250 on circle. Yeah, that's crazy. So this is did I put it? So hopefully, oh no, it's already past that. Come on, man. Yeah, so there you go. NVDA getting a nice bounce. So yeah, we'll see what happens with this. Volume is relatively cool. So I'm looking for any form of rejection, and then maybe we can get a possible add on that one. But this 1 minute candle, and that's what I refer to, right? Like for me personally, it's just reading price action, and every individual candle will tell its own story, and that's not what I wanted to see right down there, is that indecision hammer print right at these lows, and then you can see a definitive bounce right off of that. So maybe I should have just hopped out there. But yeah, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Let's be patient. We're heading back towards the top end of this range. As long as we don't construct a new high, then I think we'll be sitting okay. But that's a pretty healthy candle right there that not necessarily we want. So we'll be patient. I mean, I could add here as well too, but I don't want to get into that noise just yet. I'd rather average in. Sorry, just thinking out loud here. But circle, yeah, Obi, way to point that out here, my friend. This thing is going nuts.
Yeah, it's going pretty crazy.
Yeah,
here.
wow, this is crazy.
I think that 250 again. I'm just asking myself, if we're going to bid up into this like this and then really kind of push, what are the chances that we push into that 250? Again, we're holding that last kind of again, talk about quarters. So 47 halves. Let's see how well we hold some of those 47 halves. That's what I'm watching. Again, I'm keeping it light. My main idea again on this stock was a potential short, but I'm willing to give it a couple of tries. And again, sized accordingly because it is crazy in terms of range. So should I be willing to give it a few points? Absolutely, there on that one there. So.
No, sorry, I was just talking.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, just watching this one kind of consolidate and see what it does here. Let's see if we can hold 245s with any sort of distinction, but we kind of grind it up all the way from 240s all the way up into 248s and some change, pulling back a little bit as of right now. So
yeah, good luck. Oh, you're in your circle long there. Oh, be nice from 248. You get that move all the way up to. Okay, so you're in roughly around the highs there.
Yep.
Yeah, NVDA, this is not good, especially if we open up on the top end of this range, then we'll just have to, unfortunately, take a L on this one and then just kind of reassess. Maybe that's going to be more of a liquidity grab, and then maybe you get that move back down. But that turtle shell price action I was looking for, you get that curl over and then you head towards the low of the day. But NVDA has other plans apparently today. So yeah, just keep that in mind, guys. Circle definitely probably one of the better trades on the session. So yeah, really good look there from everyone who has been trading. Then just put it in the chat. Have you been trading Circle today? What have you been trading? And if there's anything specific that you want us to take a look at on the options chain or some technicals, just put it in the chat and we'll be more than happy to do so there, guys. So yeah, coin still hovering around those 310 highs. Oh, wow, yeah, what a big pop there on NVDA.
Oh, yeah, look at the NASDAQ coming in.
Yeah, the NASDAQ coming in here as well, too. So just keep an eye out on that, guys. Volume starting to step back in. So anything can happen. I thought maybe with that negative news that Iran's not going to stop, even though a lot of their nuclear materials are demolished now. So see you later to that stuff. But yeah, let's go reject this high. Bitcoin is still selling, so that's unfortunate. I might even hop out of that stuff by the end of the day. I don't want to be holding on to something that's weak, and then I can get even a better price if it does continue to sell over the weekend. So that will be the game plan on here. Need this to hold off here on NVDL. There you go. You get a nice little flush to the downside. So the overall market rejecting the volume weighted average price. That's some positivity. And I mentioned, I'm just going off the fact that there's a high supply zone at 145 on NVDA. I know we're not there just yet, so you can see we're at 144.14. But again, hop out at the highs, wait for price to, if it is going towards 145, wait for any indecision around that area there, around that specific price, and then maybe you can look for a move back towards the downside. But yes, Circle, Tesla now back at towards the volume weighted average price. And I know someone in the chat asked me to take a look at Meta there. So let's pull up Meta and see what we got going on with META. Where is it? It doesn't want to show. Okay, maybe I closed out of that one there. So yeah, we'll pull up Meta, see what we got cooking up on META on the session. META. Ooh, oh, wow. Ooh, okay. It put in a pretty weak day there, OB.
It's looking like Alphabet or an Amazon right now.
Yeah. That's not good there. So there you go. You can see a 2.6% move to the downside there from that peak to the current trough, the local low here. And then now we're trading around 688. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about here, right? So you can see just like an absolute monster run from those April lows, and then now you go up about, what is it? I think we went up around like 40%, or 43% to be exact. And then there you go. Now we're heading towards some key support levels. And I mentioned this is a big time run. I'm not surprised that we're going to get some more of a form of a pullback. I think it's going to take a little bit longer than we expect. But it's the exact same thing with the Qs and NVDA. From a price action standpoint, this is not what I want to see, right? You want to see more of this. High pullback, high pullback, high pullback, high pullback, high pullback. We're not experiencing that right now. And with that being said, it can be extremely dangerous because the pullback can be a lot more fierce than what we're expecting. And then people are like, oh no, we're in a bear market again. It's just that, no, we've just been on a monster run, and the stocks need to breathe. We just can't go up all the time. So that's the game plan here. We're not experiencing what I would like to see in NVDA. It's just been straight to the top side. Now you're starting to get that shelf type style of price action formed. And with that being said, I would not be surprised if we get a pullback into the lower 40s there, Obi.
Yeah, so Joe, you're telling me that stonks don't only go up?
No, stocks don't only go up, unfortunately.
I think that's fair there. Yeah, again, like healthy price action tends to have ebbs and flows.
Exactly.
So you want to see that healthy price action and price acceptance as you step in any given direction, right? So definitely something to watch out for there. So good stuff. We're still building on this circle here as we push into this 250. There isn't too much size on top of this 250. So let's take a look right here. So you can see about 249 has 200 lots there. We haven't quite hit that just yet. 250s I'm seeing with about 300 lots. So nothing too crazy yet. Again, after seeing stuff like Nvidia last week, where you have about 10,000 lots on the offer, 300 lots, maybe not really too significant. But is it relatively different? Yeah, we haven't really seen anything too crazy. Again, I haven't been watching it that close, but this is the first time I'm seeing some size showing up on the ask here as we kind of push back up into that 250 mark. We held pretty well, and we're kind of just grinding to the upside here on Circle. So let's see if we can get through that 250. If we don't, that's perfectly fine as well. Let's look for potentially the next trade as well. The market pulling back in, so oh boy, we kind of clipped some of those highs and then revisiting consolidation lows here on both the NASDAQ and the ES. So interesting look here, but I'm gonna continue watching Circle to see how aggressively this can potentially push through 250. If it doesn't, then I'll also have another iteration, another answer as well. So just feeling out how this one will work as of right now. So let me know what stocks you guys are trading in the chat. More than welcome to take a look at some of those. This market's absolutely crazy, man. These chops, oof.
It's Friday, man.
It is a Friday.
Just joining, did I talk about OXP? No, I did not. Can I explain, options expiration? Yes. Why it has such a large impact on the market. What do you expect for the end of the day Monday? No, if anything, it's today, right? So I'll go over this one more time. So you have multiple. So you have index options expiring, and then you also have monthly options expiring. So one thing that you want to note is that we have these high concentration. So you're going to see high levels of open interest, and then what is that going to lead into Monday? Is where's that open interest roll over to? Okay, so just keep that in mind. That's how I look at it. Is it the right way? Maybe not. It's slightly subjective. But where does that roll over to? Do they start to increase in strike price? Are they lifting on the strike price? Or does it start to decrement lower, lower, and lower? All right, so just keep that in mind. You want to focus on where the concentration is. And that can also give you a range in what... in what like the market may be moving, or the likes of NVDA. You can get the magnet effect, but then also when you run into those levels, you can see that the stock is being heavily defended at 145 or 600 in the likes of SPY, and then you can see that continuous defense, and it won't allow the price to go any higher because it is a supply zone, and there isn't enough demand north of that specific strike price in order for it to continue to climb higher. So you get the hedges, as Neil likes to call them. I like that term. I'm going to steal that one from him. Continuously press price down. But then there's one thing that you also have to know, right? So if you have a 200,000 open contracts at 145, we'll just go off the basic NVDA example. Now, you have individuals that are long that contract, but then you also have the opposite side, right? And chances are it's the market makers, and they don't want their short options to close in the money. So that's why you can see the continuous defense of those specific levels. And then you can get that big time breakdown. And we went over two examples in the likes of NVDA during its prior earnings report. I believe it was 2 quarters ago when we were looking for that 145 or that 150 break. But the open interest said, no, we are not heading in that direction. We are heading south because there isn't enough demand north of those specific levels. And then that's when you can kind of get in that short squeeze territory. You have these massive call and put walls. And then sure enough, something happens, and then everybody wants to start accumulating the stock at higher levels, and then they're like, okay, I'm accepting of this price, as we would like to say, accepting of this price, and then that's when you get people who are offside on the opposite side of those walls have to start covering, and then that's when you get that squeeze type price action. So hopefully that answered your question. I mean, that's what we're experiencing here in NVDA. We've seen it throughout the week. but we also seen us squeeze through that level as well too. But then you can see the preceding sessions, it was not willing to accept 145, and then you get that continuous move down.
Yeah, again, that's something you gotta keep in mind as well, and I'm learning that over time as well. It's like certain types of consolidations just mean it's a better price acceptance, even if you think something is overextended, right? So it's like the consolidations really kind of give you a little bit of a perspective, and I'm trying to get better at reading into some of those consolidations and relative to when and where they happen as well, right? So again, we talk. One example could be like the one I mentioned before. A stock consolidating near its day's extreme, either near the high or near the low for a given period of time, and then that range can be a little bit interesting sometimes, given the context as well. But you can see the futures flushing to the downside. I'm curious to know whether or not we print some fresh lows on the day. Can we get below that 21,800? But this circle, bro, oh my God, this thing kind of pulls back all the way to 245s and then pulls back all the way to 247 halves. So again, still holding higher highs and higher lows as of right now, but being patient, watching to see what it does with that 250. Again, nothing too crazy in terms of size sitting at that 250, or at least showing itself as of right now, but let's see what it does. Every single pullback that we've had over the past, I would say since the open, every single pullback technically we've bought up on Circle. So it is, I guess, technically a with trend trade as of right now. And again, higher time frame as well. You know, we've been kind of gapping up and pushing
Bitcoin
on a bit of a perpetual, not really a perpetual squeeze, but a bit of a stair step happening on Circle there.
Yeah, good point out there, guys. And thank you for whoever just mentioned, Bitcoin is really, really tanking here, guys. So yeah, I've made my mind up. I don't want to be any part of this swing just yet. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to be trading this. So yeah, I'm going to hop out. We tried the longs here, didn't work out for us there, and you can see we take that a leg down, and that's kind of what I'm aiming for here in the likes of NVDA, right? So you can see that we're slowly getting that turtle shell type price action. You get that curl over, and then you head towards the low. So that's what I'm waiting for. Here we go, and we're starting to get that breakdown. Is this an add opportunity on NVDL? Let's see, because what a big time move through some of these support levels here, Obi. I'm liking what I'm seeing right now, so be patient, aiming for that low of the day. If the market heads in that direction, then I think we're going to be sitting pretty good. I have to be significantly more patient here on this one, and I'm looking for a larger risk to reward there. Go big, go home, trying to diamond hand this one. If the market wants to break down, we're going to look to participate on that. And what am I expecting to happen? If I truly knew that, then I would have a. I'm not going to go down that road anyways, but here we are. Let's see what we got going on. NVDA breakdown. Neil, you still in that? Yeah, Neil got
nice.
You got right back in after that squeeze. Yeah, nice play there. So really good move by Neil. He's short NVDA. You get that pop higher, hops out, and then he just hops right back in there. So smart play.
That's
nice move to the downside. This is exactly what we want to see here, Neil. And I think that we can head towards 143, especially if that downward pressure is continued and you get those hedges looking to same thing.
Yeah, Circle as well. Circle. At the same time, that bid came in real hot, and like I said, gotta stay light and nimble and be willing to take some of those crazy moves there. But yeah, 240s came right back in. You can see the market as well. Look at that strong flush. So yeah, potentially coming in for some fresh lows as of right now. So market tailwind definitely on the side of some of this selling happening here. And again, Amazon I'm seeing just cracking through day lows as well. So oh boy, this market coming in real hot. Circle. Not really working out. We'll give it another shot.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'll send it right back to you. But one thing that I've noticed, Obi, is that when this Iran-Israel conflict started, the market was really reactive. Boom, you've seen it instantly. But now I've seen it slightly lagging. So Adair will bring us the news. You won't see the market really reactive for that until a couple minutes later. And I've seen that a couple times here displayed. So yeah, sorry to interrupt you. But
yeah, no worries. No. I think again, you got to wait for those reactions to come in and then participate a little bit there on that one. So Circle, oh boy. That's a little bit wide there, but again, consolidation lows at 35. Let's see if we can reclaim that 40 with any sort of umph, but the market is about to crack its day lows here, so not a great look. TQ short, I did not get back into that one, so shout out to Neil for hopping back into that market short as, again, Softy coming back into its lows as well as of right now, so oh boy, aggressive sellers. Again, who was in charge off of the open? They showed themselves once again, showing themselves going into I guess the later half of the day. It's only 1:30 right now.
Yeah, fair enough there, Obi. And that's one thing that I was planning on. I'm going to start documenting as well, too, just to collect data to see what actually happens. Strong pre-market trend, right? What happens after that? I've started to know, so I've observed a lot of selling. Slightly weaker one, just below the volume weighted average price, as I'd like to see. You can get that move to the top side. So I'm going to start documenting what a strong pre-market trend necessarily leads towards in an intraday session and a weaker pre-market trend. All right, guys? But Adair's got some more news for us. Let's get this breakdown here on NVIDIA. I haven't even pieced anything out just yet. So my guy, Deontay Wilder. Adair, what do you got for us?
Actually, I don't really have much. There's not much here. There's just some comments from an individual here who is basically the French foreign minister. And he's just saying here that Iran basically said they're prepared to continue discussions on nuclear and other issues. And they believe that diplomatic negotiations are the way to pave the way with Iran. So this actually doesn't sound too negative. It sounds pretty optimistic. Apparently, Iran foreign minister is actually willing to continue talks. So, yeah, I mean, nothing super, I guess, jumping out at me here to explain that move. I want to mention Circle, though. Apparently now this is the third largest holding in Kathy Wood's ARKK ETF. So Kathy Wood really liking CRCL here. Back to you.
We hit the sirens, Neil. Yeah. Let's go, Neil. Nice short there, brother. He's starting to piece him out there. I can hear him punching keys across from me. I'm going to start doing the exact same thing because you got to follow what the big dog Neil's doing. So there we go. We'll take some off right there, guys. I still have about 70% of the position remaining, a little bit more than that. So yeah, really good look. Ooh, I don't want to form a hammer candle here, though. So maybe I'll take out half of what I have remaining there, Obi, and just leave the rest for a runner of the low of the day because I don't want to get a hammer candle to close here, and then we can get a potential bounce considering the news that Adair just brought us here. So I was waiting for the low of the day. We didn't get there quite yet. We're trading around 143.44, and the low of the day is around 142.64. So yeah, maybe a potential pullback, but the volume is really starting to pick up here, guys. So there you go. You can see it. We enter at the top end of the range. You sit through that squeeze, and then you add aggressively into the position. I think there was another opportunity at the crack of the support level. I just didn't take it for some reason, but yeah, there you go. NVDA working out relatively well for your boy Neil and I, who will be both on the aftermarket recap.
Yeah, nice. That market short coming in real hot. So we did take out that day low on the NASDAQ, 21,800, or the intraday open session low there on the NASDAQ as we pull back in. Look at this aggressive selling coming in here as well. I'm still holding on to a little bit of the circle as it still holds some of these prior lows as of right now. But yeah, that's selling coming in pretty aggressively, again, in step with the rest of the market. So got to be wary about that one. But yeah. Aggressive sellers very much in charge. We're seeing more of the same. So let me know in the chat, what have you guys been trading? Are you guys short anything off of that push? We're getting that continuation again off of the news that we got a little bit earlier. We saw the flows come in. That 21,900 rejected pretty aggressively as well. And oh boy, this circle's coming in real hot. So I'll just get rid of that one there as it pushes aggressively through that consolidation low at that 335. So definitely risked a little wide on that one, a little wider than I'd really like, but it is what it is. We'll wait for the next trade. That 235, oh boy, that coming in real nice. So 250, failure to follow through as of right now, cracking a little bit of that trend. Let's see if we can come back down into VWAP. That's 230. We're trading 233s. Less than 10 minutes ago, this was trading near 248. So again, we talk about those crazy wipes there. So nothing true unexpected happening here with Circle as it flushes to the downside alongside some of that volatility coming in with the rest of the market. So where is the next trade? I'm going to continue to watch Circle to see if it gives us anything significant as of right now. But NVIDIA also on watch, Softy also on watch as well. Apple still holding pretty well on top of or in and around its VWAP. So let's take a look at that one and see what's going on over there. And see Apple looking distinctly different. The whole market is pretty much catching a little bit of a bloodshed, but Apple holding its own right here in and around VWAP, 199 consolidation, 198 is currently trading as of right now. And again, the futures as well pulling back in. So nothing in line happening on Apple just yet, but maybe it's lagging. You never know. Sometimes maybe it's just lagging around. Maybe some buyers have to still step out of the way before it can follow through with the rest of the market. I have no idea, but we're seeing this selling, aggressive selling, coming in across the board as of right now.
Go long here. All right, go long here. So it's all out of 0 DTEs. Nice, good work there. Hopefully you made some cash. I don't know if you were in puts or calls, but it seems like the calls were definitely, I mean the puts were definitely the winner chicken dinner of the day. Oh wow, yeah, Circle OB. This thing is insane. Like I mean, that's almost a 20-point drop right there that we're experiencing on Circle, and that's what I'm talking about here, guys. Like I'll pull up the options chain, and you can just see the at the money IV, and it's just like it's so tough to sit through some of this stuff here. 416%. So that has grown since I've seen the last. So 416%
on the puts.
No, just implied volatility. So yeah. So that means that from a basis it can range 416% this way, 416% that way, which is absolutely insane. I want zero part of this right now, full circle. But I mean.
Nice.
Just you gotta be patient in this. Let the implied volatility cool off. I mean, Obi, I do like what I'm seeing from a daily perspective. I think there's going to be a short opportunity here on this name. See, there you go. Like, look at this massive indecision candle at the highs. But look at the range it's trading in. $200 all the way up to $247. Like what Tesla used to put in a $50 day when it was at like $600-700, right? So I mean, this is half the price. It's only been open since when? June 5th. So this is some crazy stuff. It's very interesting and really cool to watch and observe. So we'll have that one there, Rich Buddy. Handyman service. This is enjoyed it. Thank you for your insights. Wanted to ask you. Okay, so here we go. Handyman service. What's going on, Handyman? Hello, Joe. This is Harp from San Francisco. Hello, Harp. I joined your Trader TV session for the first time yesterday, Wednesday, I'm assuming, and he really enjoyed it. Thank you for the insights. Wanted to ask you if you can help me with a few things. Okay, I'm watching. Could you please give me some guidance on whether it's a good time to buy them, and if so, what buy range would you recommend? Here are the tickers I'm interested in: Mara, APLD, Pony, RGT. We'll do that momentarily, but I think Obi's got something here for us.
Traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Our friends at eSignal.
Nice. Okay,
this market's coming in real hot.
Yeah, it's coming in real hot, Obi. NVDA is holding up relatively well around that low of the day. If we can break down, then I think we might even see a little bit south of that. And that's when I'm going to look to take the majority of the position off. And there you go. We're getting a big move down here. So, Handyman, follow me quick. Oh, there we go. We're going to come right back to you here, Handyman, because we are starting to break down here. NVDA now punching through that low of the day here. Okay, no, we got some time. I'm going to be patient because I want to see a little bit south, but we're going to go over, we won't go over all your names. We'll go over a couple of them. How's that sound? So we're going to go over Mara, right? Because we talk a lot about Bitcoin. And for me, if you're looking for exposure to Bitcoin, Mara is not your route. I'm just going to leave it to you straight and forward, right? Mara, in my opinion, is not your route. Zoom out and see what you see from a daily perspective. If you're looking to invest, etc., is this a name that you want to? And I mean, it's really tough. As the reward for Bitcoin mining slowly starts to decrease, obviously hopefully you get appreciation within Bitcoin, and it kind of balances itself. But the cost of energy in these mining rigs are really, really expensive. And with the computers constantly evolving, then that's more CapEx that you see companies spending to just upgrade their computers, mining rigs, etc., because they want to be able to mine the most Bitcoin. So you're going to get the nod from me in a long-term perspective on Mara for now, unless things change. Things can always change. We know that, right? So just keep that in mind. That is Mara, and then we'll go over APLD because NVDA is really cool. Tanking APLD. So there's applied digital right here, guys. I mean, here's a solid pullback. One thing to note, we talk a lot about VPA, volume price analysis. That's just the basic correlation between volume and price. It tells a story, a very definitive story that a lot of traders use and consistently use, and I suggest you do so as well. Okay, so here we go. APLD, big time move, and the volume was supporting this, but now you're starting to experience a pullback. Now, via volume price analysis, what you want to look for now at this somewhat low, at this pullback low, is a form of indecision. And a form of indecision is going to be a hammer candle, a shooting star, any form of doji, and then that's going to be your primary entry there on APLD. Adara, what do you got for us?
Here's Novo Nordisk. NVO on watch here. Company basically making an announcement, and to kind of put it into layman's terms, they said that in a real-world study, people that use their Ozempic injection had a 23% lower risk of major heart problems, like, for example, heart attacks or strokes, compared to those who used dulaglutide, and that's even after adjusting for blood sugar levels. So seemingly positive data here for NVO, and it's worth noting Novo Nordisk actually looking distinctly different from the rest of the market. A little bit of a rounded bottom here. Its competitor, that's still Novo, Eli Lilly, also in this space. Again, not necessarily as weak as the rest of the market, though both did undergo a sell-off at the open. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. All right, guys. Yeah, I just took some more out here on NVDL. I don't have much left, about 10% of the remaining position. We'll let this ride. A small flip from red to green here. I won't complain, nothing to cry home about on that one there, Obi. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of just, I'm waiting and watching to see what this circle does around this 230. Again, we talk about that prior structure high being around 230s, and then now this is on top of VWAP as well. So being a little patient here and seeing if we can take another stab at this one. The market tailwind definitely not on our side, so I've got to keep that one in mind. And again, there's a lot of confluence here as well. That 230 is not only this consolidation range from about, I guess, the 10 a.m. to 11, it's also the opening range high. We saw in the pre-market right here, we had a quick pop into 235s and then strong flush. Again, sellers almost front running it into the open for that crazy flush down. You can see the opening price almost never violated for very long and then continues to push much, much lower, finally finding a bid on top of that 206 mark right now. But yeah, higher low, higher low, higher low. Let's see if we can make another higher low on top of this 230 as of right now. I do want to get potentially involved because I'm like, if this thing is going to continue to stair-step squeeze, then that 250 is still well within range, in my opinion. That's what I got. That's what I got watching right now. I'm not really seeing too many stocks in the chat, but people are talking about how bulls are potentially getting slaughtered in this market. And yeah, we kind of talked about this earlier. It's like, okay, well, what has the chart shown you? What has the price action on the day shown you since the morning session? You can see that sure, around 9:45 after the first 15-minute candle is printed, you can see a strong selling coming into the market and taking us all the way back down into pre-market lows and then stepping back in, I guess, a little bit lower every single time we do attempt to catch a bid here. So the question becomes, we just broke the lows, we're catching a little bit of a bid back into that range. Do we make another lower high? That's the question I'm asking. I have no idea, but let's wait for it to show us and see what potential trades we can take off of it as well. But we only got about roughly about 20 minutes here.
Yeah.
Time flies.
Time flies when you're having fun, man. Time flies when you're having fun. That's what we got going on here, Obi. Obviously, I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I wish I had some more shares. But I mean, this is usually how it goes when things start working out for you. But yeah, I mean, we can't complain about this trade here, guys. Enter at the top end of the range. Had the ability to sit through this. I'm glad that it didn't punch through the resistance zone here and continue to climb higher once the thesis really started to work out. And you can see, one thing to note is that you can just really see the volume pick up here. So that was an outline candle. I'm like, oh, okay, that's slightly fishy. Let's see what we got going on. And then boom, boom, boom. We add some more into that position, and it ended up working out for us. But yeah, we can do a quick review. I only traded 3 names today, but there's plenty of time. Obi, I like that you mentioned that. I think the imbalances are going to be really big today. Yes. It's going to be very, very interesting. I like that you're saving the majority of your risk for that. I think that's really smart because there's going to be some big time opportunities there, especially on some of these names that are that have high levels of options activity as well. So keep that in mind. But yeah, let's go over what we got going, what we traded here today, and just from a win and loss perspective. And Ian Ganther, I appreciate those kinds of words, brother. There's no, I think, sorry, what I was going to say, I think at some point you will be able to kind of just disconnect and then trade things that are in your long term from an intraday standpoint, because it is 2 totally different perspectives, right? Long term, you're just looking for the bigger picture. Intraday is when you really start to hone in and look at everything under a microscope, all right? So yeah, let's go over what we got going on. CoinL was the primary trade for the day. That's the only thing that I really had on my pre-market preparation list. Also, I had a kind of a frantic morning. Did I tell you about did I mention
what happened
this morning? Okay, so we'll do the trade review. Actually, I'll hop into it right now. Sorry to jump all over the place. But essentially, I was already at the office and I had to go back home because I left a bag of food on the ground and I didn't want Milo to eat it because it had onions in it. Onions are bad for dogs. So I was literally at Mount Sinai and then I had to turn around and come back. But we'll go to Adair and then we'll do the trade review here, guys.
Keep an eye here in the market. More comments coming from France's foreign minister saying that it's basically dangerous to impose an Iranian regime change from the outside and that apparently basically military operations can only delay the Iranian nuclear program. So the foreign minister of France here seeming pretty skeptical that any military operations are going to change the state of things with regards to Iran and Israel. Now, apparently also an official is coming out saying that there's no more nuclear talks scheduled right now between Europe and Iran. Back to you.
Adara. Yeah, so just to hop back into the trade review, guys. First entry here on coin, break even. We take a second stab. We do take a loss on that one. This one was a small victory just due to the fact that I accidentally added instead of partialed, and then I eventually just closed the whole position on that one. So at that point, we're 1-1-1, one break even, one loss, one win. Unfortunately, the loss was larger than the win. That's not the game plan, right? You want to make these bigger. And then here we go again. You see it. This was our third attempt on coin. Entry, add, and then we slowly parse out, and then we get stopped out about maybe 30% of the remaining position there. And that's what we got going on coin. So we were 2-1-1 on a coin, 2 wins, 1 break even, 1 loss. All right. And then IBIT, not a good trader for me today. And here you go. You can see we took 3 stabs on this one as well, too, guys. This is a break even trade. Small profit, nothing there. And once it came against me, but then you go, I take a loss here as it breaks through some of these levels. And then I got really aggressive and took a little bit larger of a loss than what I was liking necessarily on that one. But that's what happens. You got to swing big to eventually make big. So we were 0-2-1 there. So a break even, 2 losses on Bitcoin. And then NVDL, I believe it was only 1 attempt on NVDL. Yep, there it is. Only 1 trade here on the day, guys, with NVDL. Just looking at this consolidation, slow turtle shell type price action. Why am I shorting NVDA? Why am I shorting one of the best stocks on the planet? Well, 145, high levels of open interest, call wall, rejection. We've seen this multiple times, and now I'm more than happy to yeah, I appreciate that, Riri, Jordan. And yeah, I try to be. I love that boy. So I love that boy more than like words can even explain. Yeah, it's crazy actually. But yeah, so with NVDL, same thing, right? 600 call wall on SPY and then 145 call wall that we've seen multiple times across multiple earnings reports on NVDA. And then that's why I decided to short it just a little bit south of that 145 strike price. Adara, what do you got for us?
More updates here. Excuse me, with regards to Israel and Iran. Now we have Channel 13 News in Israel. So local Israeli media reporting that apparently Trump is close to ordering an attack with regards to Israel and Iran. So again, just a couple minutes ago, we got comments coming from France's foreign minister saying that military intervention is not likely to help the situation. Back to you.
Adara, yeah, it definitely won't help the situation. And yeah, and thank you, Riri, Jordan, and Mary SL for those kind words. Trying to be a good father figure. That's all, you know, for my fur baby out there. Yeah, yo, that is my guy, Obi. I'm telling you, that is my boy right there. We spent a lot of time together. We run up and down the hall. Yesterday, we were just playing catch in the hall, right? Because he's just a little thing. So I was just throwing the ball down the hall, and his ears are flapping and stuff like that. Yeah, he's a good guy. But decided to pee on my clothes this morning, which I don't know what was up with that. I thought we were friends. Yeah, I thought we were cool and stuff like that. But then he's like, yeah, you know what?
He's like, this is actually mine.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, but anyways, that's what we got going on, guys. Traded 3 names today. NVDA definitely being the better one on this session for sure.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good look there. Funny enough, have you ever heard of a cat that also plays fetch?
No.
Because my cat plays fetch.
Does it?
Yeah. So cool. she loves hair ties, And yeah, and then she's always got her eyes on the button, because like as soon as she sees me take it off, and she's just like ready. She's just ready to like hunt for the hair tie, and then you just go flick it. She'll go run and grab it, bring it right back. She won't give it right to me because it's Andre saying the same happens with his cat. So yeah, there are definitely cats that can play fetch. When we got her, I think she grew up around a hound, I think, as well as a kitten. So maybe she got some of it from that. I have no idea. But yeah, no, she definitely loves playing catch. But no, I was just saying that it's great when you can. You have pets that like are imprinted on you in a sense, right? Like that's what you're talking about. He's pretty much imprinted on you, right?
He follows me. But
he's your shadow, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I should have named him. But I have training this evening. This is his final training session, and the lady was telling me it's not good if they follow you everywhere. Yeah, it's
really
not healthy.
Yeah, because I guess it's not healthy, right?
You gotta literally follow. I can't go anywhere without him following me. I think it's cute. But then after she told me that, then I'm like, oh, maybe it's not so good. And Joshua Lee, that's the thing, right? I take him out 4 times a day, right? So he gets taken out twice in the morning and then twice at night. That's the best that we can do, especially because both of us are in the office. And then my grandma will pass by, takes him out. So he gets out 5 times. But he's been struggling. For some reason, he doesn't like going to the washroom in certain places. So it's really been difficult on that front. But he still is only like 4.5 months, 5 months. So we'll give him some more time. And I tried the crate training. He just lost his
crate training?
Crate training.
What is that?
It's just when you try to keep them in the crate for extended periods of time. It's like their home, right? Trying to mold them into their home.
Yeah.
And when we were doing that, he just was losing his noggin, like just wouldn't stop
like
crying.
it.
And I'm like, all right, that's enough of that. I don't want to hear.
I mean, how big is it?
Oh, dude, he's so small. He's like this big. He's like 5 pounds.
No. How big is the crate?
Oh, the crate, it's big. So it's like it's bigger than him. They say it was a suggested one. So Selena's brother used it, so they gave it down to him. And he has Dachshunds as well too, so they're used to that side. But it's like it's about like that big, right? Like you know what I mean. So proper size is proper size.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Not too big, not too small.
Like sometimes I'm just like I've seen that and I'm like, doesn't the dog get a little claustrophobic? I don't know.
I think that, but these guys like to burrow, right? Like they like to burrow and stuff like that. So I thought he would be a lot better than that, but he's not too good. But he's all right. Other than that, he's a good boy.
Yeah. No, you gotta bring him around sometime. I'm sure the chat would love that. I don't know how great it would be for the studio, but
we don't want to run the washroom.
Yeah, exactly. After he gets properly
we get him a little
trained.
we'll pull him,
that would be solid there. Softy coming down to the downside here. One of the only ones that is actually printing fresh lows. I'm not looking at Meta just yet, but let's take a quick look at some of these Mag 7 stocks to see if there is anyone acting slightly different and to see if there's anything that we can take advantage of as well. So Apple, we can just do a quick rundown. We're already looking at that consolidation, so holding its own relatively well. So again, one of the questions I might be asking is if this market catches a little bit of a bounce, what will Apple do? Because it's holding pretty much sideways relatively well and not really experiencing the aggressive selling that we're seeing on names like Softy. You can see Softy, fresh lows, and oh boy, look at that lick grab of those of that VWAP of those prior highs there, and maybe some of those pre-market levels as well. But aggressive selling back down through the day's lows on Softy, and then Nvidia. Again, you can see that Nvidia not really looking the same. Tesla not really looking the same, even though it has sold off pretty aggressively. Amazon probably looking the most similar, I would say, because it maybe not testing fresh lows, but distinctly directional trend here on Amazon and Alphabet as well. The thing about Google, though, is it's more of a dead cat bounce than a distinct trend. You can see a lot of the selling just coming in within the first hour and a half or so, 11 o'clock, and you can see that since then, pretty much sideways chop. Sure, a little bit of a higher, lower highs and lower lows, but sideways chop more than anything else. So Meta was the one I wanted to take a look at. Oh boy, so this is one of the ones very directional as well, trading near its day lows. 682s. Oh boy, I thought we were actually going to get to a significant push in this month on Meta, but I was definitely wrong on this one as we're pulling back right now. So this is what I was looking at. This is the weekly, and I was like, okay, what's the probability of continuation if we hold this trend technically still holding trend, but consolidating underneath this 700 as of right now. Let's see what Adara has with some breaking news.
Here is the market on watch here. Now we have comments. We had comments from France's foreign minister a couple minutes ago. Now we have comments from Iran's foreign minister saying that apparently these talks in Europe were serious and respectful, which they appreciated. And apparently Iran is now ready to once again consider diplomacy. It's unclear what kind of real world or immediate implications this is going to have or how it's going to impact the markets. Right now, they're pushing a little bit higher as Iran's foreign minister says that the country is ready to consider diplomacy once again. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
I'll spy.
Big smile. Oh boy, that's definitely putting a big smile on my face. Yeah. Trust me. So you've named yourself pretty well.
We
got a well. Oh boy. I don't know.
We won't be reading that one there.
Nice.
Out loud, but we'll
but
go
it's
over.
A good one. I like the puns that are happening. Big smile. I like the way you think. I like the way you work it. But we can't be talking that stuff on out loud.
Yeah, I like how you.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat for those of you who are curious. But I'm probably not going to say that out loud. That we reserve that stuff for after hours.
Yeah.
We reserve that stuff for after hours.
Yeah.
All right. So Meta. So we were looking. Big smile.
Yeah.
Oh boy. But yeah, that was a look at some of the Mag 7s there. Circle still holding above its VWAP, still holding this 235 area. So we'll just chill in that one for now. That was a little bit of a nasty cut there for myself. But again, I was like, okay, well, real risk. I want to give it down to this structure low. But again, when I'm chasing up here, I'm looking for it to go in a shorter time frame. And when that doesn't happen, I definitely can be a little bit more nimble and be like, all right, get out 245s, maybe re-engage a little bit lower if I do think that it was going to come down into here. But it is what it is. Where's the next trade is what I'm thinking about. And it might potentially be here on the TQs, as you can see what they're doing. A little bit of a double bottom here, potentially on the TQs. 71.71 is this current low. Prior low was 71.80. So didn't even get over 10 pennies below that prior low and catches a bid once again. This is where we caught a bid a little bit earlier for a potential push. And if you guys remember, I really did like that push for a reversion back into VWAP. Don't really hold on to the short. I see the short coming in potentially, but it grabs those highs. I'm like, all right, well, that's probably not the best place to risk. You probably want to risk some prior structures to be safely kind of, to let the trade kind of work and breathe. But it seems like that trade did come into fruition as we did come in and clock the low a day. But buyers stepping right back in at a place where we saw them a little bit before as well. So let's see if there's actual continuation this time. And let's see if the buyers are strong enough to take us back into VWAP. But you can see both on the ES and the NASDAQ, these futures have been consistently making lower lows and lower highs on the day. Aggressive sellers, again, showing you who is in charge very early on in the day. So Smith & Wesson, wow, okay, so let's take a quick look over at some of the stocks I had on watch this morning. And again, Circle, we're already watching that one. Circle kind of chopping up, making higher highs, higher lows. I like that. Coinbase was another one. Again, shout out to both Sean and Joe for having this one. Beautiful hold of 300. I was not involved in this one, even though I was like, okay, well, 300 hold plus VWAP. Didn't really get involved. Didn't really have an effective execution on that. There's some aggressive action happening here from the side of my eye on Circle, so that's interesting. So 240, trading back above 240 now. IONQ was another stock here. Again, we saw that strong push off of that consolidation. You even called it out. You said, oh, that looks like a bit of a flag, right? And you can see when that flag comes into fruition, price breaks out and starts to trend with expanding volume. So that was a great look there on IONQ. Some healthy action on that one. PayPal. I know somebody in the chat was talking about PayPal as well.
Sorry to interrupt you there. There's a super chat as well too from Eric Rocks. $4.99 PayPal thoughts.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Exactly.
So PayPal right here. So we were holding this consolidation. We reverted a decent chunk of the move, but you can see again what I'm seeing here is this is reference price. This is where that catalyst came in on Wednesday right here. So that's the undisturbed price, and you can see we attempted to push. This is where aggressive selling came into this stock. Came into a lot of the stocks that were affected by that catalyst. And guess what? We catch a little bit of a reversion, a bid, trend break, whatever you want to call it, coming back into some of those reference prices. And guess what? We're having some trouble getting back through where sellers stepped in aggressively prior day. And we're seeing some more selling. So I don't know what it's going to do, but what I can tell you is what it's showing me on the chart, and that's what we all can see as well, right? So it's like you can use those pieces of information in order to assess your own probabilities and see how things are going. 241s. Let's see if we can get back to 245s here on this circle, man. This is absolutely wild.
Yeah, good look there. We got one more super chat too, Mr. Wolf. Sorry if we missed this one. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon to you. May you please give your take on Costco? Absolutely, thank you. We love Costco. You know we love the staples. Staples are really strong today as well. So we'll pull up cost. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I just ate my words relatively quick. I think it was the gap up that definitely helped them. But I mean,
that's barely any volume.
Yeah, it doesn't do much. It's expensive too, right? It's not really an intraday trade or anything like that. Maybe it would be if it decided to split. Nice. I like how that flips up there, Fabian. I like how I went from right to left there. Very interesting.
Flip game strong.
Yeah, flip game extremely strong there.
Hey,
so yeah, really good look here on, from Costco, if you want to go back down to these lows, that's a big time move from the peak there. Only 20%, I guess, and 10%. We're still up 10% off of those lows here, but they're increasing the membership there. So not a bad look. For the long run, you can't go wrong in Costco. Like that's when I just tell you guys zoom out, right? Like look at this trend. This thing is. It's been in a multi-year bull market and just most definitely outpacing what the overall market has been doing. I mean, you go back 2 years, you're getting 100% return. Even at this point here, guys, early 24, you're trading around $600, and then you get a high of around just under $1,100. So that's almost 100% return right there. I really like Costco. Those are the two names that I would like to split. Costco and Netflix, that is, so I can just get involved with them. For me personally, just slightly too expensive right now, even though I still think they're good buys there. So yeah, I mean, it's 2 o'clock. Obi, I don't know if you want to get over ready. Yeah, I can rock and roll until you're ready over there.
Good show.
Yeah, good show. And yeah, I'll see you guys trading throughout the day. It's going to be Obi and Neil coming up here momentarily. I'm going to go back to the actual chat here. I'm going to let Obi set up. And then whenever the boys are ready, we're going to send it over to the closing half of the show. But thoughts on BTC bounce off of this support? I mentioned earlier in the day, I'm not in love with what Bitcoin's doing right now. It is really unfortunate that we kind of just went back into this consolidation. But if you just look at from where we were trading at from the trough there, you can see that we put in a 46% move from those lows. Just keep that in mind. It's just I don't want these consolidation phases to happen once again. You can see that we've been consistently going in them. That's when Bitcoin IPO, that's when I first started buying it. It was literally right around these neck of the woods. So I bet that is, sorry. Yeah, I love you too, Charlie. Love you too. Such a guy. There we go. So yeah, this is what we got going on. Nice breakup, but this is what I'm talking about, just going in a span of 8 months before you actually break out, and then you head into another multi-month consolidation, pull back, and then you get a move. You do crack that previous high, but then you barely hold that, and then now you're heading right back into a consolidation zone between 64 and 57 there. So it's a tough look. I'm really curious to what's going on. You guys know where I stand on this. I think for the long term, you want to be long this name. No questioning that, but it's just like, what is going on considering so many people are accumulating Bitcoin, but yet it's not consistently appreciating in price. I know with the housing, I don't want to compare apples to oranges, but with the housing market, if that were to be happening, things would be absolutely through the roof like they are in Toronto. So here we go, guys. Yeah, hold these lows, do something positive. Don't just go back into a multi-month consolidation. Be patient. Look for any form of indecisions on the underlying asset, and then maybe you can get in off of those lows, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, once again, thank you, Charlie. Thank you, everyone. NYC Urbanista. What else do we got there? Overtime. Thank you for reminding me the overtime there. Your mom stunk broker. Much appreciated. But yeah, let's take a look at NVDA before we send it over to the boys one last time. Let's see if this support level that now can act as potential resistance comes into play, and then you maybe get another curl over. I think the imbalances are going to be really, really interesting considering we still have 130,000 open contracts, so times that by 100. That can be quite some size. And then we also have some size at 600 on the SPY too, guys. So be prepared. We got a lot of contracts expiring by the end of the day. Be patient. I think there's going to be some more opportunities to get involved in today's market, and we've seen the volatility step in. So yeah, we're good to go. As soon as I get the thumbs up from Assassino, we're going to send it over to the boys there. So good to go there? I can't hear. All right, cool. Send it over there. Have a good one, guys. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend.
What's going on?
I'm hearing like an echo in my ear. I'm just going to turn that off. But no, we'll let Obi get logged in there. And thank you, Obi, for stepping in for Sean, who's at Cirque du Soleil. The OVO is the new Cirque du Soleil. But I went, I was.
Okay.
I was telling him how good it was because I went with we took our family, but also my sister-in-law's entire family came with us. We had like 9 people go with us, had an absolute blast, and I knew Gia would love it. So I'm like, Sean, you guys got to take them. And so they, Sean, Marissa, and Gia, probably Baron, are all going there. It's a lot of fun, but I mean, promise you, the trading off these lows might be fun as well. Wish I could tell you I was long, Circle. I'm not, because I'm staring down this. Look at this push back into VWAP. What's crazy is that it goes into 230, but like these wicks, like when it gets down there, it's not always so simple. Like I was playing some of those before, and like always get out too early. Like if you scalp $4 or $5 on Circle, by the end of the day, it's going to look terrible on the chart, but that's just how it is. This thing being up 21%, it's just amazing. And I think, we have to appreciate what's going on here with Circle to a lesser extent, maybe like a CoreWeave. It's incredibly impressive. Like there's no other way. The short, unless you're short. The shorts are getting destroyed, guys. But it's incredibly impressive what we're seeing. Clearly, this one is it's going to have a moment where maybe there'll be pullbacks, maybe there'll be some like crazy capitulation, but they're still buying the dips heavily in Circle. That time hasn't come yet. You're very much still in an upward trend. It's like day 2 of its secondary breakout. And there's no question that it's leading the market. What has happened, though, that's different from earlier today is Coinbase is more basing out here. So while you got this big bounce happening over in Circle and trying to go back toward the highs, like Coinbase hasn't been able to get off the schneid. Like it's bounced a couple times off the 300 level, but there's been no break of this opening range at 311. Like this wick up here, it's just now this gigantic double top that we're contending with. So a little bit of a stray from what we saw earlier, Obi, where it was very clear that these were somewhat going they weren't going exactly in lockstep, but somewhat going lockstep. I have a couple of positions on which I just realized weren't even there. Intel from earlier, and I'm long some Robinhood, which also did not get to the volume weighted average price. But when I missed the bounce in Circle, I was like, whatever, we'll just get long into Robinhood because I missed Circle. So respecting this triple top, this trends out at the high. I'm getting out at the high. Like Wednesday's high, morning high, afternoon high, whatever. We get back up there again and turn. I'm just going to jump out of Robinhood. But everything that is crypto related is looking pretty good. MSJ, Marcus Steven Johnson. Give me a look long MP materials. I actually gave this a long look in the middle of the day. And you know what? I sat there and I'm like, I wanted this breakout when it was trending, was right in about here when it started breaking out in the top. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm going to work into a breakout. And then just second I decided I wanted to take MP for an afternoon or a midday breakout, it just completely dumped and the market looked a little bit weak. This is another great looking stock. I think when you're in a trend like this, just look for the obvious signs. Like it gave you the dip into the prior close. That's worth it because you're not breaking out the highs, yesterday's highs. So if you got to play the dips in the prior close make sense. That's already worked. The fresh breakout into 52-week highs, that'll have to wait at least a little bit here. But it's been a fun one, Obi.
Oh yeah.
I can tell you without Circle, you saw how this morning was going. But you scalp Circle a couple times and then you get everything back.
Yes.
But it still didn't hold it long enough. It's one of those stocks.
That's the thing with exactly. It's one of those stocks. We knew coming in like the level of volatility that it could potentially possess, and we saw what it did right off of the open as well. Right, so it's just like, okay, well, that's why I'm like, okay, when I got into the trade, I'm like, all right, well, how much do I really give this? Do I give it to the prior structure? I definitely held that trade a little bit longer than I really should have because I was almost 10 points lower. But it is what it is. Sizing accordingly to be like, all right, well, I want to take an effective push into this. That 235 level was that prior consolidation low right here, as you can see, and then we're kind of holding that again. So I got back in, maybe with a little bit less than before, but again, I want to see more of what I'm looking for, maybe a stair step up for a potential push of that 250 here on Circle. So let's see if that'll bring us in. As of right now, still trading and consolidating above VWAP and holding that 240 right now, Neil. So yeah. I gotta pull up the chat here and see what you guys are saying, but hopefully you guys have had some solid trades. Again, morning session was crazy. Midday session was pretty decent as well. We got that TQ short that really came in,
yep.
And yeah, a lot of opportunity on that one there. That news comes out, and then we get that follow through within the next 20-30 minutes of that news, and we get the follow through day lows. So if you had kind of positioned yourself within the news and then be like, all right, I'm giving it an appropriate risk, that was pretty nice as well. And again, you guys saw I did get a little short on the TQs, but did I give it the appropriate risk? Not really. I think, look, getting stopped out right there, and basically comes in, takes my stop, and then the move follows through for the push all the way back down. So, oh boy, that was a bit of a missed one there, but where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. I still have these futures on the last contract, so we are on the U contract now.
Oh, there's a lot of questions asking about triple witching. So witching, obviously options expiration is a big deal, but a lot of times the effect on witching is it's not limited to, but the open tends to do all the extra volatility. And then on a day like today, it's a bigger deal that you have index rebalancing, the S&P 500 index rebalancing at the close. That's a bigger deal for the final half an hour than witching is, and at least in my opinion, at least in my experience as well. And it's not that both don't matter. I just think one matters maybe a little more than the other. And Imran in the chat, and for those that have mentioned this, I'm telling you, and I'm glad people have pointed this out, and I'm not sure the exact reason why it's so good. Maybe it's just that daily chart on Micron. Micron has held up incredibly well today relative to the other chips. And NVIDIA's down 1%. Most people have probably seen NVIDIA by now. I mean, Intel was an easy short because Intel's Intel. But if you look at MU has overnight, morning, and go back to that'd be Tuesday, I guess. Yeah, it'd be Tuesday's high. For potential breakout here on Micron. This is a gorgeous looking chart, and look at that uptrend. This is why we were pointing this one out a while back on the daily. Like once it got away from the 115 zone, it's just been another leg to the upside. I'm not sure what stops it till it gets to about 135 change, something along those lines. So Micron looks fantastic. I am short Intel, but that's from earlier. Robinhood was just a recent bounce when I saw Circle bounce. But I think we're ready to get into the rundown. So let's go to Joe and see what you guys want to talk about.
Here we go. All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the segment where we talk about the stocks that you guys pick throughout the trading day. There is no more voting, a new method coming in. Very interesting one here, guys. We're going to have some fun. But first up on the docket is the much anticipated Coinbase, guys. So why are we continuing to climb higher? Shares are trading higher Wednesday after the company launched Coinbase Payments, a new stablecoin-based payment infrastructure aimed at streamlining global e-commerce transactions. So this is very interesting. And this is some big-time moves that we're seeing in Coinbase, guys. We're still up about 3% on the session, and we put in a monster day on Wednesday, guys. What do you think about Coinbase?
So Coinbase, all right, tale of two cities. Not to make a pun, but I'm just making a pun. It really mattered, and we'll get into, I mean, yeah, Circle's next anyway, so we'll talk about the comparison between the two. Coinbase and Circle had been going lockstep, play one on Friday, play the other. The timing was the only difference between how strong they were. But what happened in Coin today is really an inside day. It's a deceivingly inside day. But I'm up on Circle, but I have a feeling, I don't know if I would have done better on Coinbase. It's entirely possible I would have done better on Coinbase. When we talk about this most simplistic strategy that you can look for when you're looking at a chart, on an upward trend, pulling back into the prior high or support turning into resistance and vice versa is maybe the first thing that you learn. Whether you get taught it by somebody else or you just notice it on the chart, it's one of the first things you're going to see, and it's pretty obvious. And when it happens, if you're bullish on Coinbase today, let's just say, and you're looking for the long, I wasn't, I like Circle better, then the first thing when it fails that open is where's it going to bounce? Look for the prior day high. And that's exactly what happened multiple times. I know that's why Sean was long down here. I can tell you that without even asking for sure. That's why he had it. He might still have some with a trailing stop on. I should double check. But that 300 level area really pulls back down into like 299, and you can see the punch that this has still got going with it. The only thing that would concern me this afternoon is the gravity toward 300 because it's options expiration. The fact that it never broke the top at any point, and it can't seem to break VWAP while Circle is remaining strong. And the other thing I would add is even like Hood, which is adjacent, all of a sudden Hood's stronger as well. I don't know, like it's almost as if Coinbase can't get away from $300. It's just a guess on my part. By the way, in Robinhood, oh, wait a minute. Hood's on the list too? Okay.
Okay.
I'll hold off on Robin. But I can't because I'm going to get out at the highs if it does a reversion. Like, look at this trend back up. If it reverts that trend, I'm easily getting out. I just got to let you know.
Yeah, I think that's a great look. We'll get back to that one there. But Coinbase, I also had a similar plan for that 300. But again, it was a little bit more of I want to see this plus a couple of other factors, and those factors didn't really come into play until a little bit later here. But we're consolidating above that 300 again, very healthy kind of stuff here as we continue to push. And yeah, that prior day high was where I got that 300 mark from, and that prior day high was 299.32. Coming into the pre-market, we saw that we already kind of reclaimed some of those levels. So yeah, trading within its opening range as of right now. I was looking for that continuation right off of the open. We did get to 310, so that 300 hold, I guess it did technically come in the pre-market, and then it gave it to you a couple more times intraday. Let's see if it gives it to us again here, Neil. But the past prior low that we've made was in and around 382. We're coming back into VWAP, but again, sideways consolidation. So maybe we talk about consolidations and price acceptance. 300 consolidation seems pretty nice for a potential push in the next trading day as well. So if we kind of close in and around this range, you got that leg consolidation leg for that 3-bar pattern. So let's see if that can show up there on Coin coming into the next week.
Yeah, fantastic look there, guys. So next up on the docket here, we got Circle up a whopping 189% from its IPO. So this is a big time move that we're experiencing here in Circle. So Circle's flagship stablecoin USDC set for rapid growth, says regulatory climate key. Circle Internet Group NYSE stock surged Friday after Seaport Global analyst Jeff Cantwell initiated coverage with a buy rating and a $235 price forecast there, guys. Big time move, up 20% on the day. What do you guys think about Circle?
I think it's amazing. But it's also amazing that, like, for whatever reason, it's one of those types of stocks where you get cute and you trick yourself. I'm going to show you this morning. I missed it. I slapped a fail like multiple times for missing this reversion. I just missed the punch and then wasn't willing to chase it when it pulled back into the prior low. It was trending down, and I was determined not to get in on these red candles because of how heavily it was falling. If you were watching this, and if you were watching Circle at the open while this was happening, then I don't need to tell you that nobody wanted to make a bid, and it didn't make any sense to just stand there and grab longs. Like, it's one thing when you grab longs on like a Tesla or Nvidia when it's doing something like that, because liquidity is liquidity on those. On Circle, I didn't want to get trapped in like, oh, you do that, next thing you know, you're halted down. Like, that wasn't going to happen to me. So I took the first consolidation I could, which was $25 from the low, scalped it out, and then the only explanation I have, it makes sense to me, but not to anybody else, will be when it pulled under VWAP, I took another mean reversion, and then I got cute with it. I'm like, this is the open, this is the trend down, and the second it started rejecting that trend line, see this wedge that it had going? The second it started rejecting that trend line, I jumped out of the trade, promptly watched it bounce off VWAP and go higher. So the thing that I learned with Circle today, up, down, around, it doesn't matter. Like, if you scalp like $7 or $8 on the thing, you're going to be up on it, even if it could have been your best trade since the IPO open, and it should have been, but it's not. The thing I've learned about it is sometimes you just have to not expand your strategies, but on a stock which is this strong, just take more long setups. Like, I don't mind that I scalped out of this, but if I'm going to get out because it's rejecting the top of that wedge, then the logic dictates that when it breaks this wedge, you've got to go long here. It's that simple. If I'm getting out because of this, then I'm getting in again for the same reason. And that just comes down to being consistent with your rule base and your strategies. And if you do that, then you're fine. But it doesn't make any sense to get out when I see it rejecting this to then not jump right back in like $1.50, $2 higher, and you give it to VWAP, and then we see 250. I don't know if we get a 250 break today. I'll be inclined to not want to take a breakout at a number like 250 on a Friday. I'd rather see if we can't play a false break and then a dip buy. If we get VWAP again, I'd probably take a chance, but I mean, who knows whether you get it or not. Love to trade. I'll get to Intel in a bit. It's really not moving that much. Back to break even, but if you can't figure, you can probably figure out where my stop is. You're really not that you're not that close. You're not that far when you put it in the chat, because you guys have watched me trade. You know where my stop is.
Yeah, I think Circle's one that, again, was very aggressive. I think you said it well. Off of the open, I was a little aversive of it as well, because I was just like, all right, well, if they're going to pull the bid and continue to smash, I'm just going to be like, all right, well, I can either chase, which I definitely did not do. But thinking back at it, I think there were definitely a little bit of entry opportunities on that push into the open there. Again, a lot of traders looking at this name off of the open for a potential setup here. But yeah, you said I honestly I would like that 250, but I might be a little bit biased here, Neil. But again, I think what we can see here is that the aggressive selling that we have had every single time has stepped up every single time as well. So we are building these higher highs and higher lows going into that 250. The question just becomes, are we going to make it through there anytime today? I think if we just continue this trend, I think is well within range, is what I'll say to that one there. But again, got to watch out for some of that aggressive price action when it does come in. It has come in pretty aggressively, more to the sell side than to the long side. But bigger picture, you can see that Circle has been doing pretty well, holding up its own here. We can go to a higher time frame, take that VWAP off, and take a look at this. You had that day one, that amazing push. We were there for that IPO, consolidated for almost, I guess, a few days there, steps up, consolidates, and we're getting that run, that continuation potentially from prior day as well. So beautiful kind of extension off of the IPO that just came out just a couple of weeks ago. So beautiful stuff.
Some big time news for Advanced Micro Devices. Hard to say its actual name here now, so we might have to change that up there. But some big news, guys. We know that we've been in a bear trend in AMD for quite some time, but it seems that over the past month or so, we have broken that. Month to date, we are up around 13.5%, so very good stuff here. As OpenAI, so let's talk about the MI400 here. So as OpenAI, Oracle Corp, and SoftBank push forward with the $500 billion Stargate project, an ambitious plan to build the world's largest AI infrastructure in the United States, industry watchers are closely eyeing AMD as the next generational chip, as a potential cornerstone of the monumental program, guys. Some big news and continuous news in AMD. We're seeing that they're striking deals with the Gulf countries as well, too. So some good stuff following AMD. I like this name, starting to pick up steam.
Yeah, it really is. And I didn't trade AMD today. Well, obviously, you can see I'm in Intel right now. And as Joe was mentioning in the midday, I was also in NVIDIA in both directions. But AMD, for everything that's happened, it doesn't look bullish today. You've got to focus on the daily chart. But before we get into that, this analysis and this portion of the show brought to you by VinFast, as they've announced the opening of its first authorized dealership in San Diego, California, in partnership with Sun Road Automotive Group, as it strengthens its U.S. distribution. VinFast already has a robust network of more than 30 authorized dealers across 15 key states. Globally, VinFast operates 388 showrooms, with over 90% now dealer-operated, following its strategic pivot to a capital-efficient dealership model in late 2023. Scan the QR code you see in front of you for more information. Link in the description. Shout out to VinFast. Good-looking car. Good-looking hold of the 200-period moving average on AMD. So as much as This chart has a few alarm bells, which I'll get to in a second on the 15-minute chart. The daily chart is still very solid, holding 125, holding the 200-period moving average. The last time it made a leg, the last leg up, it actually broke contain and went down to 110 before working its way back up. So it wasn't very clean, the last consolidation on the way up. And if this one isn't either, maybe 120 becomes more important than the 200-period moving average. But there's nothing on the daily chart that has me that concerned about the upward trend on AMD. Short term, and then this afternoon as well, this is not usually the type of setup that makes me think bullish in the afternoon. Like it just isn't. I can't bring myself to want this one to the long side, even though it has held that support. It's a monster failed break with a huge lower high, setting up what seems like a head and shoulders. Then you get the fact that this resistance is at 130 on a Friday. And a lot of that just lends me to stay away, only because it's chip time. I will mention, I'm not opposed to reloading Intel here because the NASDAQ is at VWAP. So if we pull back and do a little reversal off VWAP again, I think it's going to make some sense to just jump into Intel. And what did I say before about support turning into resistance? That's the basic plan here. I was looking at it anyways, and then I was, got lucky, the chip news. Like I was looking at this consolidation breakdown anyways, and then that headline hits, and all of a sudden it's like falling all over itself. And you're like, oh, that's great. I was going to short this anyways. And the next thing you know, you're laughing. So that's a little bit fluky, because I think that probably goes half the distance otherwise. But I did try to reshort it once, missed these. I'll take a shot at it if we can get another topping tail and set up for the shorts. But AMD, still like the daily chart at least.
Yeah, I think that daily chart is building up really well. That's a good look. And yeah, from yesterday, again, another name, if you guys watch the show for this stock, is Advanced Money Destroyer. And guess what? Pretty much destroying the book both ways here, pushing through prior days consolidation highs. You can see that aggressive push. Nice little consolidation. Again, we talk about different kinds of consolidations. This consolidation at the extreme, at the highs, and then it fails and breaks down, kind of destroying along its way here. So beautiful V-shaped recovery. I've mentioned this a couple times today. V-shaped recoveries are now being seen all over the place now. So beautiful stuff here, giving it all back, but holding opening range lows, holding some of these pre-market lows as well, consolidating sideways. Sure, we're building up pretty aggressively into some of these lows here, but yeah, looking back at it, bigger picture, we're still kind of sustaining this consolidation. We're attempting to push, but technically speaking, when you go up a frame, it's still making higher highs and higher lows, even though the intraday volatility is a little bit, can be potentially, if you can consider it, potentially skewed as well. But yeah, AMD pretty solid there, pretty solid stuff there. Doing relative volume in the open session and throughout the day as well. You can see it's been pretty sustained, even with the volume kind of dropping off there since the opening session. So good look on AMD here. Opportunities seems like they were a lot more fruitful in the morning than they are now because it's just consolidating sideways.
It's a duplicator now. We got to call it duplicator. It's no longer the destroyer of capital anymore. But no, we have fun with that one there. Obi and I were sitting on the floor when we heard that, and we had a chuckle. But guys, CoreWeave up about 8.6% on the day, and in 1+ month, we're up over 100%. So this is some big time move that we're seeing in some of these IPOs, guys. CoreWeave announces launch of 3 new AI cloud software products and capabilities to help customers develop, deploy, and iterate AI faster. A solid look here. Once again, up over 9% on the day, guys.
Yes, sir. And CoreWeave on any other day, this would be the one. And people will be talking about this instead of Circle, but it's not. It's Circle's day. It's Circle's world. And CoreWeave is just like the sloppy seconds of 9% up and 6x from the lows on an IPO in just a couple of months can be considered sloppy seconds. Well, then that's what it is. I tried a simple breakout trade that didn't really give a lot of room. I'm glad I didn't, but at the end of the day, I just felt like Circle was better, and I popped over to Circle. With this, I think there's some of this that might be sympathy-based, so like squeezing firms that hedgies that short parabolic IPOs. Well, they might be in both of these, and then so liquidations can happen at the same time. People just trade similar strategies, might find themselves getting blown out. So I'd be a little bit cautious here. Like what I would think is if Circle capitulates, this might be an easier short if it never breaks the high. Like if Circle keeps going up and this never breaks a high and we see a capitulation candle on Circle, you might be able to just punch into CoreWeave on sympathy. That's about the only play I'll look for at this point, because the second I got out of that long, I went right over to Circle and found an easier long. So I think that's what most people are doing.
Yeah, for sure. So guys, something we got to talk about. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the US, yet there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSD listed Orogenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class transnasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today with Orogenics, OGEN, trading on the NYSE. So check those guys out there. But yeah, CoreWeave, I think you're right, Neil. Again, this one, I'm being a little bit more patient on this one as well. This one has had a pretty healthy step up. You can see, again, you get that push, consolidation, attempting another push here as well. This is a 3-minute chart going to a higher time frame, 3 hours. You can see, again, I was here for the IPO as well on this one. Beautiful curl to the upside. Now I'm sure I probably have some sort of anchors and stuff in there. Yeah, so it's a lot of crazy stuff going on here, but nice base that formed, and then prices extending away from some of those earlier moving averages and even anchored VWAPs here. So I guess being accepted pretty decently at the open of this IPO here. So CoreWeave, beautiful trend to the upside, and today we're seeing more of the same, where yeah, you get that bid coming in, breaking that prior day, pulling back in. This is what I mean about potentially healthy price action. So it's like you see that push up, you see the pullback in, it steps up onto prior resistance, the resistance turns into support, and then the support takes us a little bit higher, and you can see that build up and step up of price action there here on CoreWeave. So strong stock on the day. The long was definitely not wrong, and through that prior day high was where that opportunity, I think, was probably some of the best.
Oh, nice. I'm seeing your entry price on Robinhood there, Neil. Very nice trade, guys. All right, let's talk about Robinhood here. Now, we're up only about 0.6% here on the day, but in the past 4 months, we're up over 65%, guys. And if we really close in on that, we're up over 160%. From the April lows to where we're currently trading at. So a really good look on Robinhood. But social media platform X is planning to roll out features that allow users to trade and invest directly from the app, according to the X CEO. Guys, what do you think? Is this going to be a big competitor for the likes of Robinhood?
Maybe. But Joe, I know you love Hood. You know, I mean, who doesn't? But okay, here's the thing. Like, you can be dead wrong about a level that you like, but then dead right when it comes when it sets up again. Like, that's the best way to think about it. Like, I was dead wrong about where to buy this off of the open, off of $77, because you can see what happened early on. Like, it started to bounce there, got to VWAP and then fail, and it just trended down again. But then a funny thing happens. We make a V-shaped bottom, and that support level comes back in, and it's at VWAP as well. So, like, the way I see it, you have to if you like 77 and you like Robinhood and you like VWAP and you like trend trading, then I got to be in there at that 77 bounce. Ultimately, I did a bit of a reversal here, which was kind of silly. I got out. It's kind of stupid. I don't usually do this, but I got out of the long and shorted it and then stopped out of the short, only to see it go back into VWAP, which was silly. So this didn't need to happen. Also, I could have just got out of the long and then entered back in here and saved myself some, but that was a mistake. Right now, you're breaking this trend. So this trend up, since it double tapped 77.3, which is what we're in right now. Once this starts going, let me zoom it in here, and you see this. I'm like, well, there's zero reason to cover any shares, because now all of a sudden you have like program buying. When the program buying goes on, I just put trailing stops in and keep moving my trailing stop. And keep it that simple. And so if we break down underneath this consolidation, which is now about the 3/4 mark, I'll just jump out of the trade. I don't think you get VWAP anymore. You got a blue sky setup happening in Robinhood. I believe $85 is the all-time high, and I don't really see what's standing in the way, outside of the fact that it's slowed down a little bit. So I don't know if you see 80 today or next week, but I think we're going to get to 85. Call it let's just say by the end of the month. You know, it's always hard to predict these kind of things, but I don't see a reason why you're not going to get there. And the other thing I would say, which I usually do, and I'll admit that this, for all that I've ever said that I like this stock more than SoFi, it just hasn't stopped me from owning SoFi and not this. Everybody had a chance at the 200-period moving average, which is my favorite entry point for long-term positions. Like if I really, really love a stock, like I'll give you, like when Meta goes down and does something like this and I want to buy Meta, I'm in. It's just, I don't understand why I wasn't a buyer of Robinhood down here. That's easily the dumbest thing I've done this year, is not just pull the trigger on Robinhood when it gave you the exact setup in the long term that you want. Like if you like a stock, sometimes you just got to go ahead and do it. I don't remember what I was thinking at that time, so I can't really give you an excuse. I can just tell you. The only thing I bought at that time when the market was doing that dip was ARM, and this is done like twice as good as ARM did. So Robinhood, my trailing stop is in. If it's underneath the 3/4, I'm going to jump out of it. I don't know that we see that 80 break. I'm certainly looking to buy dips if we fail that, maybe into this prior top. That would make sense, 78.5.
Yeah, no, I think I like that look there. And yeah, sometimes, man, stock selection can be pretty tough. But like, it's like as long as you were there for the ride and you still captured a decent chunk of the move, sure, there's always going to be stocks that move a little bit more than the ones you potentially picked. But Robinhood, again been talking about this all day. Another V-shaped recovery on the day where off of the open you get that strong flush and then recover all of that price action all the way back up going into the end of the day. So 75.80s is the day low, currently trading at 79, so pretty much going all the way back and giving us a little bit of that strength. But yeah, higher time frame, again going up to, let's say, like an hourly. This is a 3-hour. You can see that we've been trending up for quite a while now. Again, we got those April lows that we've seen a lot of stocks trend up off of, but you can see that this stock has already been kind of a bigger picture trending for much longer. Let's go to the weekly here as well. Oh boy, now that is a rounded bottom.
See what I'm saying?
Oh boy. So that's definitely something there. And again, yeah, Jan 2024, I think that was, look at that, nice little consolidation, pretty much dead cats, sideways for almost over a couple of years.
I have a question for you.
That expanding volume.
I have a question for you.
Yes, what's the question?
You gonna take that breakout at 85 on Robinhood?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It was a rhetorical question. Everybody, so back when everyone's like remote now on the floor, but I promise you, literally everybody will have the 85 break as a day trader. So I think it's going to be one of those trades that maybe you give it 2 or 3 tries. If the initial break fails, you grit your teeth and take it again the second time, or buy the dip, or the other way to play it is take something going into it, so that if the break fails, you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about it. You can just play the dip a little bit there.
I mean, that's what these players are doing. Everybody who got into here looking for that push, especially if you got into this prior break, you're like, all right, where's the next stop? Right? It's like that 85. So definitely, I do like the idea of accumulating inventory into key levels if you see the right kind of price action going in that direction. So essentially participating in what you're seeing happening, which here, I guess, was that stair step, kind of holding higher lows, and maybe a lot of sellers kind of coming in all the way from 65s all the way to 30s, and then pulling all the way back up now, almost knocking on the door of 80, 85 is that high. That's not IPO day high, but it is the second week of trading high on Hood, which is the all-time high as well. 240 still holding here on Circle, so got that on watch. Where is the chat? I got to pull up the chat here. Guys here for a second. There it is. So I want to know what you guys are.
We got a super chat I want to get to.
Yeah, go for it.
And not that it's, thank you, David. Appreciate you. I know we send a lot of super chats, David. I still want to thank you for that. We appreciate all the viewers, but if you send a super chat, you're going to get it read as long as it's clean, everybody.
Big smile.
Big smile. Literally habitual line stepper. We have some fun here, but you got to keep it clean. I'm famous for my brevity in this community. 4 letters, CRCL, full on green week for you.
Yo.
And as I said, like you could have stunk going long on Circle and be up today on the stock. Like I don't even think I traded it very well, but it doesn't make a difference. It's not necessarily moving the way that it was before, so we'll get that out of the way. Generally speaking, if I'm looking to trade it again, I want it to do something that I can react to. right? Like make a big move, consolidate, and then shake people out. It shook people out of the bottom. That got me long. This one, it shook people out here under 220. That got me long. It shook people out and pulled into VWAP. Like if it doesn't do something like that this afternoon, I probably don't trade Circle at all. Carsao, Oracle was free short. Look at it. I like Oracle. Why we got a short Oracle? You know what?
Somebody in the chat was talking about Oracle short.
You're not wrong. This is probably one of the more popular short setups that you'll see any day trader do. So when you say it was kind of a free short, I know what you're getting at. There's a pre-market high right into prior resistance level. The first thing it does is it breaks out the top without breaking out the actual high of the day, rejects that breakout, and then if you zoom in on this 3-minute, what's the response? It holds the volume weighted average price right here. So let's kind of sit it out, see what happens. It's still a breakout. It then pulls back in. It still closes this next bar easily above the prior breakout price, 212. And then right in here, you see it fail VWAP. That's the key. Like when it fails VWAP here and then pushes back underneath, that would be your entry. So a lot of people would take the entry, probably breaking down through 212 with a stop right here. Oh my God, that's 40 cents. You got to be kidding me. That's like 40 or 50 cent stop. That's probably the best short you could have had off the open, just from a technical standpoint. 50 cents, and it immediately drops like $1 for you, and then continues lower. So I don't know why Oracle was so bad. I still maintain on the daily. I think it's perfectly reasonable. Oracle could pull back under 200 and still look good. It could pull to 195. It could pull to 200 even. It got pretty frothy into those earnings. So if it continues this push down, I think you just got to still wait it out. It's a nothing but sell since it got to those highs. Yeah, great catch. That's a bit of a miss, but let's be real, I was looking at Circle and Tesla and Nvidia at the open. So if you're looking at those three, there's pretty much no chance you can make a trade like this because that requires you focusing on the price action pretty closely in that first 10 minutes. You only get those ones if you're just laser focused. I see 905. Hey, I love it. First of all, 905. Shout out to the 905
Exactly,
there.
that's what I was about to
Asking about SRM. Okay, that's a symbol that I'm not familiar with.
Oh, we took a look at this one during.
You did?
During
Okay,
the midday,
good.
During
So
the midday, yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I'm literally pulling it up for the first time here today at 43%, and I didn't trade it. I'm pretty sure I remember something about this last week when I made a power move, but that's about it. What I would say is it's actually looking. What I like about it is it doesn't have that horrible habitual line stepping outside of the $2 level. Like you look at the daily chart, and this just seems like a pure squeeze play that made a secondary move. And ooh, this looks good on the 15. Not the cleanest of moves under the prior high, but that's usually pretty constructive when you round the bottom, break out the top, and then pull right back into some prior highs and hold it. Yeah, that $10 level looks pretty good on SRM. I'd have to know the story to be comfortable about holding this because charts like this look terrible if you're long up here in a general sense. But good trade, good day trade back into 10 at least. So we got that going for you.
We got a super chat here from Jason. So let's take a quick look at this right here. So Jason, thank you for the super chat. He's asking, I've been trading CRCL Circle all day and getting stopped out right and left all day. You all make trades very fast. What's your process for setting profit targets and stops on the fly? You want to start off with this one, and then I can show mine as well. Or
oh, sure.
Because sometimes you're right. Sometimes we are making decisions pretty quickly, and it's I would say for me it's a different kind of trading because it's not the level to level. It's more of a scalp, especially on something like a Circle. Like if I'm not already positioned in, I'm probably scalping really quickly. You saw I was doing that on TQs as well a little bit earlier.
Well, I think it starts with like what you're looking for. So I'll just give you an example. Like when I was looking for the long, I didn't get this trade, but I can tell you what I would have done if I had gotten it. When I was looking for like my A+ trade was a pullback into the prior high, which it did at the open. So if I had actually gotten this fill in here, I was just too slow. You know, you get a little older, you're slow. It's funny. If I get that long trade, then I know where my predetermined outs, one here, and then trail. Like I already know what I'm doing. That's how I play a mean reversion under VWAP. Pulls back into the prior high, first resistance, VWAP, trailing stop on trend. So I probably don't get out of it until somewhere, like I probably get trailed out. I could maybe get trailed out there. I definitely get trailed out somewhere in here for sure. But I know that going into it. This trade, where it makes a bull flag, it then sets up a new high. Let me zoom it in so you can see better. Sets up a new high in here. I watch it run that bottom, right? Put in the wick bottom, like, okay, wick bottom, you've just rejected under that 225. I'm punching the breakout of this little top. Forget about the wick, I just punched this break right there. My stop goes underneath. And what happens here is at first target, see that wick? It wicks it again. And I see on the tape at 232 exactly where it dumped at the open, that there's some sellers at 232. That's a straight punch out for me when I see that happen. Straight up punch out, because at that same spot, it's now doubled it. That's at the open, so I jump out of the trade. And then this one is a little bit more obvious because it's making a downward wedge. So I get this break of the trend right here, and I'm playing it. Show me any rejection at 225 again, which was that key price. I know I'm taking VWAP. I know I probably went out 225. That ends up being a dumb scalp trade because it goes further. But I'm thinking like that's the process the whole way through. You know, like I'm using that 3 minute for my executions for take profits that whole way through. And just to quickly give you an update, because I think we just got trailed. There's the trail out on Robinhood, and it's a sort of a similar thing. Like when I got Robinhood, that trend break, my first thought was I'm going to get some out here, then I get some out there. By the time it got to 78.20, it was a program buy. And if it's a program buy, I'm just slapping a trailing stop on it till it breaks the trend. It broke the trend here. When it breaks the trend here, the bottom is 78.75. Any guesses where my stop was? 78.74. It's just that simple. Like I don't think about it. I just put the order in, and then it's a good way to try to hold things as well when you notice a trend like that. But all of that goes into the thought process as you're making the trade. Like before you even get in, I have a general idea of all of that. And then that way, the more you do it, you're almost not thinking about it because you know what your plan of action usually is. And then I can just pull up the chart and it's like, okay, order goes here, stop goes here, move the trail when this happens. But that's just a process that you develop over time. And you have to find what works for you.
Yeah, no, I think solid explanation there. It's very similar. I'm kind of looking at some of the replies there, and I think it was common sense in the chat, basically saying hotkeys for sure definitely help. So yeah, that's something we don't really think about or speak of because that's kind of it's very natural in terms of hotkeys. And yeah, as to answer your question about how do we get in so fast and be so nimble. Part of that answer is yes, straight up hotkeys. Like I have keys that will cross into the book, and if I want to get in or get out, it will instantly get in or get me in or get me out, and I don't need to really think about what is the price, because I don't care about the price, because I'm not necessarily trading the price more than I'm trading the price action. Right, the price necessarily should not matter. Your average does not matter, but you're trading. So, from my perspective, I'm trading the price action. So, in terms of changing on the fly, I'm going to be looking for something that's distinctly different, especially if I'm scalping. Right. For example, I can give you an example right here of the TQs. I was taking scalps on TQs. Sure, circles maybe not the best, but again, circle we can talk about why and where I kind of risked as wide as I did. And then why I kind of re-engaged a little bit as well. Sure, one could argue that was way too wide and that was irresponsible. Sure, to a certain extent, it may have been. But again, there was a reason for giving it to that prior structure low, right? So right here, coming in, I'm seeing this push. We'll go down to a 1 minute chart so we can kind of clean it up a little bit here. So you can see this is the scalp that I took here on the TQ. So TQ's selling, and then you can see that we do kind of start to turn a little bit of a push, but I know that I probably don't want to risk all the way down to here, even though the real risk is here, because I'm like, this is a break of trend. If I'm looking for the push, I want it to continue right away, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that kind of behavior. So if you want to call it trading with the trend, you can think of the trend as the behavior that's been happening on the stock. Right. So sellers have been in control on the stock, and that's been the trend. Now we break that trend that's distinctly different. I want to get involved and be like, okay, I'm looking for this to continue. And if I see anything that shows me that maybe buyers are no longer in this and we're making a lower high, maybe into prior structure or anything like that, I do want to aggressively piece off as well. And you can see I did that. I took a little bit of a tiny scalp. And then another one right here, boom, boom, boom. As it's showing me what I like to see, I'm taking more and more. And as soon as it starts showing me that maybe that's not the case anymore, you can see this is a 1 minute chart. These are all 1 minute green candles that start to hold. Here's the beautiful thing about the tape, man. You can see that the candle hasn't turned yet, but the tape definitely started to show some selling. And I was like, that's a trend break for me. And I start to piece out of a little bit. Got a little lucky there because, again, the tape will show you faster than everything else. Everything else is a lagging indicator of the actual flow that's coming in, right? So it's just that's kind of being defining how you're going to trade. I think that's the biggest part.
Yeah,
it's like that's the out. The out is the change of behavior. The out is the prior structure. The out is prior bar low, prior bar high, the candle, whatever it is. In that moment, you have to be like, this is the trade, this is my risk, I'm taking it. And if I see what I want to see, maybe you have plans for adding. And if I see price or action get to a place where I'm not really interested in it anymore, I'm probably getting out. And yeah, over time, you put in the reps to do that faster and faster. That definitely comes to you more clearer? Yeah.
More clearly.
More clearer.
Another way to level up your game, in addition to following Obi's advice, is to check out Prop XP, because you can get up to 1 to 200 leverage and a static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on their platform, sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot. It's trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TRADERTV. Links in the description. Be the trader. Get funded. Join Prop XP today. Your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Is it Re in the chat? I want to get this right. I'm bad. Sometimes I'm bad. If it's Re, I believe you were asking about Apple, and everyone's like, you're not the first person who's like, why is nobody talking about Apple and what's going on at 195? And I'll get there in a second. And you want to look at a 5-year trend as well on Apple. So I'll do that over with my e-signal chart. But just firstly, I've been bearish on Apple in a general sense because of, and okay, I understand I could make a trend line from the highs, but if I just go back to when all the tariff, Liberation Day stuff happened, I think this is a little more, right now, more informative to me. What's happening from these tops and the 50-period moving average. So for myself, I remain bearish until you break this trend as a general rule, but I understand 195 looks absolutely fantastic. It's done it again, where it's bounced off the 95 zone and has done so very impressively. So for anyone out there that's been picking up Apple at 95, it's probably going to look really, really good. I'm just going over like my usual thought process as to when I turn from bearish to bullish on something. I tend to really not mind being a little bit late. Like if I'm not getting a capitulation bottom, then I'd rather get the break of the trend instead of trying to cash the low. Because if I buy this and was my stop going to be like, it's not in my DNA to swing trade this over 95 and get out under 93. I just don't. I've never played that way. Like if I take a swing, I'm giving it Apple. It would be like what, 10%, 5%. I don't know, something a little more sizable than 1%. So I'm not really bullish on it just yet. I think it could happen, and you wanted a higher time frame on it, so I'm just going to pop it into e-signal, and we'll go. You wanted 5 years? That's a 5 minute. What am I doing? 5 minutes. That's useless. Let's go to a monthly.
Each candle, like
I'm gonna look at a monthly chart on Apple.
Yeah, you can.
And on a monthly, yeah, this does look good. We haven't closed this at the end of the month. I see exactly what you're getting at. Look at the reaction on the monthly to the 50-period moving average, and you've just managed to wick and hold above it again. If we close this month over 200, yeah, that looks like a buy. But that's another thing. Like I would then not be buying it until we confirm that we're closing. If we close this candle over 200 on the monthly chart, then absolutely Apple looks like a buy on that time frame. So I get it. The trend is holding.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
I'll be devil's advocate here.
Okay, I like.
We've held that 50 moving average pretty well since what, 2010?
I mean,
When's the last time that moving average was violated? Other than the past, other than 3 months ago.
Even go further back.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is the first time. So right there. So we claimed in 04, 03.
This is
we have 09s, 08s right there. So we kind of cracked it there as well. So it's like in so many years, this is the first time we kind of violate it, and we violate it with aggression, and then we bid right back up.
Yeah, just
whereas
like
that's a consolidation. That's different, right? That's different action here, and that's what I'm talking about. It's like, what if that behavior is different? This is the first time we knock into it and actually violate and push after many, many years. Does that show a weakening of that level? Because before we couldn't even get close to it.
You could make that argument, but I feel as if over time you're probably better off just buying the dip until it stops, and then just understand that, hey man, it closed underneath that last time, you're gonna lose. It's like when we buy in front of sometimes day traders will find like a really good level on a stock, and you just buy in front of the level, buy in front of the level. You know the last time you're gonna lose, but it's just you've made enough doing it, but that it's like who cares at the end. But you know you're gonna take a hit the last time you do it. It's just but when you trade that way, if you're gonna trade that way, you have to take it every time. You can't just be like, oh man, I watched it 7 times, I'll take it the 8th. There's nothing worse than doing that with a setup as a trader. Oh, this setup is fantastic. Don't take it the first 5 times it gives it to you.
Have it
take it the 6th time when there's like 10 times as many people in the trade and everybody gets stopped out, and then you just lose more money, but you didn't make any of the first 5. So yeah, that's important. There was something else I was going to get to, and I've lost my train of thought, which is fine. I lose my train of thought all the time. You guys let me know if there's anything else you're watching. It's almost 3 o'clock.
Oh boy.
Apple's in a weird consolidation off 200. It's Friday. This is 200 on a witching day. What do you expect? We're consolidating at 200. I, for one, am shocked. I'm a little bit surprised that we're not getting a little more volatility in the chip names. I've now thrown an offer at right at my break even. You all know that I'm trailing out under here anyways. So I'm just trying to pick up the offer again at 29. Shout out Jesse Barfield on Intel. And then I'll basically give it just above this little peak here, not even to VWAP really, and see if we can't get another range-bound trade. I'm not expecting floodgates. I'm just looking to scalp something here for sure. Greg Ron, HIMS will close above 65. Will it though? Will it really? I mean, see, if you really believe that, you'd be buying it right here, because that is consolidating above the prior high. And you'd buy it there, you'd stop it out under there. I don't know why on no volume I'd be interested personally. It's strong, I just don't necessarily, like the volume's nothing's doing volume. It's just a matter of why are you looking at that name? Like, if I'm gonna pick something, it's gonna be a Circle or a Robinhood until proven otherwise. Like, until you show me that these aren't the names moving the best, Circle's not doing that much either except for pulling back, so I'm just gonna go over to Robinhood. Robinhood's also doing nothing. But if Robinhood dips underneath where I got out, I think there's opportunities to buy the dip there, maybe take a consolidation breakout. I want to do something where it's moving. But I mean, HIM's daily chart looks fine. I don't know about this afternoon. Can't see a reason why it would get going. Ooh, Q's short.
Yeah.
Ooh, there it is.
Although I wanted to tell you that it did come in, and now I've got the power.
Oh, nice. Okay, awesome.
We're good. We're good to go there. So, yeah. So the TQ's coming in a little bit here. So I was like a little bit of a break of trend. Already happened a while back as we consolidated on top of those 73s, and I'm looking at this 21.9, right? I'm like, all right, do we see more of the same? Right. The question is, do we see more of the same? We've been making lower highs in this 21.9 area on the NASDAQ over and over again. Oh boy, there's some selling coming in. So something's definitely coming into this market as of right now. And you know what? I will pull up some news, because I think that Dara left a little early.
Japan scraps U.S. meeting as U.S. asks for more defense spending.
Pull that up right now.
Just spend more on defense, Japan. If Germany can do it, you can do it too.
Oh boy.
Well, no,
there was a time where they totally abolished their forces as well, right? But they were just like, we're not going to have an army or something, and then they kind of started back up recently, no?
Well,
I thought that was the case.
Generally speaking, in the 2 world wars that have had, if you lose one of the world wars, basically, you're just like some ridiculously large concessions get put on when you lose a world war, and seeing as they were on the wrong side in the Second World War, yeah, that kind of stuff happens. But no, I don't think military spending is a good thing. I think it's, I would say
some of the best scientific advancements
that's the only
have
that's
come
the
from
only,
military spending.
That's
We don't
the
spend
only
money on
positive.
anything else.
That's the only positive. But then you could apply that to space. I think if that money went other places, you might also see the same whatever. But that's the only positive that comes from it. The rest of it is destruction. That being said, from some of the stocks that we look at, if you're looking for that continuation, one of the reasons I thought that Palantir would be good, LMT probably makes a bit of a rebound, is that like Germany's spending more as the U.S. tries to spend less, like they say. Generally speaking, it only trends up. Military spending trends up with the money supply going up, with government receipts going up. If money supply goes up and government receipts go up, military spending goes up over time. So it can shift over from one place to another. If the U.S. wants to spend less, my take is that other places in the world are going to spend more to make up that deficit. But anyways, it's either here or there. The market doesn't like that headline. We seem to be breaking down. Now it stinks that I didn't get my ad into Intel at this point. AMD is not really giving me a setup here. I don't want to chase that. Airy Pages, shout out to how things should be. Yeah. Curtis, oh, thank you, Curtis. I don't know what I said that would make you say I'm such a young guy, but I'm going to take that compliment if I can even find it again. O'Neill, you're such a young guy. Yes.
Come on, now you are pretty young.
Literally, you've just made my day. That's all right. You just close up shop now because usually people...
End the weekend off on a good note, or start the weekend off on a good note.
Well, I'm just, usually around here, it's like people, it's like, oh, hey, boomer and all that kind of stuff, which is hilarious because my parents are boomers, not me. But yeah. Anyways, market is coming back in here. Really should have got that.
I probably know who you're talking about too.
What?
I know exactly what you're talking about as well.
Boomer.
I mean, he's pretty young. He's probably one of the younger guys around here.
Yes.
But
he's always calling me a boomer.
Yeah, he calls me a boomer as well sometimes. But
you know what? You just call him out.
Yeah, exactly.
Wayne.
Like Wayne.
Wayne.
Like what's the opposite of a boomer? You know. I don't know what that is. Maybe what's the guys? Chime in. What's the opposite of a boomer? A zoomer. Okay, well let's calm down. All right, so yeah, let's take a look at some of these markets here. Some of these responses are automatically inappropriate responses. I'm like, all right, let's.
Well, you kind of asked for it.
I asked for it, but I was like, let's keep it cordial.
You know what? You didn't kind of. You literally asked for it.
Yeah,
you literally asked for it.
I did.
We know what this chat's all about.
Thank you. Go
and it's Friday at 3 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, you knew it was.
Yes. Yeah, doomer, because again, the new generation might be putting us to doom, but I don't know. Markets, though, dooming to the downside as of right now. 72's potentially coming in here. So again, got a little lucky. It's so funny. I get short, and then instantly that news comes out and starts flushing, and I'm like, what are the chances of that? So maybe a little bit of luck involved there as we push all the way down. Let's see if we can take out some of these lows. But again, we've been kind of chopping and churning here since about 11 a.m. So again, do I really want to test my luck there, especially after something goes in the money instantly right away? We talk about some of the best trades doing that as well. And again, that action was already kind of getting a little bit weak here, maybe building up. 73 is top of the range, and we've seen how selling has been going into the lower end of the range once, twice, and now 3 times for when I was lucky enough to catch it once again here. So let's see, covered I guess about half there. Let's see if we can take out some more. Again, didn't really take that much because I didn't expect it to do that right away. I was like, let me build into this if this is going to continue. But oh boy, that flush coming in really nice.
Oh my.
We talk about price action kind of coming in time frames that you may not be expecting, and all it's been doing is kind of just ranging in that 73 to 72 on the TQs, 21.9 to 21.8-ish area. Sure, give or take 50 points, roughly on that chop that we've been experiencing there. But the ES, not as much. Yes, you can see it's slightly, maybe a little bit more directional to the downside, but choppy nonetheless there on the spider. So
you know what you got to see in moves like that? You got to look for when we break down, what doesn't break down.
Oh boy.
And so Apple did it. Now, I don't know what's going to happen going into the close. We'll double check. I don't think there was anything terribly crazy expected for Apple with the S&P rebalancing, although generally speaking, most of the big cap tech names will have large imbalances. As a matter of fact, after I do this, I'm going to show you guys the locator. I bet you there's a bunch of names over 1 million shares already on the early look. But the prior, like this prior resistance just held a support when the market pulled back in. So strong stock holds bullish support, buy said support, stop out underneath to take a shot. You're waiting for something to rear its pretty head, because I can't really say ugly head, and maybe this has on Apple. So I want to look to buy this dip. I don't know if I want to break out above 200, but if we can get maybe some money fills underneath 200 back into the 199.5, I'm going to take that shot on Apple. So I'm going to move one of my level 2s up there, and then because I just promised you, here's an early look at what some of the imbalances are looking like right now. It's only 3 o'clock, and see all the names you have over 1 million shares? There's a boatload of them. Some of them are small caps, like whatever ORLA is, and DNN at 11 million shares. Ford and Pfizer there, one's a buy, one's a sell for 7 million. Southwest, 4.5 million to the sell side. Visa is already an early look sell, 3.5 million. They've been taking it on the chin, along with MasterCard recently, because of some of the stable coin and the Coinbase payment news. But look at all these over 3 million. What's going to end up happening is, remember, the early look imbalances that we can show you here, that's just the New York, so just the NYSE. That means all the big Mag 7 names you don't know till 350 hits. We always yell it out, oh, Tesla imbalance, Tesla imbalance, Nvidia imbalance, Apple imbalance at 350, because we don't have a clue until it gets to 350. We have an indication on anything that's New York related, so you can look it up. If your broker doesn't have it too, you can always ask us too. Like, if we're not doing anything, and someone says, hey, can you check if there's an early look imbalance on this New York stock? It'll take me 2 seconds. You can always just put that in the chat. And as a reminder, everybody, if you want to be in the chat, ask questions, throw hilarious comments when Obi sets himself up, or I set myself up, or just contribute to the fantastic community. Just hit that subscribe button. It's a subscribers only chat. So if you want to jump in there and be part of the best trading community, you got to go ahead and do that right about now. So hit it, and hopefully you don't quit it, because the market never sleeps, and it's always fun. And you might be picking up some steam on this Apple, or Apple might be picking up some steam on this breakout. I said I wouldn't take this break, but maybe I'll try to pull this back into 200 and see if I can't, as Sharif would say, weasel my way into 200. That way I'm still only giving myself the $0.50 risk and not chase this up higher. Go Bills, how does that affect Pfizer? That imbalance? Well, as you can see, 7 million paired. Pfizer is one of the most liquid stocks in the market. It's got a gigantic, I don't know, off the top of my head, I don't know. It's got a gigantic float, and it's done 27 million shares. 7 million is still a pretty big number. I wouldn't be surprised if, when that 7 million showed up, that had something to do with this flat bottom break here. So slight movement, but this is a stock that has only moved 1% on the opening for the entire day. 1% is the entire range. $24 stock, its range on the day is 24 cents. So I wouldn't suspect that just because it's a sell imbalance, it's going to start tanking, but you might be able to get a scalp trade. The problem is, anybody that can already see the early look is already short this. So if that 7 million comes out as 2 million, it's right back up here. If that 7 million comes out as 7 million, it might not do anything. If that 7 million comes out as 25 million, then you're cooking. So it just gives you an idea. Like, if I was already leaning short into Pfizer, and I was taking this trade, and maybe I'm adding to it on the way down because of it. It's not going to be prophecy or anything like that. Just because it's an early look sell does not mean it's going to come out a bajillion shares. Oh, it's a buy, my bad. That's my bad. It's not even a sell. It's actually a buy imbalance. So forget all that.
So that Pfizer.
Yeah, Pfizer is actually a buy of 7 million. You know what? I'm going to
6 billion share float.
At some point, 5 billion share float. That's the problem. The float's gigantic with Pfizer. It's one of those names that I pretty much don't trade when it's on the locator because the float's way too big. So these share amounts don't really do much of anything, because it would need to be more than probably 10, 20, 30 million would matter more to me on Pfizer. But it's the NASDAQ ones I'm a little more interested in. I'm just in one short. We'll see if we can finagle into some Apple long. I don't know if you're still looking at Circle.
I'm watching
But it's
Circle.
not-
And just in case it gives us
Same
something
here.
crazy into the close, like I
same.
definitely want to be involved with that. Again, being witching day, you never know what kind of imbalances you can get on something like this, and you know it's been winding up and kind of stair-stepping up. So let's see if that can potentially bring us any sort of moves. But oh boy, Neil, I kind of noticed something, and I didn't notice one earlier this morning. But the bull is flat on his face right now.
Yeah, it's Friday.
right here.
You got an early start.
I mean, the market's been selling off. We gotta give good vibes. So it has to be balanced between buyers and sellers.
Does it have to be? It doesn't.
The thing
have
is,
to be.
sellers have been dominant all day. Do you think it's because the bull was flat on his face? I don't know. Sometimes, tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit.
Well, you know why? Do you know why the bull's flat in his face?
Why is that?
Because all of a sudden, he's not just the bull. Now he has to represent with Webull stock, doing absolutely nothing. Look, I bought this thing in the mid-10s. I told you guys I would defend the $10 level. It got down there. I bought it once. And you show me if there's been a reason to do anything else with it. There has not been. So I'm sitting in this looking for some kind of a reason to add to the position on a swing. It just, I knew I wanted. I was buying in front of $10, but now all of a sudden, like it goes to 11, can't break 11, and the rest, as you say, is not history. It's just ridiculously boring. So, yeah, maybe the bull is like my namesake stinks, so I'm just gonna go for a sleep.
I think for that one again, being Webull, another broker, maybe you gotta wait and look for that hood kind of setup. Right? Because it just got that push. We came back down. It pretty much dead cat bounced, so it's kind of consolidating and really maybe accumulating or whatever, depending on what phase of a potential cycle it's in. So it does look like it's kind of like accumulating there at the lows, but I think maybe waiting for that curl and that push like you did with the Robinhood there. That could be the case. I don't know. Same
just
kind of
might
sector.
It might take.
It might take forever. Yeah,
it might take.
We saw that was holding that for a couple of years.
I wouldn't be surprised if I don't add to that position this year.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's entirely maybe I do, maybe I don't. That's where my head's at with it. I'm not in any rush whatsoever. Just to give you a quick update, there's that Apple on a 15-minute. It's a little bit easier to see. I show you a 3-minute chart all the time, but sometimes a 15-minute makes the executions make a little bit more sense.
Easier,
So here's the 15-minute. There's your consolidation. That's it holding the bottom on the 15. And the second I'm like, it's holding the bottom on the 15 on the dip. Let's go back in above the 200, which, as you can see, it's been closing. Might be a little bit premature. I could have waited until a 15-minute closed above $200. But what I'll do is I'll offer the top because technically the 15 hasn't closed above 200, and that'll happen in 4 minutes. So I'll offer the top in case I get it, and then if we do close above 200 on the next 15, I'll just add to it after 315, going into the high of the day, which is 201. So right now, Sean says, and not our Sean in the chat, Google is the easiest buy in the market right now. We talking long term? Obviously, we're talking long term because you probably wouldn't be saying right now as a day trader because it's the last stock I would buy. As a day trade, if anything, why are we not short Alphabet? I can't come up with a good reason except that I haven't pulled it up today. But from a value standpoint, from a PE perspective on big cap tech, from PE, I couldn't argue with it on a historical PE basis. That said, it seems like it's about to retest the 50-period moving average. Let's see how it reacts. It's the weakest of the Mag 7 today, just based on trend, and it's just been falling all over itself. Yeah, why not short 169? Look at this, Obi.
I like that. Again, we talk about it was just dead cat bouncing. I've been watching it all day. I'm like, this one, again, similar stocks that are kind of in the same step is Amazon. Mm-hmm. Amazon's last I checked, Amazon was breaking. I'm talking about the intraday right now. Yeah. It's looking exactly like that. Meta's another one of them. So it's Google, Amazon, and Meta that kind of look very similar, printing fresh lows, dead cat bounce. So definitely sellers on board on the day, kind of maybe holding it down a little bit. Again, looking distinctly different than some of the other Mag 7s like Apple. So good to keep an eye on those. I see that Circle is back above 240 here.
Look at Robinhood. No.
Yeah.
It just didn't quite, it didn't really dip. Look at this candle. see, we get out. I'm like, it's going to trend down. It's going to trend down. It's going to pull back somewhere into here. We'll buy it off of 78. And the second it looks like it's about to trend down and get you in, whatever the heck that is happens, and it's right back up to the high. So Robinhood was apparently the one. And
I think it's interesting because
so
we've been talking about these trend breaks on the show for, I guess, a good chunk of time. And what I'm noticing and what I'm realizing is like the trade is not coming in as cleanly anymore because I track these trades pretty much almost every day. So I'm like, now it's like, sure, the trade, like from a price action perspective, I think that price, like mean reversion is a natural kind of course of, it's like a, how do you say, a fundamental core of natural price action behavior.
Yeah.
Right? It happens. Now, how that can happen over time definitely changes, right? So it's like what I'm starting to realize is like there are certain execution sets that I was using for reversions, like a trend line break or whatever, and they're definitely not as clean anymore. So I have to come up with more creative ways to actually get involved with the said reversions here. So yeah, not everything is going to work as cleanly, and sometimes I'm seeing some crazy stuff. I'm like few months ago, this trend break would have worked absolutely well because it's setting up for all of that. But then now maybe the action is not as clean as I'm looking for, and it kind of maybe wicks me out and then stops me out of the trade before kind of pushing on. And you see that happen a lot, right?
Well, what I will
Things
say
that
is
work,
this, though.
they stop working or they change how they work.
Where I trailed out on a 3-minute because it was. So if I'm going to explain why this trade looks stupid getting out, it doesn't look stupid. It's just I'm getting out on the 3-minute. It breaks this trend. Hold. There's your breakdown. But if you look at it on the higher time frame, look at the 15-minute chart. On the 15-minute chart, okay, fine. It keeps on going. You might argue that it broke this trend, but what is it? Does it pull back and break this prior high? No, it pulls right back into this prior high and then bounces right off of it at 78.50. Like if anything on the 15, you might be holding it till it gets underneath that bar, or maybe even underneath this one here, like 78.45. So if you zoom it further out, you can make a better argument for holding the trade. But yeah, I mean, it's just revisionist history at this point.
I mean you can just keep going out. And you can just be like, okay, I can go to a hourly, daily, monthly, and then like you can just keep going back and back.
But you know what's, sorry, just one more thing on this. What's good about this for Robinhood is Circle's doing nothing. It was like in the afternoon yesterday and the bounce this morning and then this dip in here, like this was just simply Circle is bouncing, go buy Robinhood on the dip. Where like there was no thinking, it was just like a blind fool could just see Circle going, and you probably could have bought Coinbase at the same time and just followed the trend because it's going up. This time it's doing it on its own. So like Robinhood's doing its own thing right now. So I'm kind of mad at myself that I'm in Apple instead of going back over to Robinhood. Robinhood clearly the stronger stock. Apple does not, you can see here, it does not close above 200 on the 15-minute. So this is a bit of a premature entry point. I could make the argument that I shouldn't be in it until it closed above 200 on the 15-minute. That's probably true. I will just elect not to add to the position and leave my stop in. But Hood was a bit of a miss. Greg Moore, I haven't looked at Tesla. I got away from Tesla this morning. I feel like I had all the right areas to trade it. By the time it made the bottom, I was looking in the wrong spot. Like I was trading with the right idea on Tesla. Tried the breakout, scalp some out and then stop out tight. Buy back into this level, scalp some out, stop out tight, and then this happens where it goes right into the low. It feels like it's the one because it goes right into this prior low. So I double it up, starts going, stop it out again, and then I revenge trade it. This trade was a revenge trade, which I gave way too much room. So, at the end of the day, Tesla stinks. Like if it wasn't for Circle, I'd be pretty mad at myself over this because that ended up being the bottom, but it was nowhere near the 15 low. It barely held the 320. Tesla looks bearish to me. It's red on the session. It's underneath the volume weighted average price. The market seems like it's headed down. I think your Qs are going to be good. It's really just Hood that looks strong right now, as far as I can see.
Yeah, no, I think both Hood and Circle, you can see Circle kind of coming back up into that 244 consolidation high. But yeah, we were kind of talking about like going to higher time frame, and then I always like to, again, I've brought this up a few times on the show, but just looking at a higher time frame chart on the spider. right? This is a 3-month chart. Everything that happens intraday, whether it be world-changing news, you have COVID in here as well. You have 2021, 2022. You have '08 in here. Everything. But take a look at that. In the larger time frame of things, we're still holding trend pretty well there on the spider. So yeah, we go back to kind of talking about how price action sometimes can be fractal, and I think this is a great example of fractal price action there. But I think it was Oscarito in the chat saying that, Obi, have checks in place for reversion trades. If it doesn't check all your boxes, don't take them. I like that. I definitely have certain checks in place. And when I'm following them, I tend to do a little bit better than normal for sure. So yeah, great advice on that one there. It's got to set up for your playbook. I have like certain checks that will get it into the realm of, okay, I am going to take this trade, and then I have other checks which will be like, okay, well, this is a much better reversion than another one, so I can be like, okay, well, is this a B, C, or an A? And again, that's a skill that I'm trying to build as well. I'm definitely not where I want to be when it comes to kind of properly assessing the level of a trade. But again, oh boy, there's that bid coming in here on Circle going into the last I guess 40 minutes here. So yeah, that 250. Oh boy, definitely within range. And if we continue to squeeze a little bit harder, I think that again 7 points for something like Circle. You can probably do that in a couple of candles, Neil. So absolutely crazy there. Yeah.
I just heard a couple of names coming and moving around in some small cap, but nothing really standing out to me. Like I'm just kind of listening in. Like there's nothing. I have to pull this one up because I was about to tell you there's some small cappers that have been moving, and usually I wouldn't highlight something with 50,000 or 500,000 in volume because 500K at this time of day is not a lot of volume. But like, the stock is loco, so I figured I'd throw that one up there. But there hasn't been any small capper or anything that's going nuts. That's why I'm angry over Hood, Deep Tranquility. It's not doing a ton, but that was a good little reversion long you could have maybe had. Like you just see the slight downtrend. There's a little punch long you can make in here at 78.30 instead. And this looks way better on like I said, it looks way better on a 15-minute chart. But I find myself having gone into Apple instead. So I'm long Apple here with a stop there that just doesn't seem to want to break. It's not doing anything but heading down. I think it's probably going to break down. I looked over at AMD. I felt like this was a super weak name that I could maybe find a short. It's still trending, but where's the action? Like, look at the last 15 minutes in AMD. Pure sideways action. So I got to try to stay away from it here. Oh, there goes Circle. That's distinctly different. Right, Circle's really starting to fly here. Is this just going to break 250 today? I think the play that I'd like to pull is, given how heavy the failure was at 248, if I had to guess, and a lot of times you're guessing at what's going to happen for price action, is that if we get back up there again and try to break, there might be, if it gets back under and fails this high break initially, a bunch of people are going to dump it back into this prior high. Maybe not as crazy as that, but they might dump it into the prior high, and then you can pick up that dip, scalp to the high of the day, and then it allows you to kind of free roll hold your gains into the 250 break, if that makes any sense. Like, I want to see it either get above here and hold above here, or if it fails that break, see about if this prior high holds at 242, 243. So I'm going to have that one on watch. I'm into Apple. I will reload a break even on Intel if it gives it to me. But this market, like, we're just seeing a whole lot of sideways action. If I pull up the SPY for you guys, this is what the SPY is doing. Since we had this push down about half an hour ago, unless you see a pretty distinct setup, this is not a situation to be over trading. This is not where you force action. You can jump into consolidation if you have really good conviction on it, that you're going to guess it goes one way or another, I suppose. I think that the argument would be it's trending down, so why not short it? I think that makes sense. Like, you want to short weak things in consolidations. That's why I went over to that Intel. Ultimately didn't get the fill, so it doesn't really matter on this, but it's trying to climb back up. I might short this a little bit lower, just looking for a late day continuation of the trend, really. That's all you can do at this point, because we're not moving that much. Tesla, maybe, someone said? Let's see. Tesla's breaking down. Yeah, it's moving a little bit. That's moving a little bit better, at least.
Sorry, muted there. But yeah, no, it's definitely pushing into some of those lows there. Lower highs holding that view up, but distinctly different is Circle pushing back up to 245. So, oh boy, again, going into the end of the day, is this going to push into 250? I don't know. We'll see. But I like this this hold and this push of this prior kind of consolidation here. So let's see if we can potentially get involved for a travel up to 250 here. So let's take a quick look at that one. 245 holding, so only about 5 points away. And then all the way down here, 236 is where we're kind of bouncing off of here on Circle. So kind of stayed a little bit more nimble here and got out when I really should have. Again, didn't really do that earlier, so I'm like, I'm not going to make that same kind of push again. But let's see, finally coming into that 250, going into the second last half hour of the day, so the second last 30-minute candle to close, coming in right back up into some of these highs, 250s. Oh boy, potentially incoming. So 26s now. So let me pull up the book here so you guys can kind of follow along and see the price action on Circle, because it can get pretty crazy, pretty wild, pretty fast. So again, taking a look at it together while I'm talking about it, obviously is going to be a little conducive to understanding what's actually happening right now. 246 halves. Let's throw on that size filter as well. Yeah, I just did that. Okay, so let's see where and when some size may or may not show up going into that 250, where we held pretty well. Again, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. And then now coming in to test that prior structure. You can see that aggressive push happening here. Again, got to be able to read the rainbow here. And this is some of these prices and share sizes sometimes go way too fast. So again, over time, you can kind of assess the flow of how buyers and sellers may be interacting with the book based off of how the tape is running, right? You can be able to assess demand or supply based off of if people are hitting into the ask or hitting into the bid, and how aggressively they're doing it as well. So, oh boy. So yeah, let's see. First little pullback here, but aggressive push. Let's see if we can hold those 244s for that continuation here on Circle all the way back in. So yeah, I want to know how many people in the chat have actually traded Circle, or they're just observing today. So I don't know if I can I make a poll? I don't think I can, but yeah, I'd love to know.
Fabian can.
I'd love to know how many people traded Circle today, and how many didn't. How many just sitting on the sidelines, just observing or watching. I'm curious to know. The Roaring Griffin saying, "I've been scalping Circle all day." Nice. I think it's definitely a great scalper there, giving us that range and that aggressive direction right here. So people chiming in, yeah, a lot of people shorted it at the open. They're in it right now. I had Circle and I lost. Yeah, I'm definitely down on it as well on the day. But again, taking shots at it, looking for that trade to come in. Like I said, the trade that I'm looking for hasn't really come in just yet. So the poll is on, so guys, don't forget to vote on that one there. Did you trade Circle today? Simple yes or no, and we'll see. Out of all the people that are watching, let's see how many people actually traded it. So I'd like everybody to hit that yes or no in the poll in the chat. And I think you can only participate if you are a subscriber. So don't forget to like and subscribe as well. But yeah, very, very in play on the day. Off the open, some of the best opportunities on that name there. Beautiful short. I see a lot of people chiming in off of the open.
Oh, at the open.
Off the open, beautiful short off of the open. Yeah,
no, because you said beautiful short. I'm like, beautiful short. What? Crazy?
No, maybe not right now, but maybe if we false break that 50.
Well,
we could be somewhere, but
it's the risk to reward, man. Even if it's a great short, it's like what does it cost you if you're wrong?
Yeah,
that's what it's come down to. Like, it doesn't matter if the trade works. It's like, yeah, but if it didn't, what would it have looked like? Like, because here's the thing, straight up, you could have just bought the open on Circle at 230, right? Maybe it wasn't 230. Maybe it was like a little bit higher. It doesn't matter. You just say 230. You could have bought the open at 230, been like, I don't care. Circle's going up today. It's going to go. watch it bleed down to like 205 or whatever, and have that happen to you, and just sit there like stubbornly, I'm not getting out, I'm not getting out, I'm not getting out. And then when it breaks, let's just say you're out, look at this, I held it to this level here, you get 247, you made $17, boom, I'm the greatest trader ever. Yeah, but if you weren't stopping out when it was $23 against you, that means your stop is what, 30 bucks to win 17? Like, don't get me wrong, like that's profitable if you win like 80% of the time. Okay, not 80, probably like 70 something. Don't check me on the math. You know
It's like 60 something.
Yes, it's closer to 70%. But you know what I'm getting at. But that's what it comes down to. It's not whether you won on the trade. It's like what was the cost of the trade had it lost. So that's just it's a very ugly. You know what? Not ugly. It's a good example. It's a lazy example. That being said, a wise person. Well, you know what? I don't remember where I read this, so I can't credit anybody with this. But the words that I believe in is that sometimes the most extreme examples can help make a simple point. And that's why I use the extreme example. If you just bought it here and held on, it's not a realistic trade plan anyone would do, but it really can hammer the point home of risk to reward when you put it in those terms. That like, yeah, but if you just bought it here and held, like my stop is underneath here, just you never get out, that's a winning trade that looks ridiculous if that's your actual risk plan. No one would do that, but everyone gets the point if I say that makes no sense. Anyways, I'm looking for this pullback in, well, what do we look at the imbalances for a quick little second.
Yeah,
Circle is not on there.
Close.
330 is going to come in. Yeah, I should let this candle close. I was sitting on the bid before 330, but I want to let this, I'll let the 15-minute candle close before I buy this dip on Circle. Not too much else is going on. What's weird to me is that, you know, on a day where we're getting, it's triple witching, it's index rebalancing, and we're not moving all that much. So it's mostly small cappers there. Pfizer was 7 million, now it's 4 million. Ford was 7 million, now it's 5 million. AMCR is a super cheap stock, I believe. What do I know? It's Amcor. Yeah, it's like a $9 stock. Southwest is in there. There's nothing really that big. I think it's going to be the NASDAQ names that'll take the cake, but we're not getting a lot of price action. That's why we're focused so much on Circle here for sure. But I'm going to let it close, which it looks like it's consolidating. We close this next 15-minute candle, then the dip buy is a consolidation instead of a dip buy. I thought you could dip into 42, to be honest with you, on this move, but it's never gotten down there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just observing that overall we've had these much bigger kind of higher highs, higher lows, and I'm just looking for this to kind of continue almost right away. So, but if it's going to break and consolidate a little bit, I'll let that happen. Again, happening in and around that candle close. We just closed, and this is the start of the last 30-minute candle. So let's see if we can hold that 244 again, that prior high just being in and around 244. As you can see, that's where there's a VWAP. Moving average here on the day is as well. I think this is an 8 or a 9 EMA right here, this really light teal line. But you can see we've been chopping it up, but when we do hold trend, we hold it pretty well. And as of right now, we're holding it well for a potential push if the trend continues into that higher day, going into the last 30 minutes of the session. So that's what I'm watching as of right now. Let me know what you guys are trading. And guess what, Neil? The poll is relatively in. I think it's safe to say that.
The answer is no.
Pug Life saying I played puts on the open was still very iffy because the spread is so wide on Circle since it's pretty light on options volume plus IV is ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. So we heard Joe kind of talk about that a little bit earlier, the IV on Circle being absolutely wild. Yeah, let's take a quick look at this poll. So it seems about 30 to 70, 30% of people have traded Circle today and 70% have not. So, oh boy, that's a lot less than I expected, kind of considering the trade, but that's interesting to see. I just wanted to know, but thank you guys for participating. Thank you for, again, subscribing and liking and giving your insight on that as well. So Circle pulling back into that 244s. Let's see, can you hold the moving average? Can you hold the prior structure? Or do you make another higher low somewhere down here? As again, you can see every time it does pull back, pretty aggressive pushes, 38s, 40s, that prior low coming all the way down here at 34.80. So I guess 35, about 10 points away from where we are as of right now. is that prior low that did step up. So that's what I've got on watch. These TQs here, again, you know what? I'm just gonna kind of get rid of the rest here as we go into the end of the day. We're still holding this 21,800, but again, if we're gonna drop lower, that's perfectly fine. Not really too concerned about that one. I'll get out of that one and reassess. Kind of going into the close. We do also have to kind of, get ready for some of these potential imbalances coming in. It is quad witching. Triple witching, quad witching.
It's triple witching. There's no more quad
Yeah,
anymore.
it's triple witching.
Oh, I don't like that candle.
So, which candle are you looking at?
Robin Hood.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't love that candle. Is that enough? Yeah, you know what? Because I just took I'm not taking Robin Hood anymore. I'm not going to take Circle's little consolidation move and then compound it by being in Robin Hood, because I feel like if there's a huge capitulation candle like you had at the open, it does it in both of them, and then what's the point? Why be in both? You're just going to be in trouble if you do. Okay, I see a couple of questions in here in the chat, and well, while Circle's basically right here, it goes in the money a little bit, it goes out of the money 50 cents. CompuCare team, what up? There was a question just now from West, y'all, great name. Can you give me a little analysis from a swing trade perspective on INOD? Back to 70 or 38 retest? Well,
that's a range. It's a bit of a range.
That's, you're not playing around with that one. Yeah, that's extreme. Oh, you have, I mean, it's a head and shoulders breaking out the top of the shoulder, but it already failed the top once. It's not bad. It's not bad. Zoom in a little further back. The other thing you have going on here is this mad respect of the 200 period on the daily since it broke it out. So yeah, it's broken the downtrend, holding this, and it's trying to break this head and shoulders, which, I mean, in theory, sometimes you like that better if it breaks it down, but it held. And so that's a setup that some people would have for a continuation short, fair enough, when it looked like it was breaking down. I have no opinion on things like this unless it breaks out the top. Break out the top, or you're buying it off the 200, so the 200 period moving average, or breaking out this top, and I'm not someone that usually participates in here on that kind of a trade. So I don't really have a prediction to give you, sorry, except that if it were to close beneath the 200 period moving average and break that support, I'd get the heck out of Dodge on a chart like this. I would not want any part of it now retaking that, losing this bid here. If I was previously willing to give it to 22, I certainly wouldn't be now, because now it's a definite head and shoulder pattern, and if you lose that bid, bye-bye for me. But I don't really have a prediction because it's not really a long setup that I'd ever take. I wish I could help more, but you know what? I'm not going to just make something up.
Yeah, no, I think you make a good point there, right? It's like you got to have if-then statements. You got to have a plan, because at the end of the day, you don't really know what it's going to do until it actually starts doing it, right? It's just but then that's when it's when you've had the seat time again, like Neil does, you can be like, these are all the different iterations of price action I've seen coming off of something that's built up like this. So it's all right, so if it does this, I want to do this. If it does that, I want to do that. Et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a good way to look at it, and I think Neil kind of pointed that out.
You didn't hold that short in the future, eh?
No, I didn't, because it started consolidating near the lows. You can see 72s right here, chop, 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 grind. This is what I mean. Sure, on a different frame, this might just look like a strong push, and then it's just stalling here. It's stalling on the bid, on top of the bid on 72. So unless and until this buyer kind of steps down, I don't think we're really kind of pushing a little bit lower here.
You see the size.
But yeah, look at the size on the offer there on Circle. So oh boy, that's coming in pretty decently here as Circle pushes its way back up. Let's see if we can get that to 50. But guys,
I feel like I want to listen to that guy. Offer.
Traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees, so trade smarter and not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything infinite. Data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting. Reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code and check the link in the description, guys. So yeah, Circle kind of winding up there and pushing on top of this consolidation. So it's like, all right, well.
Can I give you one?
Yes, what's up?
So there was a seller. It was at 246.12, or was it 13? I don't. Whatever. It was just above 246. They took the fill, and the second they took the fill, somebody walked it right back down to the even dollar level. So if you heard me say I'm going to join them, I just offered some out once I saw, because once I see a seller like that, and then once they're filled, it just kind of offers the same level and gets held. I'm going to scalp out. The other thing is, maybe I wouldn't do that at 2:30 or earlier in the day, but it's also 3:37. It's getting pretty late in the session here. I punched out of Apple because Apple was literally doing nothing. So I'm like, why waste our time? I bought the dip. My stop was under here. I'm like, okay, we'll get a big move into the high of the day. It does nothing. It pops up. It's doing nothing. I get some out flat. It goes down, makes a higher low, does nothing again at break even, so I just take the break even. It seems like it's a waste of time. If something's going to happen now, it's circle 250. I'll hold the rest to look for the 250 move. And I canceled my offer on Intel because at this point, I should have just taken it the first time, right into where we had it before. Could have cleanly taken it into support. I'm not going to bid this low. I'm kind of hoping I can get the bottom, but I am now going to put a trailing stop in on Intel. Unfortunately, it should have been a really easy add on this stock. Should have had it, doesn't really matter. It didn't add to that position. Anybody could have done it. I just didn't do it. So we'll just hold on to it. We'll hold on to some circles, see what happens now. Boston Frank, you're saying large caps always do nothing. On a witching day, the last couple of times, at least one or two of the Mag 7 has lost their minds in the last 10, 15 minutes of the day. I can't predict which one it's going to be. It's not that simple, but Apple did it 2 quarters ago. Last quarter, I believe it was Microsoft and Amazon. Am I right?
I remember the Apple one. That
was 2 quarters ago.
30 million to buy or something.
That was in December.
Yeah.
In December, but I'm trying to think what it was in March. It might have been Microsoft. It doesn't really matter. The whole point is you're going to see at 350 some really big imbalances. Hopefully we're quick enough to react to them. I doubt we'll have this kind of sleepy action going into the final 15 minutes of the day. Well, I mean, it's like that 10 minutes of the day. It used to be, see, I make that mistake where I keep saying 15 minutes because it used to be like the NYSE would publish their balances at 3:45, and that's when everything would start. And then 350 would be the NASDAQ. Now everybody just does it at 350 because reasons. As a trader, it was way better when they staggered the imbalances between the exchanges.
Because then you can take more. You have more time. You can be like, that's set up. Okay, that's locked in. Let me move to this one. Yeah, that sounds.
But what does it cater to? Making it all at 350? It caters to the algos. Because the human trader would prefer that you stagger them. The algos really don't care.
They don't care.
So it's they cater toward the algo there. It doesn't really matter. But market not doing much. I expect in 10 minutes we'll see some fireworks.
Yeah, no, 10 minutes, definitely some fireworks here. So, you know what? I'm, again, not my priority into the close circle right now. So I am kind of debating on whether or not I should really be holding this as it kind of just sideways consolidates. So, you know what? If I'm thinking about it, I might as well just do it. So I'm out of that one there, and gonna stay flat going into the close here. Let's see what shows up coming up into some of these imbalances. And I think Neil, you sent you did a little bit earlier, but I wanted to kind of walk through I guess some of the stocks that were on my list this morning, but I didn't really kind of participate in them. And let's see what they ended up doing and what the plan actually was. So I would kind of want to go back and do that because I normally do that at the end of the day. But again, if you guys are here alongside, so why not do it together here? So Circle, Coin, we kind of been talking about a lot of those. And I think Google I might have covered earlier, but oh boy, wow. Have you seen Google? So Google, the idea was pretty simple.
Right.
They had that password hack, whatever, security breach, and we got that aggressive selling coming into the close off of into those imbalances as well. And I'm just looking for continuation coming in off of the open. And guess what? Google definitely did, and I was not involved in that. So nice catalyst day 2 or day 1.5 because it was an intraday catalyst roughly, I think, prior day. But whatever it was, it's been past a day since that catalyst has come out, and look at the beautiful continuation that we got after this this kind of consolidation broke down onto the thing. And that's my alarm for imbalances, just in case I'm not paying attention. Got 8 minutes until those imbalances come out, and some aggressive action coming into the market here. Google flushing to the downside. Oh boy. Another one, again, this one I guess not on many people's radar. Trip.com.
Very quickly, just before, Circle just lost that little containment, so this will end up being a flat trade for me because I took some out at the top and then just got stopped out there. So it was probably a good gut reaction, joins the seller for some of it. So like I said, flat trade here as we start to break back into the downside. But sorry, just wanted to update everybody here. Circle kind of losing the bid, but still up 21%.
Yeah, I'm still expecting that. Like I was like this when that run up was happening. I'm like, this should go now.
It should have already.
And it didn't. I was like, this is consolidating for too long. So not really what I'm looking for. So I got out of that one. But a little bit under the radar potentially was Trip.com. I had this on my watch list. I was like, all right, well, you had strong relative volume with a nice flush all day long on Wednesday. Coming into today, I want to look at maybe VWAP. I want to look at any sort of signs of selling for that continuation, prior to low breakdown, whatever. Whoa. But that came in pretty nicely here on TCOM here. So nice little continuation happening there. What else did I have? I had, yeah, we talked about the Smith & Wesson as well. We kind of talked about this on the midday show as well. But again, this one worked out pretty nicely as well for that continuation. I did not participate on that one.
CME is tanking.
What's happening there? CME? That's
CME
Group. Wow, why is that? What's Coinbase doing?
Yeah, so the CME Group, which is, I mean, the exchanges, like they're absolutely flushing here. Don't usually see this type of price action. I'm just gonna have to. I haven't heard anything. I'm kind of looking through the news to see if I can find what might be going on here with the CME Group. But obviously, like, there's obviously a news story here, everybody. Like, so there's no question about it. You don't usually see this kind of action on this stock. It was already trending down, but that just got a heck of a lot worse. I'm still not seeing anything hit the wire yet, so I'm gonna go on to the X machine and see if I see anything come in there. Because the markets might be going down, but it's not really doing anything that would give you these indications here. Apparently the president's taking some questions live. Yeah, but I'm still not.
That will definitely bring in a lot of volatility, potential volatility, right? We got to watch out for those ones. But yeah, no. Again, watching this Coinbase, watching this circle into the close, and then watching my imbalances pretty closely as well. Oh boy, what a great out there, Neil. Because look at Circle now, all the way quadunk back down to 240. So yeah, I think that was pretty decent out there. Got a little lucky with that one, as again, we don't know what it's going to do, but we start to kind of see it wind up, and we're like, all right, let's use those reasons to sell as a reason to kind of exit the position as well on the day. But yeah, nice little push back down. Let's see if it makes that higher low that we were talking about earlier. The last prior low coming in at 236s now. So Circle coming in with that aggressive action. I want to know what you guys are trading. Are you guys holding anything into the close, or do you guys also trade some of the imbalances on witching days? I know a lot of people get involved in some of that action. Excuse me. I'm curious to know whether or not you guys participate in that as well. I'm trying to get an idea of what kind of traders we're working with in the chat. Now, I'm sure you guys come from all walks of life and all different types of trading, situations. But yeah, I've always wondered how many prop traders are watching, how many other traders are watching.
True. Because for prop traders, this is always a big event. Whether you trade anything or not, quarterly rebalances and semi-annuals are always gigantic. They're just big events. Like, so a lot of your biggest trades will sometimes happen. Whether Palantir getting added to the index would be an example. Sometimes Tesla, when it got added, has been gigantic. I remember like the very first, like very, very big trade that I had as a day trader actually came on closes during an index rebalancing. This is back when they had the old system for the auction, and there was no Reg NMS, so quotes could lock each other. So trading the close was a totally different ball game at that point, because you had a lot of locked and cross markets, which made it made it lucrative, if not a little more dangerous. Like it was trickier and riskier to do, but it was in some ways more lucrative if you were really, really fast on the keys. But it was very different. It was a very different ballgame. I remember, like, you'd sit there, and sometimes you're like, I think this big cap stock, by my research, it's supposed to downweight, so I'm gonna get it. It's gonna be a big sell. So what I want to do is I just want to buy it. Like you'd sometimes be sitting there looking for the dip buy, and then you'd be trying to get out on the gateways as they try to catch up. Very different trade. But with only 2 minutes to go, like I have Intel with a trailing stop, and I'll probably just throw a bit at the low of the day or around the low of the day here, just to try and catch something. Pretty much exactly where I got the bottom before. So if this comes to the downside, I get this fill. If it breaks this consolidation here at 21.15, I just get out, and then we'll go from there. Didn't end up finding anything on CME. Sometimes, like, being armed with the knowledge there, like there was no news story that I could find. If I was 100% sure that I had no reason for this, then maybe you could punch into that bottoming tail candle. But I really didn't know what was going on there on CME. And then, of course, look at the push right back up. Sometimes that's what the algos do. So with about 2 minutes to go here, Obi,
Yes, sir.
you're going to see a lot of big numbers they're going to hit here. I'll try to recap them as fast as I can for everybody. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to throw them into the chat for sure. Sometimes it gets overwhelming for people seeing millions and millions of shares into the imbalances. It's like, what do I do? If you're interested in trading it, you try to find something that sets up for you. Like it's a good imbalance, you like the setup, and then maybe you take a shot on that. Carso, I'm not sure what you mean by this question because you're asking about Oracle. Where is it? Shoot. And then I move it here and then I can't find. Should Oracle at close go look?
Short. That's what they.
Did you short Oracle at close? Go look. No, short Oracle. No, I don't think I did not short Oracle. You guys would know if I shorted Oracle, you'd see it come up here. I did not short it. Obviously, it would have been very good. Oracle still pulling back, and it was an easy short off the open, I guess, if you were looking at the stock, just in terms of its setup, but it's taking it on the chin. The daily chart looks absolutely fine, however. But also, whatever trade if you're holding a trade, understand that in about 30 seconds, all of your technicals and whatever the trend was goes right out the window. That's why I have a trailing stop on Intel. Like, it doesn't matter that it's trending down. That sucker is a big buy imbalance. I'm just going to get trailed out. I'm not going to have it go all the way back up. That probably works for that Oracle too. Like, don't get yourself caught if Oracle happens to be a big buy imbalance, giving away your profit when it's been trending down all day. Have yourself a stop so that you don't lose anything that you might be holding. Because in 10 seconds, as I said, some big numbers are going to come across this board. And you're going to see it here live, because that's what we do around here. Everything's going to be live. We're doing it live, as we say. So here they come. Imbalances are now starting to trickle in. The biggest, I'm not seeing anything on the NASDAQ yet, so a bit of a delay. SMCI would be the biggest, 3.5 million for SMCI. I'm seeing no big cap tech, everybody. Pretty much CNH, HP, all the ones that were there before. SMCI is the one that stands out at 3.3 million. Although I did notice that Intel ticked up, so I'm just going to get out of that one. Even though I didn't see an imbalance on it, SMCI is the biggest of the bunch. I'll scroll down, but I'm not seeing anything that really, really stands out. Here, I don't know what you're seeing, Obi. Lucid's only a couple of million shares. Alphabet's only 2 million shares. 2 million shares on a quarterly rebalance is nothing. Intel, there we go. Good punch out at Intel because that just went. It was 1.8 million to buy. But the only one that is exciting was SMCI. That's pretty big for SMCI. I wasn't expecting that. 3 million shares on SMCI. There you go. That was probably your only shot, was to notice that was the only big one, and SMCI does break out. But you gotta have that somewhere in here. Chasing it when it's already gone $1. That's not going to be my cup of tea, but kind of a nothing burger here, Obi.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of watching this, and yeah, nothing too crazy that's coming out. Yeah, some of these Nasdaq and NYSE names potentially coming in with some decent ones. But yeah, that SMCI was nice here. Again, I'm watching. There's a couple other names here as well. RGLS. Didn't really look at that one there. I do want to kind of take a quick look at some of these here. So SMCI, you did mention earlier, that's on the NASDAQ. Let's take a quick look at that one, see what that one's doing right here. So nice little push up into 45s. And then I guess I also kind of want to look at this RGLS. So
Yeah, this is
let's
pretty
see what that one has in store for us. Okay, so this one is a little bit less priced, but yeah, nice little push to the downside on that one. So yeah, other than that, man, I really don't see anything.
I've never seen
Wow, look at
anything
that.
like this in my life. You could have just made your everything on CME. CME, I'm trying to look to see if there was an imbalance on the CME, but whatever the heck was going on, somebody just got. I feel like maybe somebody got liquidated and then it came out a small buy imbalance and just came all the way back in. Like this thing came all the way back to prior support. Wow. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Pulled it up. I didn't have any good reason to go long because I was convinced that there was a negative news story that was crushing the stock. When I didn't see anything, you could have just said, okay, fine, it's been a few minutes and I don't have a good story. Why not just punch long when it does the bottoming tail and then breaks 265? That's a pretty standard setup. I elected to not do that because I don't like trading blind when I assume this would be a news story. But that's a fantastic looking setup. I'm glad you guys pointed that out. Sebastian's saying, look at Lululemon. Why not? What is Lulu saying? Yeah, there must have been a sell imbalance on Lulu. I didn't see it. Nothing has stood out. I know you see stocks with millions and millions and millions here, but these are not big. NVIDIA, 2 million on a normal day, that's kind of an average imbalance for NVIDIA. On a witching day, on a sector rebalance day, 2 million on NVIDIA is a nothing burger. I'm not even pulling it up for 2 million shares on the imbalance. SMCI was the only one that stood out. I don't see one on Lulu that's of any size, but I'm guessing it was some kind of a sell imbalance on Lululemon. Krista asking, can I look at NXTT? Sure. I mean, I don't see anything I want to trade on the imbalances, so I really don't mind answering questions for you guys. Let me just quickly pull up why the heck is this small capper doing this at the end of the day. You look left, and I suppose there is this happening on NXTT. I don't have anything on this. I don't have a story here for NXTT at all, but it doesn't really matter. It's squeezing anyways. Just be careful. This one is a habitual line stepper. So without any good reason why you should be in this, look at what this does. It speaks for itself. You take your profits when you have these. It's gone further before, but certainly you're heading into a supply zone into the $3 level, which is, it's screwed some people before at this price. I'm be very careful with these types of stocks. I'm all for people making money, but I'm not going to try to pump this. Hey, let's go. This looks really, really strong. No, I almost think caution here without me seeing an actual story as a reason for NXTT. But good look. I mean, if you got the breakout, if you got on a volume scanner when you could have had it down here, fantastic. But I wouldn't be buying it up there. Not when I look at that daily chart with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah. So guys, we got a bit of a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time, live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out on the chart. Check the certificate page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts in this clip. So in this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit thetradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Very much, guys. Wow, look at it.
Who is that idiot who got out of Apple at 2? You know what? I mean, sometimes I don't know who it was, Obi, but like there's this dude who was like buy Apple at 200 and then gets out of it flat. And that person, I mean, might be the biggest tool that you've ever seen, right? He's probably a KC fan. He probably likes the Dallas Cowboys or some nonsense like that. Certainly a Bills fan wouldn't do something that stupid. But as you can see here, that idiot was me. And Apple is now at 200 and 150. What's crazy about this is my first thought was 355. Apple has a big buy on it. I don't see Apple. I don't see Apple. I'm scrolling down. I still don't see Apple. I'm not really even sure what happened, but it certainly was not a gigantic buy imbalance. But anyways, Apple to the upside looks pretty big. What's crazy is the expected biggest addition today was supposed to be Palantir, and it's nowhere. Yeah. Like it's nowhere on the it's not on the imbalance locator. Clearly the buy imbalance isn't in there. Could have just already gone too far. Who knows? With only about 3 minutes to go. By the way, for the afternoon, we got a gift for you guys. Joey Options is joining me on the recap show. We got Steve Talman's going to come on through. We'll ask him some questions, but I get to host with Joey Options after the bell. It's going to be a heck of a lot of fun there for sure. Glenn Smith, glad to see you finally picked a team with pedigree. No, I was joking. That was self-deprecating humor. I am not a Kansas City Chiefs fan, nor will I ever be. I'm a Bills fan, and I'll be a Bills fan for life. I don't jump around ship. Like, my team is my team. I've been a Jays fan my whole life. I've been a Leafs fan my whole life. I've been a Bills fan ever since I started watching the NFL. And I'm just not going to compromise on that. I come up with a hypothetical thing that would have to happen to make me not a Bills fan, but I'm not even sure what that would even look like. I don't know, like, ownership would have to do something ridiculously crazy. That CME was probably the best closing trade I've seen in a long time.
That's wild.
I don't know.
We're probably going to hear about what actually happened later on.
We're going to figure out what happened with this later on, but this was, and in real time, you could have had this back through 265. While I was looking for all the Mag 7 to have big imbalances, you could have just punched this reversion on CME. Somebody probably screwed up and found themselves caught when there wasn't anything big happening, and realized they needed to they got screwed and they needed to unwind. So somebody probably did something. Yeah, someone got screwed here, I think.
Was there a significant imbalance on that?
Not that I saw.
Nothing, right? Yeah, exactly. So
I just look. There's only like minutes left in the
reversion
day.
of all reversions, giving you a V shape in what?
Look at all this. Look at all the volume at the bottom. Like, that's a lot of volume on CME right at the end. They got trapped. And look at the lack of volume on the, like, there's not that much volume. Like, this first bounce is smaller than this sell. Then these are really small volume candles. They're like hoping it would come down. Then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, well, maybe they got to get out by the end of the day because they screwed themselves on that short. Only a minute to go. I'm going to get onto the desk because I realized I should have done that 2 minutes ago, everybody. So it's going to be a fun market recap show. Join me with Joey Options, Steve Talman. Thank you for filling in for Mr. Katina Man. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Yeah, guys. What a crazy day. Again, we talk about all the opportunities that were presented to us in the market, but guess what? There's one thing that was very, very obvious going into, I guess I would say after the morning session, a good chunk of the morning session, that sellers were in charge on the day. And I think that came in pretty obviously as we got back-to-back candles here. Yeah, sure, we kind of ran up going into the open as well. You can see these 15-minute candles strong, maybe not a strong volume, but strong price action, nice little push. And coming into the second 15-minute candle on the day, sellers just start stepping in after printing that first 15, and we've been pretty much dead cat bouncing on top of that 21,800 as of right now. So that's kind of what happened today. Got involved in Circle, got involved in a few different other names as well, TQs, NVIDIA, but hopefully you guys had some great trading as well. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Again, brought to you by Origenics. Thank you, Fabian, for ringing the bell. I like that. I like the headband there. You got the Roaring Kitty vibe going on, so that's always solid. I'm all about the memes, guys. I'm always about the memes. But without any further ado, I think they are ready for us. Okay, I guess not. No. He's like, give me some time. All right, guys. Well, you know what? You guys have a little bit more of me while Neil sets up. So you know what? Throw it up in the chat. Did you guys have a good day today? Let me know. Good day doesn't necessarily mean red or green on your P&L. Sure, that can be the nice cherry on top. But did you follow your plan? Did you follow your procedure? That's what makes the day here. So I think they're finally ready for us here. So without any further ado, guys, join Neil and Joe for the market recap. It's been a great week. I'll see you guys around. Take it easy.
I'll have to get myself logged into the chat here because I'm not quite ready. But no, certainly welcome, everybody. It's your market recap show. We got Joey Options filling in for Adara. I believe she has an appointment. Yeah, get that chair pull up, man.
I got to get up to your level here. I'm still a little bit lower, but that's all right.
Yeah, it's all good, brother.
We're good
it's
here
all
now.
good.
We're good here now.
But what a wild close. It's been a while since I've seen price action like that. You saw Apple at the end of the day. Circle's been going crazy, but it ended up out of nowhere being this move in the CME. Like, I don't wonder if someone didn't get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, maybe a fat finger, a program gone wrong, and then when they had to cover by the close, they just started getting rinsed. When I say they, whomever was selling into this move on the CME group, it's not a stock that moves like this in a general sense.
Right.
So when you see it unwind, that reversal is about as good of a reversion as you're ever going to see, Joe. And I know you were looking for news, but there wasn't any. It's not like you were going to find something.
There was literally nothing there, but I mean, way to talk about that reversion there, Neil. You can see this beautiful hammer candle printed, guys, and that's what we look for when we're referring to volume price analysis. So that is an A++ setup there. We didn't know what was going on, but then you get that hammer candle printing at the lows, a big time move. So yeah, what a recovery we're seeing in CME.
But the real story today, and the story the last few days, it has been all about Coinbase and Circle, right? It's a stable coin game, disrupting payments, and everyone seems to want to ride this train. You've had good movement. Robinhood's participated a bit. Really, the only thing not participating is actual spot Bitcoin. No one seems to. They're taking a bit of a break. But Circle, and I talked about this, and I saw people say this in the chat. Circle this week has covered up a lot of mistakes for traders. Like this morning was a frustrating morning. It's like Tesla long's not working, Nvidia long's not working. Yeah, well, just take a couple longs in Circle and you're back to green.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not always like that, though. There's not always something out there that you're like, no matter how bad your day is going, just buy one of these dips in Circle, and then your day is now fine magically. But that's what Circle did. At the open, it was a huge sell. And if you have some time over the weekend and you're curious about what it looked and felt like as Circle was crushing through 230 down to 205, I was literally saying at the open while I'm sitting there doing almost nothing, there's no bid on Circle. The algos don't want to nobody wanted to make a market as the stock was coming down. So there's nobody that would have been, I don't think anybody would be trying to buy that dip. And then by the time the buying came in, it was so fast that I completely whiffed on the long and had to try buy the cleaner setup here. Like, it gave you a setup long at 11 o'clock because look how much more calm that is. Like, you get here at 11 o'clock, you get this nice little bottoming tail candle, consolidation, and then you can punch back long through 220. If you don't get right away, there was still some time to get that long. The long at this bottom was just ridiculous to be able to catch that with any kind of good risk to reward. But there were trades to be had. It gave you another dip into VWAP that I know Obi was involved in. So Circle continues to be amazing. I know you were on Coinbase this week. Pick your poison. They were both fantastic.
That's exactly what it was. And to talk about Circle a little bit, in the 13 trading sessions that it's been open, we're up 190%. So there you go. That says enough. This is a big time move, and we're up 21% on the day, closer to 22. So yeah, Neil's right. A big time move, guys. You don't want to get caught short in some of these names, especially if they continue to squeeze. You're not going to have a good time. And we were referring to the at the money implied volatility. So what does that tell us? 400%, you are paying out the wazoo for premiums, which is absolutely insane, Neil. That's why I say, if you're buying these, you need to pray that it's going to continue on this trajectory. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting in some trouble and get caught on some volatility decay.
So I'm going to make up a quote right now. As a day trader, at real trading, our locates on Circle are very cheap to be able to go short. So I think you have to have the mental flexibility and just whatever it is to pay for the shorts and locates just in case. But you also need to have the common sense not to use them if it doesn't set up. And don't get me wrong, if you shorted the open, you won. And if your level was 250, and you're like, I'm gonna take a breakdown at 250, that also worked. There were other opportunities you could have won, but I don't think it made a heck of a lot of sense because the deep dip buys were too good. All of them were just too good on this upward trend. And with that said, I think we should at least acknowledge Coinbase here. Now, what was different about Coinbase? I'm going to let me go to a daily before we get on here. Coinbase, the difference, like Circle is breaking out, IPO, fresh highs. There's nothing standing in its way. Coinbase is a stock with some history. So therefore, I think all that happened today is Coinbase went into that 300 level where there were some wick tops, where there was selling into that 310.
Yeah, exactly.
So unlike Circle, there was some structure in here to work with. So it held the 300, but it also held the 310.
Exactly. Well, that's exactly what I was looking at this morning. You know, I think 310 was going to be a really pivotal moment in this stock, and you can see it reject it multiple times throughout the intraday session. So we got those moves into 310 earlier. Right out of the open, we got that 310 push, and then we sell off. But then we made another push later on in the session, towards that 310. But we just didn't have the ability to break it just yet. I do believe just with the level of this catalyst and the trajectory that we're on, it's only a matter of time until Coinbase puts in a new all-time high.
Yeah, I think it's going to get there too. And you know what? There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with an inside day.
No. It's good. It's healthy. It's a breath, right?
100%.
And that's kind of what you wanted to see throughout the day. I mean, a nice parabolic move would be nice, but I mean, a nice healthy breath, and then you can come Monday morning and look to see if it's potentially setting up on the daily for a continuation in this strength.
I'm just going to show you this 15-minute chart here of Coinbase, just to give an idea of what the 50 and the 200 period. Like if you look at it, it was parabolic. Now, obviously, you had the parabolic move in. I keep wanting to say yesterday's session, but I mean Wednesday's session, right? So you had a parabolic move in Wednesday's session, and then today you just kept dipping into the 50 period moving average on the 15-minute. So no matter how weak it looked, it was holding it. That's a very, very healthy consolidation. So I think you come in with the same base case. Look, I don't see any reason, and I get it. One day, you're going to go long and Circle, it's going to lose. But if you've been doing it every single day or all week, then you're happy. And I feel the same thing about Coin. Like you go in on Monday, assuming long setups, and if you can find them, great, 310 breaks, 300, all that kind of stuff, until you're proven otherwise.
Exactly.
Because why wouldn't we get this test back into 350? We'll chop around here, even if we consolidate all next week from 300 to 310. Who cares? You're still in an upward trend.
Exactly.
On the flip side of things, Joe, I don't know why. Well, I do know why. I'm trying to be dramatic. I don't know why I wasn't looking at Alphabet today. I know exactly why I wasn't looking at Alphabet today, because I had all day long I had Circle up, and all day long I had Tesla up, and it's just, you can only look at so many things. But the security breach, coupled with this losing the 50 period on the daily, this was really nasty for Alphabet. I think as a day trader or a short-term trader, it's the kind of move that sometimes you miss. I know I missed looking at what happened to Oracle today because it's not a stock a lot of people day trade. But this doesn't look that good for Alphabet. What I will say is I can't remember the last time that a security breach at a massive tech company wasn't a buying opportunity. When was the last time it wasn't a buy? Seriously. And I'm not saying it's good news. Obviously, this is bad, and it's pretty big. But when has it not been a buying opportunity? And we've managed to at least hold the 50 here. We'll see. We'll see what happens on Monday. But my gut reaction is, if we don't make a fresh low Monday morning, usually you buy.
Hey, I'm looking for that buy here in Apple too. I mean, we've had a negative day, Neil, down 3.7%, but year to date, we're still negative. We're down 12% year to date. So that's interesting stuff. And when we talk about these mega cap companies, they have so much cash on hand. It's almost at any given point, like Neil just said, when you get a big time dip like this, it's a great buying opportunity.
100%. And I just want to quickly, I see some things in the chat that I wanted to address, and I kind of like this. Doc Brown, I'm thinking BTC is becoming an inverse dollar play. That would be interesting. Levy Clan, can you explain the imbalance report? Don't really know what it is. Here's what I can tell you. We have, and just if you search our YouTube, literally just type in imbalance locator Trader TV, you should be able to find our video on it. I think we've made a few of them, but there's one really good one that should be obvious for you to be able to find, and that's the easiest way to go about it. And it's not that I wouldn't go over it here. Usually it'd be better like in the middle of the day when it's slower, but we do have a video out explaining it for sure. And I think it's a fantastic question. There's no bad questions out there. But going back to Bitcoin for a quick little second, we've seen the run because of the stable coin news. But what hasn't really been doing anything, and I know we're both probably bullish on Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's now more, like I say, it's 5% of my portfolio. That hasn't been true for a while because it's been appreciating a bunch. And I bought a lot of stuff on the dip, but I'd say not enough. So now Bitcoin's 7% of my portfolio because that's just how it works. But
Are you looking to rebalance now, or
not this time.
overweight?
Not this time. I'll stay overweight. I'm comfortable doing so because I still have some cash that I didn't put to work.
yes.
So I don't feel uncomfortable with it at all. That being said, I do feel as if we're in a healthy consolidation. That if I was paper handing, I'm just going to show you IBIT here. If I was paper hands, and we were to break the top end of this consolidation, I might wait for a dip back into like 90. It'd be like 92,000, whatever that works out to on IBIT. Like you do have a nice top consolidation. For anyone that isn't like a hodl forever or hold it forever kind of person, maybe you are concerned with this if we were to lose these recent highs. I'm not, because I pretty much only ever buy the dips and don't ever sell anything when it comes to Bitcoin. Every now and then, I've used Bitcoin to like fund some stuff in Coinbase and then just get into some altcoin for fun. But realistically, I don't actually sell anything to just, let's take some profit in here. And I'm not that kind of person, but I am at least a little bit wary of the fact that we didn't have any continuation when crypto has been back into play. So I understand if you're paper handing it, you might want to look at some of these support levels, trim, and then wait for a retest of the 50, wait for a retest of the 200.
I mean, Bitcoin has been, not currently, but it was outpacing the overall market from those April lows there, Neil. But starting to pull back a little bit here. But one thing that I talk about often is that one thing that slightly concerns me, long term I'm bullish, there's no question about this. It's just some of the shorter dated periods that we're seeing of consolidation. And we went into an 8-month consolidation before we broke out. And then we broke out for about a month or so, and then we headed back into one, sold back. That's when we seen the Liberation Day lows. And then now that we've made a big time move from those Liberation Day lows, we've kind of headed back into a consolidation for the past month. So one thing that is slightly concerning me, and I mentioned this before, is that if everybody's buying this hand over fist, why aren't we seeing some more consistent, steady appreciation opposed to a nice month move, couple months of consolidation, pull back again, and then you make an additional move, head into some more consolidation. So something's just kind of raising my eyebrows on that front. But in the long term, there's no questioning that I'm most definitely bullish on Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I'm with you there, and I think I share some of those same concerns. And I think you're in a wait and see mode, if that makes any sense to everybody. And I'm okay, good. Like someone got rats. I answered what paper hands means, and I see we have a great community because other people have answered that question for you. Some traders will use terminology all the time. And if you're just starting out in the game and you haven't been watching the program, there's lots of things that will be in our vernacular that if I say something, or Joe or Sean, anybody, Obi, and you're like, I don't understand what that means, just ask. Hit the subscribe button so you can be in the chat and then just ask the question. We're all here to learn. We're all here to get better. And I am so guilty of saying things that will make sense to me as someone who's traded for 20 years and been looking at the markets, but will make absolutely no sense to other people. And we want to make sure that we clarify those things. There was a point in the middle of the day where someone said, oh, this stock this is coming back in. And when Neil and Sean say this, I know what it means. It means the stock's coming down. But does that mean the same thing to everybody? Now, to my understanding, if I ever say Tesla's coming back in, whatever it might be, is coming back in, 100% it always means coming down. I would never refer to that as bouncing to the upside. But again, that's terminology that just makes sense to us as traders. So hopefully everyone's comfortable asking questions. You should be okay. We have a very good community in here. And the best part about it is even if we don't get to the question, I promise you we have people in our community and a fantastic one that will answer the question for you. If you have options questions, I'm staring right at anybody who has questions for options. Do not ask me, okay? My limited knowledge, if I don't know something well, I'm not going to give you an answer. Ask Joe. It's that simple.
Hey, don't ask me. Don't ask.
It's the reason we call you Joey Options. So there's no such thing as that question. I want to pivot if I can. I want to pivot for a second here because I wanted to Fed pivot over to Tesla. Because this is a stock that, look, I ended up red on the stock because it didn't necessarily behave the way that I wanted to or the way that I was anticipating. And if anything, I don't want to say it's diddling in the middle. I find it frustrating at these levels, but it's holding very nicely this little dip that you had in the 220. Everything about this is still constructive. Then you had the panic sell on the SPAT, and it's holding a higher low. So as frustrated as I am with Tesla sometimes in the intraday that it's doing, it seems like a pretty bullish setup that maybe requires a catalyst.
Yep.
What we didn't get today was positive news for a catalyst, meaning they're delaying potentially delaying robotaxi in Texas, yet the stock is flat. We're not down on that news. We're flat. So we're flat on somewhat bad news. I'm kind of perplexed. I'm neither buying nor selling here on Tesla. I bought once at 220. I've done nothing else with this stock except sell some at 280, sell some at 310, and now I'm holding. What are your thoughts on Tesla?
You know what, Neil? I have similar thoughts here as well, too. I mean, we're just waiting for something to come out extremely positive under Tesla, a good catalyst, that is, right? So obviously with Austin, this is going to be a big deal. But one thing that I want to note here as well, too, guys, is this going to be enough liquidity absorbed? You can see when Donald and Elon had their little rift there. Is this going to be enough liquidity absorbed in order for us to make that next move higher and break through these previous pivot highs? That's going to be around that 360 level. We're going to keep an eye on the options chain, but I mean, for the long term, there's so much possible tailwinds for Tesla here. You almost have to stay bullish on this name.
There you go. And thank you, Joe. I believe we are now ready. Are we? Okay, we're going to have Steve come on. I know we have Steve Talman locked and loaded he's been on Fridays before, so you all know him. And of course, I've already pulled up HIMS a little bit early, but that's okay. No, we'll get to that in just a quick little second. Before we get to our guest, the other thing that I was going to point out is we usually go over some of the not just the indices, but some of the ETFs. And one thing that was not very bullish, which has been in a bullish run, was a pullback we had in uranium. I mean, it's been one of the strongest sectors out there from the bottom, and it had what we like to call a healthy pullback. Let me see if I can't zoom this a little bit further. Maybe a daily chart. Let's go to a weekly chart. Yeah, I wanted to show there's a weekly chart. So on a weekly chart, uranium with a healthy pullback that it looks very, very good. You still have a hefty breakout past that 34. So I think all of your uranium names, if they didn't look good today, just note what this chart looks like on the daily. Even if you got back to 34, I still think you're pretty good. And that's like, what, 7% from here. I'm just doing some paper math in my head, 7.5%. So I know it was kind of rough for it, but still looking pretty constructive. We good to go? We are good to go. Let's bring in our good friend, Steve Talman. We've got it in his Trader Talk. There he is. There's me twice. Steve Talman from Trade the Pool, locked and ready to go. Oh, you got the all white. What a wild day it has been. I can imagine it was some fun for trading. Anybody that was long Circle, except for the first 10 minutes or so.
Hey, Neil, how's it going? Yeah, great to be on. Exciting trading day for sure. Lots of stuff moving. So I don't know where you want to start, but man, lots of cool stuff on my radar.
Well, look, everyone's been talking about Circle and Coin. I do want to get to them, but I also wanted to ask you about HIMS because I feel like there's some names that have not gotten the attention today, and we're guilty of this. I'm guilty of this. When something like Circle is happening, there's just certain things that are happening on the show, and something like a good, strong upward move in a stock like HIMS kind of falls to the wayside. And it's not anybody's fault. It's just when Circle's doing Circle things, we don't always notice or pay attention to things that just have very strong continuation moves like a HIMS. I know this is something we talked about last time. It's up another 5 points today. I can't get over looking at it for the first time in the afternoon and not even seeing this. The structure was gorgeous today at the open, basically just dipping and holding the same level multiple times in the 200 period. Were you looking at HIMS today? Because I don't know how you could have lost on this as a day trader on the uptrend.
Oh, Neil, I'm looking at HIMS every day. So this is my largest position right now in HIMZ to show my confidence level there. So I'm in the 2x levered one. I think it's a beautiful setup here. Excuse the messy chart. As you can tell, I've been trading this actively, but it's got the beautiful cup. It's got the beautiful handle forming. And like you said, it's just so constructive on this move up. Just retesting levels consistently throughout the day between sessions and just continuing the grind up. I think it's primed for a move a whole lot higher. So I'm looking at 100 to 120 here.
Ooh.
Oh, We know you love it. Our man Joey Options has a question for you here as well. I mean, that looks absolutely gorgeous. I had to bring it up because I knew you were big on the stock. For anyone that doesn't know, I knew ahead of time that Steve was in this. So we knew we were bringing it up. Joe?
There you go. He's using the double leverage. Hi, Steve. Nice to meet you. Joseph here from Trader TV. I seen you had coin up on your chart earlier, not too long ago. So I'm just curious, where do you think that this catalyst can lead coin from a technical and a fundamental standpoint?
Oh, absolutely. Nice to meet you. And yeah, great question. So, you guys, I love this. I get to do my victory lap. So we did catch coin this week.
That's why I brought it up. I seen you had it. You were prepared. So I thought I'd lead you in the right direction there.
Just making sure. My audio coming through?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought I lost you there for a sec. So yeah, coin, I think it's a beautiful move. I think the discrepancy between Circle and coin is fascinating considering the amount of stake that coin holds in Circle's business. So I still need to brush up a little bit on the fundamental case, but it seems like Circle's pretty overvalued and coin is pretty undervalued. I think this move has a lot of legs here. Again, these long-term setups, these really beautiful, clean, again, really worn in chart here, excuse the clutter, but the important part is the big cup and the big handle here, just pushing through these key IPO levels. And I think this is basing for a move past all-time highs, honestly. I think this has significant legs.
Yeah, no, fantastic. And that's exactly what I was looking at here too, Steve. Just the fact that this catalyst and the move that we've seen on Wednesday, I think that this is enough to drive it definitely to those all-time highs. So yeah, great point there.
I want to jump
Absolutely.
in.
I mean, it's... Oh.
Just one thing, maybe I'll let you respond, but I want to jump in here. Does the fact that it's lagging, because to my sense, the fact that it's lagging and consolidated today in some ways makes it even better going into the next few weeks? Because there's probably some paper hands that are like, why isn't it join the Circle party when this has a technical move that takes you to 360 on a high probability? So like, I'm screaming, loving the consolidation today because I feel like you might have got some people out of the move, which we should all like better as traders.
Absolutely, Neil. I'm 100% with you. I think that there's a ton of room to the upside, and this is just really healthy. You have to be patient, but this is really healthy chart development here. So why I was in coin is because it was getting so tight. You can see these Bollinger Bands getting so tight. It gapped up on the S&P inclusion and then traded flat for a good 2-3 weeks. So I was buying every dip off of my my supports down here, and I was not expecting this catalyst. Heck, I'm not a fundamentals trader, but you know when the chart sets up, it does the work for you, right? So I'm 100% with you. I'm buying every dip on the way to 500. That's my take.
You know, we had this conversation in the middle of the day when it comes to, you know, the move that you get when you're already in a trade sometimes just gives you a bigger win initially. And anyways, I had this short. I was shorting Intel at pretty much the exact moment that negative chip headline came out. So all of a sudden, the move that would have gone a little bit went a lot. And Obi was like, "Oh, what a great trade!" I said, "Look, man, I just happened to be in this thing when it happened. Like, there's some luck in there. But look, luck is when preparation meets that sort of circumstance. So really, you got to give yourself full credit." Coin was probably going to do this anyway, Steve. It just happened to move a little bit faster. But my next question for you is, you mentioned you're taking HIMZ, right? So when you have conviction, because going into a levered is certainly something which, you know, takes a little more stones. We like to say you're a little more conviction. When it comes to coin, and I'm only saying this because Joey Options is with us. Do you ever dip into options to get a little bit more leverage, or are you strictly an equity trader? I myself, I'm really just equities. I might sell a covered call on something like that. But for yourself, do you ever dip into options to try to get more leverage?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Neil, I'm sure you've heard this trajectory many, many times, but I started out primarily with options, got burnt primarily on options, and gravitated towards just shares primarily. But I do love these 2x leveraged ETFs just because they provide a lot of juice without exposing yourself to too much risk. That being said, I do love placing options trades, but I always just frame them as my max loss is essentially the price I'm paying for the option. So I'm just looking for a little bit of extra juice, trying to get a foothold on 100 shares at a time. And I play it like that, and it's worked a lot better than getting stopped out on volatility there.
You know, it's so interesting that I have heard that trajectory so many times. Like, I'm the old school. Like, you start out with shares, maybe dabble, do the old boring thing. If I'm not in love with a position, sell some covered calls and get some income. Like, I don't really do anything more than that. But having the discipline to, you know, kind of go from that, blow it up, go into equity until you get that base, and then sort of go back toward that path. I know someone to my right who can probably echo that. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it totally does make a lot of sense. And that's why, I guess, with the experience, you kind of learn to move in a hybrid sense, right? So you start with equities, and then you can build, once the thesis really starts to work out, you can start using options. Do you do anything along those lines like that, Steve?
Oh, absolutely. You're speaking my language. So I love establishing a position with shares, and then I try to size. So if I get a dip, it's a gift, right? Because I believe in this setup. It hasn't broken any major levels or anything. And I just say, hey, I was a little early. I can build that up. And then when we get that confirmation of the breakout, and my favorite is the back test of the breakout, when those premiums come down a little bit, you know, then I think you can really push the pedal to the metal there and get some real nice returns.
Oh, no, you're literally speaking my language there, Steve. That's exactly
Get me out of here. You guys can just throw it out now.
We'll off to the side. We're talking the same language because I have the exact same approach. I will start a position with shares, and then when the thesis really starts to pan out and start working is when I really start to leverage using options. And I think a hybrid approach, especially for the newer or even more experienced, is definitely the way to go there.
Absolutely. And I think I think you would probably be in a similar mindset of always buying a little more time than you think you need, you know, just playing it a little safe, because if it works, the explosive returns are going to be there either way, right?
That's what I tell the traders, is just always buy the time. Don't get caught up in the nearer dated. It's worth it. It's worth it. You're already leveraging your system, so you may as well pay a little extra premium just for those longer durations and those further dated expiration cycles.
100% with you there. It's nice that I'm in alignment with traders. It means I'm doing something right.
That's great stuff.
Do some mic drops to the left of them and to the right of them. You don't need me, everybody. I know we're getting on in time here, so I'm just wrap. First of all, let me just before I get to your final thoughts here. Everybody in our community, if you're like myself and you don't have a ton of you have a ton of expertise when it comes to options, these are the moments where you want to sit back and listen. And if you need to, just go back and replay this between Steve and Joe, or listen in the middle of the day. And maybe the next time we have you on, we'll get Joe in here to talk some options again, because I think it's went very, very well. But just to wrap things up, we had the Fed this week. We have a lot of movement going on. We don't really have a lot in terms of earnings. We just had major rebalancing. It was just triple witching. Is there anything that you're looking forward to that's not HIMS next week as your final thoughts? Because we don't really have a lot of catalysts, but we certainly have a lot of movement. I know we like Coinbase. I know we like some HIMS. Anything else on your mind before we get you out of here?
Yeah, you know, it's not the most glamorous thing, but honestly, I'm expecting a little bit of pullback on SPY. I think I want to kind of hedge my long exposure in these high beta names with a little bit of downside protection on SPY. I think we could. I'm seeing a lot of put flow. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm kind of feeling like I got this sense that we might have a 200-day moving average retest that would really catch people off sides in cards in the next week or two.
Well, if you looked at what was going on in some of the bigger names, between Alphabet, somebody had a big sell program on Amazon this morning out of nowhere. And there's just little things like that always, there was no good reason for it. I understand why Alphabet was down. I get it because they had the breach. But like someone had a sell program on Amazon. You don't see that kind of thing and have it not have the hair stick up and your spidey sense get up there. So I'm kind of with you there. People probably want to lock in some profit. You have other sectors starting to break out. So I love that look. I'm in agreement with you. Although because I didn't get enough in on the dips, I don't find myself as concerned because I still have some money that I want to put to work. But great thoughts there. Congratulations and best of luck, because I know you're still in HIMS. I know let's hope that goes to the moon. And I'm with you on Coinbase. 100%. We're both with you on that Coinbase. So Steve Talman, trade the pool. Have a fantastic weekend. Can't wait to talk to you next week.
Thanks so much, Neil. Good talking with you guys.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, Joe.
So there we have it.
We have it. So here's the thing. Usually about this time we do roll call.
Ooh.
Now, I can do it. Adara usually does it. My question to you is, do you want to take a shot at the roll call, or do you want to let me handle the roll call?
I mean, if I had the chat up, you know I would be getting in the roll.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing. Remember, I'm not in on
My
the
bad.
chat. No, that's okay. You know I would be. But I'm going to do this. I'm going to wing it because I'm going to guess. I'm going to go a couple names who is already in the chat. We got Pug Life. We got Gorev Sandoval. Who else do we got? We got Tyler Verse. And that's all I can remember for now. We're going to send it over to Neil. But shout out to all those guys and the regulars who are regular in the chat.
Gorev is in the chat. He's all up in there right now. So
There you go.
shout out. First of all, if you want to be in the chat and be in roll call, hit that subscribe button. It's a subs only chat. Give a big shout out to the entire team. Great job by Joey Options, our guest Steve Talman. Shout out to Sean. I know he's having a heck of a lot of fun at Cirque du Soleil. To Sharif. Obi, thank you for filling in for Sharif. Our man on the ones and twos there. Fabian doing a great job with Andre. Just give shout outs to Brendan as well. Of course, Ramin. Get it, Ram. And Adara, thank you for filling in for Adara. But let's get some roll call on everybody. I see Anthony in here. I see poor Robin Hood, CompuCare team. We got Bud of His Skidhead, Smokey Love, Rolage de Rolas, Drew. We got Susie Fox, John Knox, Phil of the Future, Grandma's Garden, Smokey Love again, John M. We got Dollar Bill, y'all, Jai Singh, Mojo Post, The Roaring Griffin, Ace High 124, West Wall Street only, Trina P. We've also got Indecisive Candle. We don't like those. David Tretsiak, Greg Moore, Wall Street only, Susie Fox, Christopher Jones, Carsau Ow, Kuba the Kid? I have no idea what that is. Apple Manila. We've got Ty. We've got DJ 2AM, Pug Life, Green Day Dean, Stevenson, ETN, The Realist, Farm Trader, Mr. Thumbs Up, Joseph Brown.
Ooh.
Is also in the chat. Taco Trader, Ari Pages, shout out to you, man, and congratulations. We'll end it right there because I meant to say this on the show. I responded to you in the chat, Ari, but Ari Pages has made some, you were talking about that you've made a big turnaround in your trading and getting a lot of consistency, and the only time you lose is when you don't follow your plan. I love to see that. So congratulations to you. That's how it should be. Losing means you didn't follow your plan, and when you follow your plan, it's all good. So congratulations to you. That's what we're all about. We're all trying to get better as traders here. And with that, Joe, thanks for filling in.
No, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
It's
and shout
always
out to my guy, DJ 2AM. I forgot to mention you as well, too. Don't think I forget. All right.
But you know the deal. Rest up this weekend. More action, more Circle, more Coinbase, more hymns. Next week, 8:30 in the morning, Monday morning. We're Trader TV Live. Have a good weekend.
Yeah.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.